Can I sound check real quick?
Morning, Brian. We can hear you great.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So we're beginning our day, starting our staff presentation on C4. One moment. If that mic. It would be. Testing. I don't have one. So we have a lot to get through today to make sure that we make it through our agenda before the end of tomorrow, which is when we're supposed to end our meeting. So by my estimations, we'll have to make it through C4, D1, and at least the presentations on D2. We have quite a few people already signed up to testify on D2, so hopefully we can actually begin public testimony on D2. So just want to make council members aware as you assist me in the scheduling today. So we have staff here to begin our staff presentation on C4. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and get started, Madam Chair. Good morning, and council members. Good morning. I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm going to be presenting this morning on the programmatic evaluation agenda item. Ms. Katie Latanich, who's also on council staff, is out on maternity leave and compiled the document that's attached to your e-agenda. So I just want to acknowledge her work that she put into developing both the document and the presentation. Several members of NMFS staff are also online with us that helped develop the discussion material. I believe we have Liz Henderson, Kelly Cates, Alicia Miller, and Gretchen Harrington, all from the Alaska Regional Office.
One moment, we're trying to pull up our PowerPoint here.
The presentation before you will provide background on the programmatic evaluation and the council's current FMP policies, goals, and objectives. I will also go over section 4.2 of the document, which provides examples of potential revised goals and objectives, and I will speak to some of the possible next steps for the council. Staff did host a public informational webinar on the programmatic evaluation. This was really intended as an orientation to the agenda item and an opportunity for any clarifying questions about the materials that staff prepared for the April meeting, and the recording of that meeting is available on the council's YouTube channel. The action associated with the programmatic evaluation includes looking at and potentially revising the management policy, goals, and objectives for all federal fisheries in the North Pacific. And the council's purposes for this action are to ensure that the council's policy guidance can meet current and forthcoming challenges in the fisheries that it manages, and to improve the council's ecosystem-based management approach. The purpose and need speaks to the council's intent to update policy guidance to use best available science. This includes climate science and local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information, and recognizes Alaska tribes and communities that rely on subsistence resources. So the next slide is just the red line version of the purpose and need. We've included this in section 2.1. These are just staff suggestions for minor wording adjustments to the purpose and need. These changes might just more clearly define the scope and the intent of the council's action if the council were to choose to adopt these. And so these are just shown here on the slide. Last December, the council received a presentation from Ms. Latanich on climate planning under agenda item D1. And as part of that presentation, Ms. Latanich asked for feedback from the council on materials that staff should provide for discussion at this April meeting. The council supported staff developing a draft set of revised cross FMP goals and potential management objectives that would be reflective of alternative 2 and reflective of the purpose and needs statement. And these draft goals and objectives were really meant as a starting point for further discussion by the council and the public so that they could then be revised. The document provides that draft set of goals, and the potential action for the council today could include reviewing and potentially approving the proposed minor wording changes in the purpose and needs statement, as well as providing further guidance on the revised goals and further direction of the range of objectives to be included in any analysis of the action. This slide just summarizes the what, why, and how of the programmatic evaluation. And I'll note that over the past few years, the council has expressed its preference to develop and analyze this revised cross FMP guidance using the NEPA process, including preparation of an EIS. And the document notes that the council can indicate whether it has an interest in a continued interest for this action to be analyzed through an EIS. That's really in reference to the council's October 2022 motion, which specified an EIS, but staff wanted to reiterate a few points on the NEPA process. As a reminder, as the council well knows, NEPA is not action forcing and it does not necessitate any specific policy outcome. NEPA is a policy mechanism to evaluate the potential environmental impacts of federal actions significantly affecting the quality of the human environment. Typically, after the council selects an action, so a federal action involving either an FMP amendment or regulatory change, NIMS then uses established criteria to determine the appropriate level of NEPA review or which NEPA document you'll see in front of you. And so this could result in either a categorical exclusion for which NIMS has evaluated that the action fits into an established category, and that it has no significant effects on the quality of the environment, or an EA, which through the analysis determines whether an action has the potential to cause significant impacts on the quality of the human environment. And that EA can then result in either a finding of no significant impact upon Z, or if there are potentially significant impacts, then staff prepare an EIS. Next. At this time, we're calling this a programmatic evaluation rather than a programmatic EIS because the federal action under consideration, the revision of the management policies, goals, and objectives, it is programmatic in the sense that it provides the opportunity to reflect on all of the council's current management programs, but it is different from a programmatic EIS under NEPA, which is obviously a very robust analysis that looks at potentially significant impacts. And the revision of the goals and objectives for all of the FMPs is really it's a discrete action. It's not tied to any of the previous actions, such as the 2004 programmatic supplemental EIS, nor the 2015 CERT. This slide just serves as a reminder of where some of the council's current policy guidance lives, whether it's in our FMPs or other council policies or protocols. And I'll note that the policy guidance was developed at various times throughout the council's history. This is somewhat, again, more of a reference slide and just provides what is meant by policies, goals, and objectives within our process here, and highlights kind of where the focus of the programmatic evaluation really is. While changes,
Sorry, it looks like we have a question. Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question is actually back on slide 9. I think it was. And I appreciate you explaining the distinction that this is an evaluation. It's not a programmatic EIS. I've heard some confusion among those distinctions and conversations I've been having. So I'm wondering if you can just highlight a little more. We are not doing a programmatic EIS with this action tied to a federal action. We are evaluating policies. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thanks for that question, because I agree. I think there has been a lot of confusion, so hopefully I can try to help clear that up. NMFS conducts NEPA analysis on every fishery action that has the potential to affect the human environment. And so any NEPA analysis conducted under this programmatic evaluation first is separate from any of the previous PSEIS or the 2015 SIR. And essentially the council recommendations on an action to NMFS may ultimately lead the agency to trigger a NEPA evaluation or a NEPA analysis. So when council chooses the action to consider specific management recommendations, staff work with the Alaska Regional Office and NOAA GC to then determine what level of NEPA review is required and appropriate under federal law. And so that's then what staff bring to you after that determination is made. And so this action could certainly, if there's a finding that it could have potentially significant impacts, the agency would make a determination on which level of NEPA review is needed, and then whether or not it's an EIS would then be decided. And if NMFS has anything to expand on, I know.
Mr. NMFS, or I guess Mr. Curlin, or I'm sorry, Gretchen is online. I don't, yeah, if you have anything to add, otherwise we have a couple more.
I don't have anything specific, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. So Mr. Toy and then Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Cleaver. Your answers started to get at the question / point that I had on this, that I was sort of holding for the end, but should probably have it now. I heard you state, as I think did others, that essentially this is now a programmatic evaluation. That isn't actually a decision point that the council has made. And I think what you just described is it's actually not even a final decision point that NMFS would make. It's just realistically, this could still become a programmatic EIS. It could become a categorical exclusion. We're just calling it an evaluation now because it's still, we're pre-decisional, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, that's correct. So we essentially, the word evaluation is just used to indicate that the decision of what level of NEPA review the action needs, because we are still trying to gather some guidance on exactly what the action is, that the agency will be determining what level of NEPA review is, and then it could be a categorical exclusion, EA or EIS. So the evaluation word is just to indicate it's pre-decisional.
Yeah, so I think maybe that's what needs emphasizing, is just that we haven't decided it's not an EIS. NMFS hasn't decided it's not an EIS or a categorical or an EA. So the field is still essentially open, and the council hasn't made its own formal policy recommendation on that either.
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is even before that. My understanding is if all we're doing is changing policy language in the FMPs or objectives, that we're not taking any action that has a management outcome. We're not making any changes that would affect the human environment. So we're not required to do any kind of NEPA analysis at all. And I just want to make that really clear, that we could choose to do that. I don't know why we would, but we could choose to undergo a NEPA analysis. But there's no action under this that would require us to do a NEPA analysis. And I just want to confirm that that's the case.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. It could result in a categorical exclusion, which means we wouldn't need to go any further with NEPA analysis.
And then that means we could go through, if we wanted to follow through with this, we could pursue it through our regular FMP amendment to change the FMPs to be consistent with our new objectives.
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Kimball. It also gives us a little bit more latitude in that whatever type of document or whatever structure of a document the council wants to see doesn't necessarily have to fit into the box of an EA or an EIS. We could provide the council with something different or something similar to discussion papers, whatever the council wants to move forward with.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin, has your question been answered or?
Actually, the exchange between Ms. Cleaver and Ms. Kimball clarified it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I would like to follow up on your response to Ms. Goins' question, and I want to take a little bit different approach because I've also heard from a lot of council process participants about confusion related to this issue. I'm going to try to make this as simple as possible. I want to focus on the programmatic EIS that you reference on this slide. And can you just, or maybe someone from NMFS can help with this. Why do we have a programmatic EIS? And why is the current thinking seems to be that we are not, that the council, neither council nor NMFS is compelled to update that programmatic EIS or do something new related to that. What is that current thinking and why?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I'm going to see if Ms. Harrington or Ms. Cates want to answer, and if not, I can continue going. Give it a shot.
Is Ms. Harrington online? Okay. Ms.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, members of the council, this is Gretchen Harrington with the NMFS Alaska region. I will speak also, I was just checking if Molly Watson also wanted to provide some information, but we have a programmatic EIS that the agency did in conjunction with the council and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center in 2004 as a result of a court order at that time. And then that EIS, as you know, as documented in the discussion paper, was looked at again with a supplemental information report. But that requirement to do a programmatic EIS for every, there's no requirement to do an EIS for every FMP. And that hasn't been done for other council FMPs or in other regions. So I think that answers Ms. Baker's question.
Ms. Baker, did that answer your question?
Yes, I think it's helpful. Thank you, Ms. Harrington, along with Ms. Cleaver's earlier answer. I guess I do have a follow-up. So thank you, Ms. Harrington. To tie that to Ms. Cleaver's earlier answer to Ms. Goins' questions, I'm not sure if you were online then. Is the programmatic EIS, then how is that used, if at all? Is it referenced in every one of our management actions for which we prepare a NEPA analysis? Is that kind of the continued use of that programmatic? But as Ms. Cleaver said, each management action that this council does is evaluated for the appropriate NEPA process, and we have to go through that for each one. We can't just rely on the programmatic. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that is correct. So when we did the programmatic EIS, it looked at the council's policy goals and objectives, but it also provided a really great compendium of everything that had happened since the Magnuson-Stevens Act through the time of the EIS. So that was the first time we had all of that information in one document. So while we couldn't and we didn't tier from it, that's a NEPA term to kind of nest analytical documents under each other. We do, and we have incorporated it by reference because of all of the the background information. As everyone knows, that was a very big document that had a lot of background information on all the changes in fisheries management since the inception of the Magnuson Act. So we continued to incorporate that by reference for people who are interested in an item. You know, NEPA requires that EAs not be encyclopedic and that focus on the meaningfully understanding the impacts of the action. And sometimes, so we try to keep them focused on the action and the alternatives and the resources that will be impacted. But sometimes people want more information on the history or the background or how things have changed. And so that's what that document provided. And that's how we use it, as incorporating by reference additional background information for those people that are interested in that.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Mr. Sway.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I had another question that it was gonna sort of save for the end, but I think it fits directly into this particular line of discussion. And that is about NEPA provides an interesting function, an interesting and useful function. It provides a structure for inclusive, transparent decision-making process that leaves a pretty clear record of decision and provides some structure and focus around the actual decision-making process. Sort of separate from its function as sort of satisfying regulatory requirements, it also can be useful just to have a useful framework for a decision-making process. I totally get that that's most associated with an EIS and probably a little bit less associated with a categorical, although they all have rules around how you make decisions to get to that point. But if we were to determine that NEPA really didn't apply to subsequent to the council's action on this, is there a way for us to still take advantage of that NEPA environment, that structured decision-making environment that NEPA provides? Even if we're saying that legally we don't have to do this, can we still take advantage of NEPA structure that we're all fairly familiar with? And it's probably as much for the agency as anybody, but
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I will respond to that unless someone else. It's hard on virtual because we can't do our usual checking in on who wants to best respond. But Mr. Twite, to answer your question, so as the council knows and Sarah laid out, you know, the first step is an action. The council decides it wants to take an action and then develops alternatives and then figures out whether or not that action and the alternatives have the potential for significant impacts. And then if so, then we make preparations to prepare an EIS. So that's the normal process. And, you know, since the ecosystem committees first started talking about this issue of, you know, how do we take a programmatic look at changes that have happened, that kind of thing, we've always been struggling with the what is the action. You know, I think to get to your specific question of if we had an action where we didn't think there's a potential for significant impacts from the action or the alternatives, but we still wanted to do an EIS-like process, you know, so this is getting a little bit in the NEPA weeds, but you can, for an EA, you can do scoping. You can do all of the public steps that you do in an EIS. Those are possible to do for an EA as well. I think that's what you're asking about, Mr. Twite, is could we, for example, publish a scoping notice in the Federal Register and accept comments, that type of thing. I would say that EISs have a lot of process. And if you're looking at an action with no potential for significant impacts, it would be a lot of process to try to go through just for the benefit of the EIS process, where we could analyze, we could think about which key features the council would like to do, and if those are possible to do within EA. But again, I think it focuses on what is the council's action.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I just want to state that I asked that question sort of ignoring the current state of council and particularly agency resources to bring to bear to this effort. I asked it more from a standpoint of if we had the resources to do it, is it possible to do? And I'm very cognizant of the probability that we'll learn more about in the near term, that we may simply not have the resources for that kind of fairly structured, fairly intensive decision-making process. So, but appreciated the answer. I still think that may prove helpful to us in some way.
Thank you. Thank you for that important recognition, Mr. Dwight. Not seeing any other questions at this point. I think we're ready to move on.
So despite kind of indicating that changes to the council's goals and objectives doesn't necessitate immediate or required management measures, as Ms. Kimball noted, the updating policy guidance can still allow the council to do several things. It can allow the council to look ahead, as well as provide transparency in trying to communicate the council's values and priorities, and policy guidance can inform future council actions and provide a template from which to evaluate progress. And one example of this would be the groundfish work plan, which is updated on every council agenda as a reference. It's under the staff tasking agenda item, and this is also reviewed by the council as an agenda item. Now that review occurs every 3 years, and the council can reference these goals in your consideration of decision-making for changes to specific programs or management measures. And the work plan can also be used to evaluate progress towards achieving those goals, and the council can look back and see whether or not it feels it has achieved those goals. The discussion document includes appendices with all of the existing FMP policies, goals, and objectives in one place for reference. It also includes tables that look like the excerpt that is on the slide to help compare and contrast what the current goals and objectives in the council's FMPs are. And the intent behind providing you with all of this information is not necessarily for every page of it to be read in the appendices, but they are just provided as a reference if you do want to, or someone wants to understand kind of the starting point for how staff approached the draft revised goals and objectives. Getting into the new information we brought you today, the ideas for revised cross FMP goals and objectives. Under the council's current alternative 1, the council would continue to maintain the separate FMP guidance, and under alternative 2, the council is considering a more adaptive ecosystem-based approach to policies, goals, and objectives, with a particular focus on climate resilience, local knowledge, traditional knowledge, subsistence, and assessing and adapting to risk. And I'll note that the current separate FMP guidance is the council's current ecosystem-based management policy and objectives. So that's not to say that alternative 2 would be implementing the first ever council's ecosystem-based management policy and objectives. The current alternative the council has designed in such a way that it is trying to look forward despite being set up in 2004. Over the past several years, the council has definitely made significant strides towards trying to implement more ecosystem-based management policies. And one example of that is the council's ecosystem vision statement that's already included in the council's management.
Question, Ms. Cleaver, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's this and a couple of the previous slides, Ms. Cleaver, I think I'm trying to reckon with the fact that the framework for this looks as if the only place that we have any policy guidance is going to be in a programmatic or is in our FMP goals and objectives, when we've been really specific about having objectives and principles around our brand new climate change work plan. And we've been really specific to adopt goals and objectives through our LKTK protocol and all of the action modules that we did with those two efforts. So I guess, can you expand a little bit more? Is the benefit of a programmatic then putting it all in one place? Because otherwise I feel like we're giving the impression that unless we move forward with this, we don't have other policy and objectives or guidance relative to those two huge efforts, LKTKS and climate resiliency. So can you expand on that a tiny bit for me, please?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, certainly. So the council, as you said, is currently and has planned several different initiatives related to the purpose and needs statement of this programmatic evaluation. The local, I think some of the slides and some of the sections in the document highlight all of the current and planned initiatives that the council is taking. That is, I'll get to this under alternative 2, but those initiatives are not, while they're currently happening, they're not necessarily reflected in the goals and management objectives that were developed by the council in 2004. So while the council's undertaking all of that, all of those initiatives related to climate and the LKTKS protocol, those aren't necessarily captured in the council's current management goals and objectives. And so while the management of the council would continue, or if the council continues its climate initiatives and other work, it can continue doing that under alternative 1. I think in past discussions, we've just heard that alternative 1 means that we almost have this mismatch where the council's policy and objectives and goals might not fully be taking credit for where the council has begun trying to focus on more climate informed fisheries management or more consideration of local knowledge and traditional knowledge.
Short follow-up. I realize we're not helping you with your schedule, Madam Chair. And I don't mean to imply that this isn't the council's work that you're talking about. We take ownership for how we've gotten to this place. But I do think what I'm taking from that is because we do have explicit goals even right now without any changes on tribal and community access and engagement, on best available science, which includes climate science, on council process. So I am still taking that the benefit would be writing it all down in a different area than all the areas we have it now, and that may be of some benefit. It doesn't affect the actual work, but it affects where you might see the narrative. You don't need to respond to that, but that's what I'm getting out of this. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
So when looking at how to develop policy guidance under alternative 2, there are multiple ways that this alternative could be interpreted. One way, and I think based on our previous exchanges, this will be interesting to think about, because one way of looking at alternative 2, which we're calling 2A, would focus would mostly focus on the work that the council is already discussing or already planning to undertake through the CCTF or climate scenario, the information that came out of the climate scenarios workshop and all of the other council initiatives. This would just, getting at Ms. Kimball's question, this would just revise the council's goals and objectives to be aligned with this work that had not been occurring to the extent that it is now until a few years ago within the council's process. So this would really just be changing the language in the FMP to be reflective of the work that is already planned or ongoing. There's another approach 2B, or what we're calling 2B, which would involve a stronger, even more risk-averse approach towards any or all kinds of goals. So it's kind of a sliding scale from where we are now under alternative 1. This is really just the policy goals and objectives that the council has in its FMPs right now, noting that the council can still continue moving forward with any or all of its work on these issues. Alternative 2A would then bring the policy goals and objectives more in line with where the council is now with regards to things like its climate readiness efforts, current thinking on EBFM. And the third level on this sliding scale would be alternative 2B or approach 2B, which guides the council towards an even more risk-averse precautionary approach beyond its current trajectory. So there's kind of a scale there in how the council could choose to move forward. And this isn't to say that the council needs to choose one of these. It's possible that the council is interested in looking at both of these approaches or a blend of the two, depending on what goal we're looking at. But whichever way the council would like to move forward, staff need more direction on whether there's a preferred approach of one of these two or a combination approach, so that we can come back with a draft analysis that's helping the conversation move forward, rather than trying to take a guess at what the council might want and then analyzing something that the council didn't intend. This slide just describes some of the reasons that have been previously discussed as to why the council might consider these revisions to its policy guidance. And I'll note that revisions are suggested for some, but not all of the goals. Where these ideas for revised goals and objectives are coming from, again, these are just meant as a starting point for the council to work from. So staff have synthesized information from all of these sources on the slide, and this is council's some of the council's currently planned work and previous work. So we've synthesized this information, and this is further explained in section 3.2, and staff have organized this information into potential revised goals and objectives that are reflective of this information. So the ideas for revised policy guidance also come from looking for consistency across the FMPs, since the FMPs present somewhat different goals and objectives, as well as looking at other council guidance, such as the LKTKS protocol. The revised goals and objectives must also be consistent with the national standards and with NMFS guidance. And one important point is that because, as you were discussing a little bit in the B reports, because the CEQ regulations on NEPA are rescinded or will be rescinded shortly, NOAA will be working on updating guidance in response to the recent executive order. And it's important to make sure that any changes that are made to the council's goals and objectives remain consistent with whatever that NMFS guidance will be. And right now, as you heard, the agency doesn't have any concrete answers on how new guidance might influence direction on this process. Section 4.2 is the main new content that is that has been prepared for the council's discussion. These are the examples of what revised goals and objectives in the council's FMPs could look like. On the screen is an excerpt from table 2. Again, there's more explanation for how these were developed in appendix 1. This table just includes one example using the theme of biological sustainability. So it includes the existing groundfish FMP goal, examples of how this goal could be revised as a cross FMP goal, and examples of objectives using the 2 different approaches for thinking about them using approach 2A and 2B.
Yes, Ms. Cleaver and Ms. Gimbel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before we go through the rest of this table, Ms. Cleaver, where did the approaches come from? I know the council previously supported very explicitly for you to provide some draft objectives that might be new and different, but where did the 2 approaches come from?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So looking through all of the materials on, we go back. Looking through all of these and information from the SSC workshops and looking through the report coming out of the climate scenarios workshop, as Ms. Latanich worked through these different documents and reports and historical policy guidance, I think she was able to organize kind of these 2, or she saw based on what information she was seeing in these reports, she was really seeing these a way to break the council's approach into these 2 directions. And I think the point of noting that the council doesn't necessarily have to choose one of those 2 directions, but that that there could be a blend of these 2 is that staff did not want to go and make an assumption, run with an assumption that the council wants only goals and objectives that are more reflective of approach 2A. And staff really wanted a better understanding of how kind of far to go under approach 2B. And the difference in the approaches 2A and 2B would really be reflective specifically in the council's objectives. And you'll notice that in the tables at the end of the document, we really don't provide that many examples of objectives under scenario 2A or 2B. We don't fill those all out, and that's because staff did not feel comfortable trying to write objectives that should really be informed by how the council wants to move forward, whether it looks something more like approach 2A or it looks something more like approach 2B.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms.
Thank
Gimbel.
you for that. It's helpful in part because I think we don't have any good concrete examples of what 2B looks like because they're so future facing, and really we're just in the early stages of getting all of our new work underway, which I guess you captured under 2A. But I take your response also that the council didn't bless kind of a more risk averse approach, and we could have called that more resilient or more adaptive or more stable. But that work is still something you need council input on if this goes forward.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. We would certainly appreciate some more input on kind of what a more risk averse or precautionary or whatever language the council wants to come up with to be reflective of kind of going this next step under approach 2B, what those objectives should look like. And that's really most appropriate for council discussion and for public input.
Thanks.
And Mr. Twite.
So sort of ask this with the caveat that I understand that all of this really requires council review, input, and adoption in some form or another. But was the way that 2B was drafted partly influenced by some of the feedback that we got from the climate scenarios workshop. Some of the feedback seemed to fit in as staff worked through and tried to categorize. My understanding is that some of the feedback that we got, staff saw a pretty direct linkage with some of our existing goals and objectives and sort of fit into our current groundfish work plan fairly neatly. There was some other feedback that we got that staff didn't see that same sort of almost one-to-one correspondence. And so that, looking at that list of the ones that didn't fit in as well, did that sort of influence how staff constructed 2B for the council to think about? Was as if the council was interested in picking up some of that feedback from the scenarios workshop, 2B is one way the council could consider doing that.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, you said that and explained it in a much better way than I did. And I think part of the work that Ms. Latanich did coming out of the workshop and the other kind of both the climate scenarios workshop, the SSC workshops, and some of the other climate reports that the council's received and work at the Science Center is that there were clearly ways that the council already has this planned work and has done some of the work that would fall under approach 2A. And then Ms. Latanich did see, she has these amazing mapping tools that I don't know how her brain manages to organize all of this information, but there were these pieces or ideas of information that came out of those efforts and conversations in the workshop that, yes, were not necessarily things that the council has already planned for, but approach 2B really tries to take a direction that would be ideas that the council could pick up on for the future.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually building off of Mr. Twite's question. Am I understanding this correctly, though, that under alternative 2B, this more risk-averse approach, all of that work could continue through the council's committees, regardless of whether we move forward with a programmatic?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, absolutely. The idea behind the programmatic is simply to put all of that work or reflect all of that work in a revised policy goals and objectives. So any of this work can still continue as it could any other time the council can choose to move forward with whatever actions it would like to.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions at this point.
Objectives. So any of this work can still continue as it could any other time the council can choose to move forward with whatever actions it would like to.
Watch YouTube.
Can we take a minute to figure out what this?
We're going to take a quick stand down here. Make sure our audio is. Thank you. I think we're all set now.
And one more. Okay. Just some process reminders. I want to reiterate that the organization of these revised goals and objectives is based on the existing groundfish FMP goals. And this section focuses on new ideas in support of alternative 2. So not all of the existing groundfish objectives are carried through at this time, but carryover of any of the existing groundfish and other FMP goals and objectives could be addressed later. We're not dropping anything as a goal or objective at this point. Next. First, I'll talk about suggestions for revised goals. More substantial changes are suggested for some of the goals, and staff did not provide ideas for revising some goals because a few of them are already broadly enough worded. And it is possible that they could be adopted as cross FMP goals and seem to support alternative 2 in their current form, but we certainly want feedback whether revisions are needed to those goals. So for example, on the right hand side of the slide, we did not suggest changes at this time to goals 4, 5, and 6, but would like input on how those could potentially be revised under alternative 2. I'll walk through on the next slide. I'll walk through several examples of revised goals, focusing on the ones that staff identified the most potential for revision. These are based on all of the information that we've heard over the past few years, and there's a spectrum of what the options of new management goals and objectives could look like. I'll note that the information that the staff used to develop these goals across all of the workshops and climate work and the local knowledge, traditional knowledge protocol, not all of that information, and those that attended the climate scenarios workshop will be aware of this. Not everything that we've heard over the past few years is in agreement. And so I just want to acknowledge that as we walk through these. And I think Ms. Lutanich really did her best to try to pull together and tease out kind of the broadest take that she could, acknowledging that sometimes there were ideas that were in opposition to each other. Looking at goal 3, the current groundfish FMP goal that's related to the theme of ecosystems, which I believe the themes were kind of the broad boxes that that each of these goals could fit into. The current groundfish FMP goal says preserve food web, and a potential revision to this goal could be to maintain healthy, productive, biodiverse, and resilient marine ecosystems that support sustainable fisheries and a range of services and users. The rationale behind this change: first, not all FMPs include a goal related to ecosystem health, so adding one would certainly improve cross-FMP consistency. And this is a rather wordy goal, but it uses language from the Council's ecosystem policy. For goal 8, this is reflective of the theme of tribal and community access and engagement. The current goal in the groundfish FMP says increase Alaska Native consultation, and a potential revised goal for this statement, or for this revised goal for this could be to support tribal and community access and engagement. These revisions would first improve consistency across the FMPs. The proposed wording clarifies the Council's responsibilities and practices with regard to tribal consultations, and this revision distinguishes between formal tribal consultation, which is done by NMFS, and forms of engagement and outreach that the Council also supports that are separate from that. The best available science goal: the current groundfish FMP goal refers to improving data quality, monitoring, and enforcement. And one suggested revision could be to use best available science that draws on the full range of available sources. The rationale behind this would refocus the wording on best available science, which is consistent with National Standard 2, as well as the Council's purpose and need. And this new language includes the full range of available sources, which recognizes the broad range of information that the council uses as inputs, and the broad range of knowledge systems, which includes climate science and local knowledge and traditional knowledge. And both of these types of information are emphasized in the council's purpose and need. Goal 10 is council process. This is an entirely new goal. There is not currently a goal on council process within the FMPs. The council could consider whether there is a reason to add this as a goal, or this could be combined with an existing goal, such as goal 8. The potential revised wording under alternative 2 for this goal could be to support an open, transparent, and inclusive process. And the rationale behind this was, again, consistency across FMPs, recognizing some of the ideas that came out of the climate scenarios workshop, and providing a way to identify consistent, actionable objectives and evaluate progress towards their implementation. Next, we'll walk through a couple examples of revised objectives to illustrate the two different approaches, 2A and 2B, and reiterate kind of why we're looking for more guidance there. So as an example, we'll look at goal 1, which is biological sustainability. The current groundfish FMP goal is prevent overfishing, and a suggested revision first to the goal, then I'll get to the objectives. The suggested revision to the goal is prevent overfishing, achieve optimum yield, and maintain long-term biological sustainability of managed stocks. There are clearly multiple ways that the council could focus this and develop specific management objectives that would fall under this goal. A reminder that while we're looking for more feedback, the council does not need to develop and approve specific objectives at this time. What we're looking for is more guidance on how the council would like to interpret alternative 2. Does it look more like alternative 2A, the focus on existing or planned council work, or approach 2B, or does the council want to consider a combination of both? So under approach 2A, the objectives could be focused on the initiatives that the council has already talked about. In this case, a couple of examples include developing and reviewing harvest policies that consider and are responsive to climate-driven uncertainty and risk. Another example would be to consider climate information in rebuilding plans. Under approach 2B, the council could develop objectives that go a bit farther, describing an even stronger, more risk-averse approach that could involve steps the council has not necessarily discussed in detail or committed to yet. For example, adopt a more precautionary approach to mitigate and buffer against climate impacts. For another example of revised objectives, we'll look at goal 7, which focuses on management measures. First, just noting that the council's current FMP goal for this is to provide or promote equitable and efficient use of fishery resources. And the suggested revisions could be to promote flexible, responsive management measures that enable adaptation to changing conditions. And the rationale behind this potential revision was to reflect the council's purpose and need, which refers to flexibility and responsiveness. And the current goal wording that's currently in the groundfish FMP, I believe, reflects the focus of groundfish management that was occurring at the time in 2004, including managing excess capacity and overcapitalization in the fisheries. So to reflect the current conditions and challenges, including ideas that came up at the climate scenarios workshop related to diversification and flexibility, could be included within this goal. Now, looking at this, the approach to the objectives under approach 2A, the council could focus this on initiatives the council has already talked about, in this case, developing approaches to identify and respond to early warnings and identifying barriers and solutions for diversification and flexibility. And I'll note there are several other examples potential management objectives in table 4.2. Excuse me, I think it's section 4.2. These are ideas that were discussed at the climate scenarios workshop and already things the council is interested or has indicated it's interested in pursuing. Under approach 2B, the council could develop objectives that involve steps the council has talked about in the past, but has not necessarily made progress or committed to. For example, considering if-then mechanisms for automating climate-informed management responses, or developing capacity to support flexible and responsive management tools, including dynamic and in-season management. So as I've said, there are multiple ways of interpreting these revised goals. We're looking for more discussion and guidance on which direction the council is interested in, whether it's interpreting more focused on planned or existing work, or work that the council has yet to commit to for the future. A related question, which we've talked about, is what are some examples of even more risk-averse management objectives under approach 2B? And again, the council could ask for exploration of both approaches, or modify any of the existing alternatives. So that kind of leads us to next slide, which is potential action for the council. I'm just highlighting these 3 areas where council input is needed if the council would like to move forward on this action. Again, that is minor revisions to the purpose and needs statement if you choose, some discussion and potentially adoption of the goal statements for analysis, and then providing more direction on potential management objectives. Would the council like to focus more on the work the council is already doing, or some of the more risk-averse options that came out in all of these different initiatives and workshops. And as always, the council has the flexibility to make changes at any point throughout the process, up until final action. So this would certainly be an iterative process. On the next slide, this just includes potential later steps if the council were to choose to move forward, both for kind of next steps coming out of this meeting potentially, and then looking into further in the year and potentially next year. But obviously this timeline is fully dependent upon on how the council would like to proceed, and as well as resources and input that we get back from the agency in June, I hope. I think that is all. Maybe we just go back to the previous slide and leave that one up for conclusion.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Cleaver. Mr. Twite has a question.
Actually, I'd like you to go back to your last slide. I think I can identify, but which of these potential steps are really the resource intensive steps, both for council staff and for agency staff, as well as Alaska Fisheries Science Center staff. But I don't want to assume too much. And so I'm hoping you could maybe just give us your assessment, at least, of which of these points are going to demand that we have the resources ready to do, and that it will be a fair commitment of resources.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think there's a big difference between which will take council time and prioritization versus staff time and resources. Certainly beginning a draft analysis for initial review would take, as is typical, would take more resources. That's a much lengthier, intensive analysis than where we're currently at. Developing and approving a larger policy statement and trying to fine tune the wording of goals and objectives, I think is heavier might be a heavier lift for the council in terms of trying to have conversations and find agreement on what that specific language should be. And certainly staff can try to do some of the work as requested by the council to try to help those conversations move along. But those will probably take more time for public input and more time for council discussion, as well as if the council wanted to pursue further discussion of questions like how to define precautionary, and how to define risk averse. As far as science center commitment, that would also, it's not entirely clear to me what the role of the science center right now would be in this analysis, but I would expect that any resources that are needed from the science center would likely fall again under that initial review part of the process.
And that's really useful. Thank you. In other words, we really can't go very far without having a clear idea of whether or not resources are available. As I think about whether this would be treated as EIS, EA, categorical exclusion, essentially NEPA, non-NEPA. I was trying to think about particularly the steps on the left. How many of the, I don't even know if staff have had time to consider this, but the question is, how many of those would add value to the council regardless of which process, which NEPA process, if any, were chosen? How many of those are really independent of NEPA and provide information and provide work that will be valuable to the council?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, you mean how many of those, the bullets on the left there?
Correct.
I think the answer to that could be pretty subjective. It really depends. I could see benefit in all four of those bullets. It really depends on where the council wants to prioritize updating the language in its FMPs and where that falls in priority to some of the other work that the council is currently undergoing.
That's fair. And I think what you said in there was, depending on council choice, of how much they want to get out of those, they can do those NEPA independent or within a NEPA framework, either way. But the council will still have to determine exactly what it's looking for. And I think that's a fair answer, but it also really helped me in terms of we can work on those even if, as long as we know they'll be useful to us regardless of the choice that's made for NEPA, I think is what I heard in that.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, the council would just need to commit resources to doing these steps as usual.
Totally right. Resource dependent. Yeah. And the council will have to make that decision. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any other questions at this point? And then thank you for the presentation, Ms. Kleber. So we will move into our AP report for C4, and then we will move right into public testimony after our AP report. So any members of the public wishing to testify on C4, please sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you. Ms. Ma'am. We'll wait until the PowerPoint comes on screen. I see it. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, council members. I'm going to provide two motion. We made two motions on C4 programmatic evaluation. There we go. Our first motion was the AP recommends that the council pause the programmatic evaluation process, and that motion passed 21-0. And I'll stop there and see if there's questions. That first motion? Or do
Maybe we'll take questions after you read both since they're so small or so
Okay.
short.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Motion 2, the AP recommends the council initiate a retrospective analysis of how, whether, and why goals and objectives from FMPs and other key council guidance have or have not been met. And that motion passed 14-7. And I would be happy to take any questions on either.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Are there any questions on the AP report? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for the presentation. On motion 1, did the AP discuss just instead of just pausing the programmatic, saying that we're going to table this and essentially terminate work on it? Did they discuss that distinction?
Through the chair, good morning, Ms. Goen. Thank you for the question. We had conversations around that, but many of the AP members were more interested in a pause, which didn't infer judgment necessarily on the process, but was more in recognition of challenges with funding and staffing. And so we were also the AP was also being responsive to public comment that we heard where several groups were asking sort of to park this versus discontinue altogether. And so that is reflective of public comment and AP sentiment that at this time there's just so much uncertainty around funding and staff that we just felt that the pause was most appropriate.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your report. I guess as I look at both of these motions, though, motion 2, when you mentioned that the AP recommends the council pause, was a staffing and resources issue. Motion 2 appears to me to be could consume quite a bit of staffing and resources as well. Did that distinction get discussed during your AP discussion?
Through the chair, good morning, Mr. Williams. Thank you for the question. Absolutely, and that's reflected in the 14-7 vote. That was one of the primary concerns of AP members who voted against the motion, was that this could be a significant undertaking.
Thank you, and Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report, Ms. Mann. My question is in regard to motion 2 here, and I see in one of the bullet points in rationale is the motion captures the desire to determine if current policy objectives and goals from the 2004 programmatic have been successfully met by various council actions. And I guess as I'm thinking about that, it seems like that to establish that it's going to be subjective, because whether or not it was successful is going to depend on who you are and what your perspective is. And I'm wondering if there was conversation at the AP on how an analyst or a staff member might reconcile that and how they're supposed to make that kind of a qualitative judgment. It seems like kind of a different task for an analyst than one we normally give them.
Through the chair, good morning, Brian. Thank you for the question. Absolutely, that conversation did occur. And specifically, an AP member basically said what you just said, that staff doesn't generally provide this type of analysis. The thinking of the maker of the motion was similar to program reviews, where you have what the goals and objectives were, and then you report on what has occurred, and then the AP, public, and council would be the ones making the determination on whether or not those goals and objectives had been met. And this came about because there is so much confusion, and I think you've heard that this morning, just in discussion around the table from the public on what the programmatic is and is not. And we're at a place where all members, I would say, of the AP really felt that we don't exactly know the answer here. So is it that the 2004 programmatic does need to be updated, or do we need to answer these questions first? But again, it wasn't that the analysts would be the ones that would tell us whether or not the objectives had been met. It would be put forward like a program review, and we would make that determination as the public, as advisors, and as council members. I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Ms. Mann.
You and
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mann. I think you may have started to answer this a bit with your response to Mr. Ritchie, but in making motion 2, I'm assuming the AP understood that the council receives, and therefore everybody gets, every 3 years, a review of progress made on the groundfish work plan objectives. And that does give us an opportunity as council members and others to review how, whether, and why goals and objectives, at least the ones that are listed in the groundfish work plan, which I'll admit aren't all of them. So was the AP suggesting that we build off that, improve that, or I don't understand how that review fits into this AP recommendation is really what I'm saying, asking about.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, through the chair, for the question. Yes, so that was discussed at the AP. Part of the rationale for this motion was that it was unclear whether that was continuing to happen and whether or not simply providing those reports on a more regular basis might actually meet the goal of motion 2. There was also confusion by members of the AP and sharing the voices of their constituents of where to find the information. And the maker of the motion believed that having this type of analysis would put all that information in one place. There was discussion that a lot of that information currently exists, but people are unsure of where to find it. So it could actually be that just providing some clear communication on where that information could be found may also meet the intent of this motion. I hope that helps.
It really does, and I might have even sounded a little unfair in terms of how I was asking the question, because I think your points that the AP work on this really reflects the fact that it is difficult to track these things, and it's not easy to find the history, which helps you understand how all the pieces fit together. So I appreciate your response, and I think that's also where you were going somewhat with Mr. Ritchie's question. That's a useful reflection from the AP to the council on the utility of some of our processes, at least to me as one council member.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Twite and Madam Chair. I would just add, as the council expands to be as inclusive as possible of all stakeholders, there are several, new participants to the process, and including sort of LK, TK, and so trying to make that information available to people and learning from AP members who are sharing the experiences of their constituents. And so I think you understood well what I was trying to say. Thanks.
thank you. Are there any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for the report.
Thank you. Have a nice morning.
You too. So that brings us to public testimony on C4. It looks like we have 3 people signed up. As a reminder, individuals and companies have 3 minutes, organizations and associations will have 6 minutes. You'll see a timer up on the screen, and we will begin with Brendan Raymond Jacobian and Dr. Lauren Devine, followed by Caitlin Yeager.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. Coeric and the Aleut community of St. Paul Island are going to provide joint testimony on this agenda item today. For the record, my name is Lauren Devine. I'm the director of the Ecosystem Conservation Office for the Aleut community of St. Paul Island, and I will hand it to Brendan for introductions, and then he will begin.
My name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of Coeric, the Alaska Native nonprofit tribal consortium formed by and for the 20 tribes of the Bering Strait region. Greetings today from us as well. We've long been skeptical about the merits of this endeavor, and we believe that the council and NMFS should off-ramp from the programmatic and in a manner which ensures holding to the promise of no steps backwards, preserving and in the future building upon the positive steps they've taken regarding EBFM, tribes and tribal knowledge, and community engagement. To be clear, by off-ramping, we only mean with regard to the programmatic process of the past several years. We do not mean the idea of the council ever in the future holistically examining the management system. The council and agency, we feel, should also do a retrospective analysis of whether, when, and how the goals and objectives were or were not met and why that was the case as pertains to FMPs, programs, and other key guidance such as FEPs, protocols, and the like. This would be valuable for informing future council work regardless of the path forward pertaining to the programmatic. The SSC has identified this as a research priority, and the AP, as was just noted, has expressed interest in their second motion as well. That some of this work appears to have been done to some extent previously indicates it's achievable to do in an updated and more holistic fashion. This would create the possibility for a transparent discussion across the board for the council, its bodies, and its participants to have important foundational discussions. To be abundantly clear, we're not saying, though, that this is the solution or missing piece to moving forward with the programmatic, which, as noted, we believe should be paused and off-ramped from regardless. But to our mind, such an analysis certainly should have been a precursor step to a programmatic, which was missed along the way. And we also feel it's something that would be valuable regardless. If a programmatic evaluation were not pursued, this self-evaluation would be valuable for helping ensure fishery management is meeting its aims. And if it is continued, this needs to be a baseline step, as it doesn't make sense to us to write a new playbook without understanding what happened with the previous one. We're concerned, for example, that there's already a substantial amount of good language in the existing FMP goals and objectives, but that they were not all met with adequate and timely follow through. And as is intimated by our use of the term holistic, we feel we should also be looking at and adequately resourcing the goals, objectives, and other guidance in other existing council approved documents as well, to ensure we're meeting and maintaining those moving forward. For example, in the Bering Sea FEP, the Community Engagement Committee's work, and the work of the LKTKS Task Force.
If for some reason the council and agency do proceed in some fashion down a programmatic evaluation path at this juncture, which again, we prefer for the process to be off-ramped, we ask that you consider the following. There's widespread confusion about what process we're actually in, what has changed, what's not changed over time, what this would and would not achieve, and how this works. How the work is achievable given the current limitations of staff capacity and resources, and the fact that we are not anywhere near where previous pathways and aims were going. It just does not seem wise at this juncture to charge forward. We feel that if some sort of programmatic evaluation were to proceed, it should have a complete pause and reset. The reset should seek first to establish clear definitions of what the process is. Now, relevant terms, open questions, relevance to guidelines, merits, and potential outcomes of the endeavor, and clear pathways for how a new process would proceed. And it should include planning for meaningful and timely engagement and capital C consultation with tribes, with clear and transparent plans for how that input is going to be integrated, and potentially consideration of reconceptualizing the purpose and need for the action. Additionally, if a programmatic evaluation were to proceed, again, a no steps backward approach should be ensured throughout. We must not lose the significant steps forward that the council and agency have already taken in certain respects, as Brendan noted earlier. And we can already see worrying signs of this occurring, such as changes in the discussion paper that suggested amending language regarding equitable allocation to responsiveness and flexibility, and removed consultation in favor of engagement, and the lack of the principle of precautionary management in the purpose and needs statement, which had already been established as an existing principle in council management and in our view is necessary for effective ecosystem-based fisheries and climate resilient management. In summary, we request that the council off-ramp from the current programmatic evaluation, and if the process is not off-ramped entirely, we request that there be a complete pause and reset. Additionally, we request a review and evaluation of how current goals and objectives of FMPs, programs, and key guidance have or have not been met, and why this is the case, as was also requested by the second AP motion on the agenda item. With that, we'll thank you for the opportunity to provide this joint comment and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you both for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. The term off-ramp, I just want to make sure I understand that clearly. Your first ask of the council, or your primary ask, is to off-ramp. So that means no further work on the programmatic evaluation. And that's notwithstanding, I also heard comments saying maybe in the future we'd want to look at that. But is that what off-ramp means, or does it mean something else that I don't know? Thanks.
This is Brendan. From Quirk's perspective, yes, that's what we meant. We've heard some other terms used as well, just in the intervening days, like table. But offer, yes, I think you hit the nail on the head, Ms. Kimball. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your recommendation correctly on the reviewing the FMP goals and objectives. We've heard good work is happening, important work around LKTKS, ecosystem-based management, climate initiatives. Do you feel like that work is far enough along to be doing this review now? Or should that work continue further and then a review of those goals and objectives at a later point once the other work is more refined? I hope that makes sense what my question is.
Lauren, did you want to take that? I have a response, but I can pause if you wanted to.
You go ahead, and then I will add in if needed.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Ms. Goen. I think that if I understand your question correctly, you're saying essentially that some of these new initiatives are new, and so would there be value in including them in this because of their newness, or should in those respects there be a little bit of more of a lag time to see how things shake out with them? And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll answer that. I think that there would still be some benefit to looking holistically across as many of them as possible. I think with regard to the climate work plan, that's probably not, since it really hasn't been worked on and implemented, and the CCTF just did the climate readiness synthesis, which essentially in many ways you could argue did some of this. So it could just be sort of pulled in as opposed to redone. And that may be the case as folks have suggested with some other things as well, like the groundfish FMP. Some of this work appears to already have been done or with particular programs, so it could just be pulled in. With something like the LKTKS, I think it would probably be valuable to start doing that now, because we've had at least one major council action that's moved quite a bit along. And by that, I mean the chum bycatch action, where some of this protocol work has been implemented. So it would be probably useful, a useful juncture to say, okay, what's working, what's not, where are the gaps, things of that nature. So I would say generally it's a case by case basis, but climate is probably the outlier, and is where one would probably just be pulling in already, recently completed meta-analysis.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where we were thinking, and the discussion around the advisory panel after we provided a quite similar testimony was kind of hashing out the confusion between what information is already made available, and there is that confusion for the public, for participants in this process, especially those that aren't as actively engaged, to be able to understand in particular this agenda item when they do not know where to access that information. And so thinking of this as Brendan noted, there are areas and things that can be brought in and updated. This maybe isn't as heavy of a lift for staff as it could be if if some of this information is already existing and makes its way into council documents, as was kind of discussed in the AP. However, we do have the CEC, the LKTKS task force, like some of these areas, again, as Brendan said, climate change task force, perhaps in highlighting gaps or potential areas for improvement in future council work. But again, I guess I also want to highlight, we think this analysis was a missed piece within the process previously. Regardless of where the programmatic goes, this analysis, I feel quite strongly, could be incredibly useful if it's done in that holistic way as a kind of precursor to anything, but should be done independently of the programmatic moving forward anyway. I just want to make that note.
Yeah, that was very helpful.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier is Caitlin Yeager, and then Becca Robbins Just Claire.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you. My name is Caitlin Yeager, and I'm here on behalf of the At-Sea Processors Association. We represent 15 AFACPs operating in the Bering Sea and appreciate the council's ongoing commitment to the incorporation of ecosystem-based fishery management, climate resiliency, and LKTKS into its overarching policy guidance. We submitted a letter to the council in December regarding the harvest specs process, and while these are completely separate issues, I want to bring it up because that letter goes into great detail on the variety of ways that you already incorporate ongoing work in some of these initiatives. So for example, the AFSC peak meetings, which inform the fall assessment cycle and cover topics such as the ecosystem status reports, ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, and stock assessment risk tables, among many others, collectively providing some pretty extensive on-ramps for the inclusion of new climate-driven data. Another notable tool is the 2018 adoption of the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan and its associated climate change and LKTKS task forces. But to be frank, when I was trying to get up to speed on the history of this programmatic evaluation, I found myself referencing documents and motions from all over the place. They're spread throughout a variety of council items such as IRA funding, climate resiliency, and committee and task force recommendations as well. I also remain a little concerned after listening to the report provided by Dr. Bob Foy on Friday. This is surrounding the availability of funding and staffing to complete assessments just at our current level, and it isn't clear to me to what extent that uncertainty may impact council resources as well. There's a view that status quo is fixed in nature, when in reality, we see it as there are a number of ongoing measures that support those initiatives I mentioned before, and those are reassessed often to reflect change. So in that regard, I'd highlight the Groundfish Programmatic Work Plan with its annual policy and 3-year comprehensive reviews. Another item to consider is the upcoming EFH 5-year review that you got an update on just earlier this week. Slides 5 and 6 of that report do a great job of laying out some of the objectives and assessment metrics to be covered. So in wrapping up my comment here with you, our operations rely on the long-term sustainability of our fisheries and ecosystems. but we support the AP motion for taking a pause before making large steps forward in this process. We feel it'd be beneficial to have more clarity on what status quo entails and what the current review processes are that are integral to this work. I think a lot of work is being done here. And in turn, that by looking at that, it may provide you more insight as to what would be appropriate going forward with programmatic eval. And lastly, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to provide comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Jaeger. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Thwaites.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Yeager. You described something that we're hearing a lot of, which is even if you kind of think you know your way around the council process pretty well, this is one of those issues where it's still difficult to locate all the puzzle pieces, much less assemble them. And I'm wondering if in your judgment, the council maybe could use a pause to think some more about that challenge and where you would recommend the council start addressing that particular challenge.
Through the chair, Mr. Chwait, I think you summed that up very well. It's hard to wrap your arms around this one, having participated in the council process for quite some time. I think the analysis document that was requested out of the AP could be viewed a few different ways. And I'm wondering how useful an item like that could be as sort of a reference tool for people who are looking to maybe weigh in on the council process on a specific item and point them in a direction. Like we've seen, we've got the programmatic review that's in staff tasking, or those EFH consultations, which are in the B reports. And I'm not quite sure that the public always focuses on those to a high degree. So maybe a reminder or some sort of summation that would give people a little more of a place to start from might be helpful, seeing that these are very important items, and they will continue to be a high priority, I think, for all members and users in the process. And so it could help the council and both the public in giving them some direction, if that gets to the gist of your question.
It does, and it kind of led me into wanting to ask you to channel your inner Stephanie Madsen and give me a sense of maybe how you think a retooled ecosystem committee might help with that.
Through the chair, I think the ecosystem committee could begin by providing feedback on the tool. We all look at this from different directions. So members of the committee could provide tools and resources that they think are very pertinent to some of the draft goals and objectives that have been stated thus far. And knowing that that committee would generally represent a wide array of people, I think that that is a good opportunity to start and make some progress without shelving the item too far, since I understand there's a hesitancy and that we've spent a lot of time discussing the difference between pausing versus off-ramping and discontinuing. So for those members who would be looking to potentially restart the process, this could be an area to do that. Provide hey, where are we starting from? What is our status quo? are we doing all of these things and maybe just not articulating it very clearly for people? And that those committee members, rather than putting all of this work on staff, those committee members could provide avenues and directions to find those gaps, so to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Yeager.
Thank you.
Our last testifier is Becca Robbins-Gisclair.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Becca Robbins-Gisclair representing Ocean Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. Ocean Conservancy has been commenting on this for several years and really pushed for a programmatic to begin. And the problems that we've been highlighting as reasons for doing this really haven't changed. The marine environment is still changing rapidly and unpredictably. The current management system is ill-equipped to address those changes in an equitable and timely manner. And we're not really able to respond quickly to rapid climate change, nor adequately incorporate Indigenous knowledge, subsistence impacts, community perspectives, or ecosystem impacts in the manner that were needed to really ensure resilience and sustainability on an ongoing basis. However, given sort of where we are in this process, the changes in the overall political environment and funding environment, we do support pausing the programmatic review and resetting under the principles as outlined in testimony from Aleut Community of St. Paul Island and Queric, as well as in the letter submitted by Canada Chiefs Conference. We do still think that the council is relying on an outdated NEPA analysis to make fishery management decisions. However, I think this programmatic evaluation focused on the goals still doesn't address that. So we see that as somewhat of a separate issue at this point. I do want to highlight, I think a lot of work has gone into this already, and I think we appreciate that and don't want to see that work go to waste, and really do support sort of a stepwise approach to assessing progress on our current goals and utilizing advisory bodies such as the reconstituted ecosystem committee. And we hope that as the council continues to move forward, that we don't lose, the important work that I think has been done to address some of the issues around climate, in particular the recommendations that you adopted from the Climate Change Task Force in December, the recommendations you adopted from the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge, and Subsistence Task Force. I think that those are specific ways to address some of these issues, and the programmatic review may have been a convenient place to bundle some of those things, but I think they can go ahead without this. So, overall, I know these are challenging times to manage, both ecologically and politically, and just want to say we really appreciate the agency and council's support and flexible approach. And I think that a pause is a good way to go at this time. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Robbins-Gisclair. You referenced the role of the potential role for the ecosystem committee, and I was trying to sort of listen for specifics, but also track where you were going more broadly too. And so I might have missed a couple specifics. So I'm wondering if you could just dive a little more deeply into your thoughts about where the ecosystem committee could provide some value in the near term while we wrestle with some of the larger questions you were throwing at us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Twite. And I also plan to address the ecosystem committee more broadly under the staff tasking agenda item as well. But I think here, I certainly, as you think of steps forward, I do think that evaluating goals and progress is always a good idea. I would defer to the council in terms of capacity to do so. But I think that the ecosystem committee would be a very logical place to use to move that forward. I also think that some of the pieces that I mentioned that we don't want to lose, such as the recommendations from the climate change task force, that the ecosystem committee may provide an advisory body that could help work through and keep some of those things moving for the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So that concludes our staff presentation and AP report, public testimony on C4. Let's take our mid-afternoon or mid-morning break, come back at 10:15 and see if the council would like to take action on C4. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we are ready to potentially take action on agenda item C4. Before we do so, I've noticed quite a few public signups for the Tanner crab issue, and we did not budget for as many testifiers as we have so far in our schedule. So I just wanted to announce that we will be needing to cut our testimony time limits. So individuals and companies will have 2 minutes, associations, organizations will have 4 minutes. Hopefully that gives you plenty of time to prepare accordingly. I think that'll help strike the balance so that we'll also be able to have some questions from council members and interactions back and forth on this agenda item. Again, we will not get to public testimony until after lunch at this point. And we'll see how our next agenda item goes as far as our timing. So with that, I'll see if the council wishes to take action on C4. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Madam Chair, I have a motion. The motion reads that council recommends pausing the programmatic evaluation process to reassess council and NIMS resources and allow for further consideration of the need, appropriate vehicle, and process to address changes to the management plan, goals, and objectives. With a second, I will speak.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Twite. I guess I'll be as brief as possible. This is very consistent with the first AP motion, as everyone can see. And I just think we need to take a little bit of a reality check. We have major changes happening in our ability to do our work, not just analyze actions, but make regulations. And I think we've heard through this presentation, which I very much appreciate from Ms. Cleaver, that an EIS for programmatic goals and objectives is not required. We're really not required to do this evaluation at all, even though there should be or would be some value in it. So I'm suggesting a pause through this motion because we have so much uncertainty in resources. We'll have a better idea of our IRA grant funding, which is supporting this work in the coming months. Because of our uncertainty in NIMS capacity and the current administration's priorities, as we heard, I think we'll know a lot more by the June agenda on those particular efforts, and we can kind of act accordingly. I want to make sure folks know that I did hear clearly in testimony that some think we should off ramp. We should stop this work right now. I'm not going that far in this motion. I've talked to others and talked to council members, and given the AP motion, I felt more comfortable in taking a pause. But that does mean that when we have a little bit more information, which, as I said, I think we would have around June, we would be able to assess whether this is still work that we can fit into our schedule and that we have staff resources and staff funding for. I think I also wanted to say that I appreciate, and I do not have a second motion, but I appreciate the AP's second motion very much. And we also received testimony on that. I just want to keep that in mind. I think that's a good thing to consider once we do determine the need, vehicle, or process for this going forward. That might be a reasonable product to start the discussion again, but I do think it's premature at this time. It represents a significant amount of work. And as I already said, I'm really reticent to assigning any additional tasking at this time. See if I can make any other things that I think are important. I appreciate the AP really thinking this through and the testimony that we did receive. I'm certainly concerned that if we proceeded with this at this time and potentially even after June, that will take away from ongoing work that we have, things that actually are affecting how we do management at the council. And that's trying to revise harvest control rules to be accommodating ecosystem changes and changing baselines. It's the on-ramps for LKTKS that we've identified, but we haven't fully implemented, as that's an ongoing process. All of those things require work that I think is very, very meaningful. And so I just want to be sure that when we do make this decision, we are not going backwards, as we heard in testimony, on the work that we have that really does make a difference. I do also appreciate in the staff paper, and I think it's important to emphasize that it was really clear through this paper that no other region does programmatic like this. We don't tier off of this NEPA document to support other actions. We do NEPA analyses for all other management actions. And we also have a lot more relevant and detailed guidance documents from which we're doing our work. And that's our new initiatives on climate resiliency, our initiatives on LKTK. And I just want to ensure that it's really clear, as brought out from our discussion with staff during the presentation, that that work is ongoing regardless of whether programmatic evaluation is done. So I think that's all I wanted to say. I'd be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Thank you for the motion and the rationale. I'll see if there are any questions. Any amendments to the motion? And any comments? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. It's disappointing to me that we're at this point, but I support taking this action or taking this step at this time. It's disappointing to me both in terms of this action, but also I think as I was reflecting on the motion and your thoughts about it, I was realizing this is probably the first of many, many difficult choices this council is going to have to be making over the next several meeting cycles while we continue to explore where we are going to be able to be effective as a council with the resources we have. And so I do think there's some constructive possible things, but I think taking a pause right now gives us all some time to think those through a little bit more clearly so they can be, when we do put them out for consideration, they can be appropriately surgical and as staff resources efficient as possible for consideration. And it just was occurring to me as you were suggesting that we will have some additional information in June. As a council, we need to ensure that our June agenda actually is structured in a way that we'll get the information that we need to gauge the current status of both agency and council resources.
Thank you, Mr. Twite and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I'll be supporting it. I too am disappointed, but I think this is the right decision for this point in time. I appreciate the effort for consistency across FMPs. I think that's a good goal to get to. However, I think it's premature, especially given our climate work plan and LKTKS protocol and our work on ecosystem-based fisheries management. I think some of that work needs to be a little further developed before we move forward with an initiative like this. I also just want to note some comments that I heard in testimony about making sure that we're working with tribes and communities from the ground up moving forward. So just make sure that we're doing that. And then also heard about how hard it is to track this type of agenda item or work in the council. So if we can put some thought into how to make this more clear as we move forward with any future type of work like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goen and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I just really wanted to thank Ms. Kimball for this motion. I think it's the appropriate step at this point, given the information we have at the current time. I want us to be careful about our expectations about the level of information we may even have in June. So just putting that out there, that I'm not entirely sure things will be totally clear, but hopefully we'll know more then. I think Ms. Kimball, this motion is very responsive to the suggestions we received in public testimony. And I've been hearing a lot again about the lack of clarity with respect to the programmatic evaluation. And so just really appreciate you're making this motion and speaking to it in a really clear manner, and I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Any additional comments on the motion? And yes, based on some of the comments heard from council members, just wondering if Mr. Witherell could speak briefly to how we would bring this back up in council discussion, knowing that we may have to set our expectations accordingly, based on the amount of information we get back from the agency, and any information we have on the funding status of our IRA grant. So any insights there would be helpful if you have them right now, and might be something you need to think about a little bit more.
Yeah, all I can think of right now is if there's a change in our budget status, I would alert you during probably my executive director report. And then we can bring back a short discussion under staff tasking, trying to recapture where we are with the programmatic in this decision, and maybe what resources it would take, some assessment of that. And so little bits of information, but not a separate agenda item is how I would think about it at this point.
Okay, thank you. Helpful. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was saying June and thinking that we'd have a lot better information in my rationale in a couple months, but I do not know that. So it's whenever you and Mr. Witherell think there's enough information to actually warrant bringing it back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the motion? Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further action on C4? Seeing none, that brings us to our D1 agenda item, and Ms. Meriden here. Introduce that. Just take a moment to bring up a PowerPoint.
Madam Chair, I can begin with the introduction. I don't have a PowerPoint for this.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair, members of the council, this is Sarah Meriden, council staff. I'm just here to provide a very brief introduction for D1, the cost recovery agenda item. There's two parts to this agenda item. In the first part, Josh Keaton with NMFS Alaska Regional Office is going to present the annual cost recovery report. And the second piece of this agenda item, Alicia Miller with the regional office will present a discussion paper considering some aspects of the cost recovery program, timing and process, considerations for some changes. And then I'll also note there's a few NMFS staff that will be available also for questions if needed. So Jennifer Mondragon and Gretchen Harrington with Alaska Region, and with Office of Law Enforcement, I believe we have Alex Perry and Ben Cheeseman online. So the first part of this agenda item is informational, and the second part is a discussion paper the council may consider action after hearing more about the discussion paper. And that's my brief introduction, and I see the presentation's up, so I can pass it off to Josh for the first part of this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Meriden. And Mr.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the council. I would just ask that presentation be brought down, and I'll bring up my presentation for this part really quick.
Okay, thank you. Looks like it's taken off screen.
All right. I did note, Madam Chair, your request to streamline things so that members of the public can comment to Tanner Crab. So I will go through this report relatively fast. I first want to mention we have multiple staff that were pulled in prior to this past year. Cost recovery reports were done from multiple staff, depending on the program. That has all been consolidated under our cost recovery program subject matter expert that is in my branch. That's Amy Hadfield. And we have noted this already. We have lost several staff that were key to the development of these processes. Notable, the cost recovery fee coordinator left in December, and their replacement also left soon thereafter. So this report, though, is to discuss cost recovery, which is required under Section 304 of the MSA. It enables NIFS to recover costs directly related to management, data collection, and enforcement of any LAP, and it limits the cost recovery fees to 3%. Each year, NIFS determines the fee percentages for each program, and these reports help present the data that was used to collect those fee percentages. As an introduction, I'm not going to spend too much time here, but we have 8 different cost recovery programs. This report has rolled all those 8 separate reports into one report so that the industry can see everything all together. In the past, we would have had 8 different reports here. So just a little introduction on the development of this report. At the February 2024 council meeting, I had taken on the role of helping control the reports here, and there was a letter submitted. I have to turn something off. I'm sorry, I'm getting dinged a lot. All right, and everybody can see the report, right?
Yes.
Okay, so at the February 2024 council meeting, industry representatives from all the different CAT share programs presented a letter requesting that we have increased transparency from NIMS in the cost recovery reports. And I was at the table and I committed to an iterative process to engage the industry through multiple meetings and try to increase the transparency in this cost recovery report. Between March 24 and January 25, we engaged with those industry groups as a whole, and also throughout the year, I engaged with many of the individual programs with discussions on cost recovery processes. As a result of these meetings, this year's report contains a single consolidated cost recovery report, like I described before, and it also provides a lot more detail on the internal cost recovery processes, and also includes what we consider a but-for analysis of the various agency tasks related to cost recovery and the justifications on why we think it's consistent with the agency's cost recovery policies. Chapter 2 of the report defines these incremental costs, and just to remind that, yes.
I'm sorry, I think we lost a visual on your report or in your PowerPoint.
It's back. Sorry,
Okay.
I hit the wrong button.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me, Madam Chair. Chapter 2 defines incremental costs, cost recovery fees, and these three are, well, first question is that what qualifies as an incremental expense is those that are in direct association with the LAP or CDQ program, and the cost must be incurred specifically because the program exists and would not be necessary otherwise. That is where you go get the but or for. These costs are supposed to be beyond general fisheries management. The cost must exceed the standard fisheries management practices, and it must be essential for the effective program oversight. The cost contributes to the ongoing administration, monitoring, enforcement, or development of these LAP-specific policies. Chapter 2 then further divides these costs out into various categories. These are the categories that NMFS has consistently reported in the various reports: personnel, benefits, travel, transportation, and we wanted to retain that level of detail because then it can be walked back and you can see the 5-year reviews in each individual cost recovery program's reports. But in order to meet the level of transparency that the meetings that we had in the industry had asked for, we provided a lot of detail through pages 6 through 18 on various tasks that we consider as being applicable to cost recovery processes. And these type of tasks are, help walk through the table in chapter 2. Table 2.1, which we'll get to in just one more slide here, helps to try to crosswalk between those prior cost categories that are reported in every report in these type of tasks. So just to briefly go through the types of tasks, we have a a subchapter or section on quota share administration. These would be the things like issuing permits, transferring permits, et cetera, and the costs associated with that, and why the reasoning the agency believes these are cost recovery or applicable to cost recovery. You have catch monitoring. These could be somewhat of the design of the systems or tools that we use for monitoring catch. Key thing that is billed to cost recovery is out of my branch, the scale inspections, the observer station inspections, things that directly support the catch monitoring on a LAP program. Dockside monitoring, the best example I can provide there is IPHC port samplers billed to cost recovery. So those port samplers that IPHC is what we might consider dockside monitoring. In-season quota management, I'll caveat that all of these tasks, it's a reference of tasks that have been charged through cost recovery either in the past year, but may not reflect tasks that were actually charged in 2024. We were trying to set up a framework of all these tasks. So when you get to in-season quota management, it's there, but not a lot was billed to in-season. I worked in in-season for many years, and I rarely ever billed to cost recovery. In fact, the only time I've billed to cost recovery is when I did scale inspections, where I was physically on a boat that was a LAP program billing that. So while I put these tasks here, it doesn't mean that those were billed in this year's report. You get to the development and maintenance of IT systems. This is usually a large cost under the contracts. In training line item, these are e-landings that support our IFQ landings or crab landings. A little bit of catch accounting work, specifically when we're like designing the PCTC program and having to implement all the quota categories and everything to support that in catch accounting. So that's, when we kind of walk through some of the tasks there. Regulations and rulemaking, when a program goes effective, we rarely ever get that program 100% right out the door. We always come back to the council. We do minor tweaks to that. And so regulations and rulemaking would include the staff time necessary to tweak those regulations to be, after 5-year reviews, like you have the Rockfish review here, some of the staff time billed to that would be part of that regulations and rulemaking tasks. Compliance monitoring is compliance monitoring. It's a lot of the OLE costs associated with that. Economic data report or economic data collection. This council has made choices in order to collect EDR data to support cost recovery programs. So the costs of implementing those programs, collecting those data, maintaining the databases of those EDR, entry of those, that is where those costs and tasks are associated. And finally, cost recovery processes, the internal staff necessary to manage the cost recovery. So that would be like the EM or the cost recovery fee coordinator position, the person that works in our operations and management division and helps assist the fishermen collect money, pay costs, and helps just generally manage the overall process. As I mentioned, Chapter 2 has a table that tries to link this. This is just a short version or a snippet of that report. And like quota share administration, the processing, I'm just going to use that as an example. Processing cooperative and individual applications, the transferring of those quota shares, lease agreements related to that, right? That would be underneath the relevant cost categories reported in the report of personnel and benefits or contracts. And the billing entities would be the Alaska Regional Office. So we tried to talk about our agency partners as we went through that report. And this is a key part of the report that I would love to receive any feedback from the industry or members of the council on ways in which to help them understand these different tasks and how they align with the reporting categories that we report on cost recovery. Chapter 3 goes into, we've never had this in prior versions of the report, but it goes into depth or into detail on our internal cost recovery processes. This is important section because it leads into the next presentation you're going to hear about how to streamline that as we were going through this. And as I've learned over the last year and a half or maybe almost 2 years now, they've all been done individually at different times. And we realized, and when we were having these meetings with the industry, that there was some assumptions that people could just send their costs to the agency. We accepted them. And when I actually described exactly what we do through the cost recovery process, it actually it actually answered a lot of their questions. So we tried to do a good job here. I'm going to focus on one specific thing, which is number 3 on this slide here, which is just a really quick infographic, to try to describe the 5 major steps, but there's a whole bunch more steps than that embedded in each one of those. But the compiling and reviewing of incremental agency and partner agency costs was a significant concern for members of the public or industry as we were having these meetings, where they did not realize that there was internal processes in order to ensure that cost recovery fees were being collected appropriately. I can only really speak to the Alaska region, but as a supervisor of people that do collect cost recovery costs every other week, I am looking into their timesheets and I'm identifying and I'm asking questions about, oh, so you billed a cost recovery. What were you doing here? That is one step in in how we ensure that the costs are being appropriately classified. The next step is at the end of each year, we group it's a group of managers that meet and we talk about overall costs that were attributed through the year. And these include the costs that we've received from our agency partners. And we ask questions. We look at, did the costs go up? Was there any significant changes in the program? And we have conversations. From that meeting, then the fee coordinator would go and engage directly with the agency partners to ask for clarifying questions, ask for more justification based on what they submitted. And then we'd continue that iterative process until we got to the point where we just had to get the report out. At the end of that process, each agency partner is required to sign an affidavit affirming that the costs they have submitted comply with agency policies regarding cost recovery. And then we generate the overall costs and move on. Chapter 3 talks a little bit about cost recovery, also talks about cost recovery timing. You'll get more of this in the next presentation, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on this slide. I think you have a very similar graphic in the next presentation too, but you'll notice that a lot of cost recovery programs are all on top of each other, meaning that we're doing multiple processes across multiple programs at the same time. And it's usually towards the end of the year over the holidays, and it just becomes a big time crunch. And that is kind of setting you up for the next report. Chapter 4 has a bunch of different summary tables. We tried to do our best in addressing different questions that were asked during our meetings with the industry, ways in which to look at the program. Here on your slide or on the screen is what we considered the direct program costs, the overall Fisher value for each one of these that's calculated through the cost recovery process, and the fee percentage that was applied for 2024. Note that in some times you see that there's a fee greater than 3%. We're actually in the Alaska region, we actually calculate what the actual total fee percentage is, but noting that due to the MSA statutory cap, that would set the fee at 3%. So while the Rockfish program, due to a decrease in fishery value and everything else, the cost was actually 7.51%. To the agency, we only collected 3%, and the agency basically eats the 4.5% from that. This summary slide kind of breaks out all of the difference by those cost recovery categories. This is the first time we've ever presented a slide or a table like this that just gives you an idea of how different cost recovery programs have different cost categories associated with it. This slide sums up all of our agency partners' costs from the past couple of years, so you can see how they've either increased or decreased. These are the various agency partners that we receive statements on cost recovery from. So like NMFS OLE, the Alaska Fishery Science Center, FSD is the Financial Services Division. That's like for programs that has buyback programs. And then finally, there's just an understanding of how many quota shareholders or how many invoices do we generate in each one of these programs, and how many vessels are participating in each one of these programs. Chapter 5 includes a section for each of the cost recovery programs. It is more similar to the traditional reports that we used to do, just kind of streamlined. It provides a brief description of the cost recovery program, the links to the fee notices that were published for there, and discussions on increases or decreases in 2024 and the reasonings for that. These are also noted in the fee notice program. I'm not planning on going through each one of these program specific information tables in this presentation, but I am able to answer any questions at the end. I will highlight Appendix A, which discusses more in depth our IT system development, and particularly with the IFA, or the Integrated Fisheries app. Of that, you know, all of these catch-year programs have been implemented over the past 30 years, and these existing systems were all created in silos that are hard to maintain and are challenged for data accuracy. We engaged in a project a few years back to try to bring those consistent with modern IT security, and because many of our processes that are needed for the LAPs are still being managed manually in spreadsheets. We'll note that agency resources being constrained like they are, we are going to have to slow down on some of that development. Finally, as a summary, you know, really we're asking for that we put this consolidated cost recovery report based on the input from the agency. Did that help? And we appreciate any feedback so we can continue to make iterative improvements like I told you in February of 2024. And with that, I am done with my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. We have at least one question for you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Keaton. I'm wondering if you can go back to your slide showing table 4-2 on the cost categories.
This.
Yeah, that one. And my question's about the rent and utilities line. I see the PCTC program does not charge rent and utilities. Several other programs do. And then I'm also noting that other regions around the country do not charge rent and utilities. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to this and why there's that inconsistency between PCTC and the other programs.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Goen. Well, PCTC, to answer that question directly, is that just went into play. It was done in-house here. We don't have somebody stationed in another place, so I think that's largely that. And I may phone a friend, but I do have a quick answer to your other question is why does the Alaska region charge rent and utilities compared to other regions? And really, it's like some of our cost recovery our LAP programs, particularly like our IFQ program, operate in many small ports. And there is a little bit of a balance there of the cost to send agents to go and monitor all the IFQ or IPHC dockside samplers in those areas, et cetera. You know, it's kind of like, would we have an office there? Would we not have a LAP program? Or would we, you know, so it's kind of that thing. A lot of these are agency partner costs along, you know, in some way. So I have to hesitate on reporting that. And as for our Alaska region costs, I would look to John Curlin to answer anything on the Alaska region policies related to that.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I don't have anything specific on this at this point. You know, as Josh indicated, it's it really has to do with needing the staff in those locations and the comparison to what travel costs would be if we had to have people travel out for activities that are directly attributable to the lab.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Ms. Goen, did that answer your question?
Somewhat, yes. It started to answer the question. I'm wondering if that cost benefit analysis exists anywhere. Josh, I heard you reference Appendix B that speaks to the travel costs, but I'm wondering, does it lay out that comparison of a cost benefit of with or without rent or utilities?
It's something we could definitely, through the chair, Ms. Goen, that is something we could definitely look towards in future versions of the report. I would have to engage with my agency partners to really understand. Appendix B was added towards the end of the report generation. I was not involved in that report. That was done solely by OLE. And to get to your question, I would have to rely on them to answer.
Yeah, looks like Mr. Perry's hand is up.
Thank you, Josh, and through the chair, for the record, Alex Perry, NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. Thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question. So, as mentioned, drawing attention to Appendix B of the cost recovery report, what we did for that analysis is looking at caseload for each of our remote ports in FY24. What we then did was provide a conservative evaluation of costs for sworn personnel to travel from our three main offices, which are Juneau, Anchorage, and Kodiak, to the staffed ports in those remote locations spread across Alaska. And so in that conservative comparison analysis, we determined that the cost to travel from the three main offices would far exceed what we are charging or billing for those offices for the limited access privilege program cost recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Perry.
I have further questions, but not on the rent utilities. So if others have questions on that, they can go ahead.
Yep, I will put you back in line. We'll go to Ms. Vanderhoven first and then Ms. Kimball. You're on mute, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Sorry, it's that darn double mute that gets me every time I have to reconnect by phone. Sorry about that. I'm still confused by the answers to Ms. Goen's question. It sounded to me like what was being described really was travel rather than something like rent and utilities. I'm not aware of any new offices that have opened since these programs have gone in place, and Kodiak has been there since before, and Dutch Harbor has been there since before. So maybe it's just semantics of what bucket you're putting it in, but I guess my question is there any more light you can shed on that? Because I'm still not clear based on your answers to Ms. Goen.
Presumably that question is for Appendix B and therefore for OLE. So I'm happy to take the question. Through the chair and Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. So yeah, the Appendix B, that analysis was looking at if we did not maintain offices in those remote ports, what the costs were. And the assertion or the lesson taken from that is that OLE believes that by maintaining those remote offices, it offers a significant cost savings for limited access privilege programs, and also allows OLE to be much more responsive and efficient in responding to potential issues in the various fleets and lap programs. And We did make an attempt to look back in time at when some of our offices were originally established, and we're not able to find a lot of information on that, but we can continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I'll go to Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is too similar a question, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around the requirement that it's an incremental cost that's recoverable. And so I was questioning, I guess the straightforward question is, would you not have offices in those locations to monitor or enforce regulations in an open access fishery or a limited access fishery that's not a lab? That doesn't make sense to me at all, for both the travel and the rent and utilities cost recovery categories, where we know we would have people in offices in place to monitor fisheries, whether they're under a lab or not. How do we charge a lab program for those types of categories in that case? It does not seem like an incremental cost.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. The way we do it is none of the facility costs are attributed entirely to, a single lap program. And nor is 100% of the charge for our facilities to lap programs in general. So it is a percentage.
Follow-up, Madam Chair, and I understand that it's not being fully recovered and it's just a percentage, but it still doesn't meet the definition of an incremental cost, a cost that you would not have had had there not been a lab program. And that's the test that we're trying to meet under all these scenarios. So even though it's just a component of that total cost, it's still not a new cost as a result of a lab program. You're still going to have people in those communities. You're still going to have rent that's due. You're still going to have to do port sampling. You're still doing enforcement actions. It's very hard for me to understand that as an incremental cost, different from some of the other categories where it seems much more clear. So I don't know how to ask the question differently, but I guess highlight for the council that I'm pretty concerned about that.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very quick question for Mr. Keaton. You probably said this and I missed it, but can you give me briefly a definition of contracts and training? Obviously, I think I know what training is, but what do we mean by contracts and training?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Williams. Contracts are largely a lot of the, we maintain our IT systems through a lot of contracts. I think you probably read a recent news article in which it said that we had very high vacancy rates in our IT development. And so to maintain these key services, we use contracted resources where we could get those programmers. And that's why those costs are, one of the largest categories there outside of personnel and benefits. Is just the ability for us to maintain, do some of that IFA integrated fishery application work that we do. I will note that we do look for any source of funds through headquarters or stuff to help us along those lines. So it's not all charged to contracts and training. And we do use a fair amount of our discretionary funds as well to support that, just maintaining these very expensive IT systems and refactoring them while still maintaining the current versions, which are a little bit put together with spit and duct tape and kept held together, is a costly endeavor. And so that's what that is about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And thanks again for the presentation, Mr. Keaton. During your presentation, you asked if we find table 2-1 helpful in breaking the information out in those categories. I, for one, do find that helpful. So just want to say that I appreciate that. I also think it's still important to keep the cost categories that we've just been discussing as well, because I think that helps us understand the costs in a different lens. my question for you is on economic data reports and EDRs. Can you point me to where it shows what the costs of EDRs are in the cost recovery report?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Goen. I do not believe that it is directly indicated that way. This is the cost of EDR reports. If we go to the, I'm going to go a few slides here, where we talk about our agency partners. A lot of the EDR reports is coming in through Pacific States Fishery Management Commission. And so that is where a large part of that, a little bit in the contracts line item, but it isn't broken out to that. That was something we heard during the AP discussion. I'm a little bit concerned in over-promising on being able to collect by the various tasks, right? We collect on the various programs, and our timesheets are extremely complex already. If we try to then multiply that by tasks, I think we're getting into the unfeasible type of realm. But this is a great comment to try to articulate maybe a better way in which to show maybe what the relative percentage of each of those tasks is billed through the cost, those different cost recovery categories might be a way to look at it. And like I said, I don't want to overpromise, but it's something that I've put a little thought into and maybe something we could do.
Thanks for that. And just to be clear, it wasn't a request for you to add that specifically. I was just wondering if it was already available. I'll note that back in February 2022, the council had that information in front of them through that action as well. Thanks.
And Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Although a relatively small costs compared to the overall cost to industry here for cost recovery, Mr. Keaton, I see the printing costs go from 0 all the way up to 11,500. Can you help me understand the Amendment 80 fleet here paying $11,500 in printing costs while other programs are at 0? Just give me a flavor of the differences there in terms of that one item, if you could, please.
Sure. Thank you for this question. And through the chair, Mr. Moeller, this question also got asked during the AP, and I only have a really brief answer. We do know that like the Observer program prints out very specific items for development of like how to operate a flow scale. That's unique to the Amendment 80 program. And some of the Observer sampling manuals, some of that stuff, right? We promised the AP we would look more into this in a future version of the report and look further into this. Because of the loss of staff that I had mentioned, I don't really have a resource in which to go to and ask those specific questions and get that answer for you at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keaton. I'm not seeing any more questions at this point. So I think we have another presentation from Ms. Miller. Is that correct? Yeah, and Ms. Miller, if you could share your screen, that might be the best approach here. Thank you.
Through the chair, Alicia Miller, Sustainable Fisheries Division, just checking to see if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. So I will also try to be brief in walking you through this discussion paper. This focuses more on the process and those steps in the annual cost recovery process rather than the costs. Let me just see if I can advance slides. Okay. So this discussion paper came out of the December 2024 council motion requesting additional information to inform potential options to adjust the timing. In December 2024, you received the IFQ program review where we highlighted the extreme time crunch that we have at the end of the IFQ fishing season since it's been extended into December. The specifics of that were covered back in December, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later in this presentation. But this is also an opportunity for us to review holistically all of the cost recovery programs because we now administer quite a large number. This is a draft discussion paper. As Josh noted, we've had some staff changes, and in the short time since December, we didn't have enough time and capacity to consult all of the technical experts that are necessary to fully understand some of these issues. But what we've done is we've put together what we could so far and identified potential, or that kind of the highest level of priority issues and potential solutions. As Josh noted, we have 8 cost recovery programs and 2 fee collection programs. And these have been implemented at various different times for different purposes. But there are overlaps in terms of the staff and the processes that are used in all of these fee collection programs. And this information is provided in section 2. So each program has its own specifics. It uses its own source of data and calculates standard prices and fishery value in its own particular way. Most programs, the fee percentage is calculated annually, except for the observer fee, which is stated in regulations at 1.65. And most programs calculate the fishery value after the landings have occurred. And I've referred to that in the discussion paper as retrospective rather than prospective, which is that looking forward. And we have one program, the crab program, that calculates the fee percentage and applies that to landings that are going to happen in the coming crab fishing year. Each of these programs also includes an administrative consequence. So that's a consequence of not paying the fee. And that typically includes withholding a privilege or permit, or saying you can't transfer your permit, etc. This table, it comes from the cost recovery report. It just shows the total annual participants and number of invoices that are issued each year for our various fee programs. What I've done is I've added a row for the observer fee and trawl EM programs. Trawl EM is new, and this was recently implemented. So this is the first year of fishing under the trawl EM program. So we haven't issued a number of invoices. Those would come after the fishery happens. But there are 69 vessels in the program, and those invoices would be issued to the owners of those vessels. As you can see, IFQ is the largest program with the largest number of participants that each receive an individualized invoice. Again, the timing, Josh showed you this initially, and this graphic is meant to demonstrate the time of year when we have the most staff work going into the administrative processes to administer cost recovery. The crunch is in the lead up to publishing the fee notice in the Federal Register. So for each program, the months that are highlighted in pink, so for crab, it shows May, June, and July. Those are the months where we are reviewing the costs. We are collecting that volume and value information. We are calculating standard prices. We are calculating the total fishery value and the fee percentage. And we're also issuing those invoices for the previous year. And then we publish that notice in the Federal Register that notifies the public of what the standard prices are and fee percentage for the upcoming crab fishing year. The other programs, it's a retrospective notice providing the public with information about what the fee percentage is and the invoices that they're getting. As you can see, observer and trawl EM also overlaps in that end of year timeframe, which is October through December, where we have the largest administrative workload. There's also a section in the discussion paper that identifies the different volume and value reports that are used. This is table 1 on page 3. There's particular volume and value information that is used for each program. Specific participants have to submit this information for a specific reporting period by a specific due date. So you'll notice for the first few bullets, the crab registered crab receiver, X vessel volume and value, the IFQ registered buyer, X vessel volume and value, and the rockfish X vessel volume and value, as well as the first wholesale. Those are all specific to each limited access privilege program that has to submit that information. The Pacific Cod X vessel volume and value report, this is shared across multiple programs that includes participants in the CDQ Amendment 80 and PCTC program that submit those, as well as the commercial operators annual report. This is a more broad reporting requirement that's applicable to all processors and gathers information about all species and is kind of the most broad volume and value report that we receive. All right. So switching gears and kind of talking about some of the challenges. As I noted earlier, the biggest timing crunch is in the few weeks at the end of December that we have to calculate the fee percentage and issue invoices for the IFQ program. This is the largest program. It has over 1,500 participants. And we can't start the process to start calculating the fee percentage until after all landings are recorded. When the fishery ends on December 7th, that means that we're starting this process around December 15th. There's also information in your document that shows you when we've published that notice in the Federal Register. And since the fishery has extended into December, we're publishing that notice after Christmas and before the new year. So it's a very short time window, and we're cutting it close in terms of meeting our deadlines there. And so this is really the hardest time crunch that we have in our cost recovery processes. And I'll pause. I see there's a hand.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Thinking about the IFQ program in particular, because that's so big and there's so many pieces, have you looked at what percentage of the landings are happening in like those last few weeks, particularly since the season extended from a November closure to a December closure? And is that significant, statistically significant? You know what I'm trying to say. Does it really matter? Does it factor in that much into the calculation for things like average X vessel price that you're applying? Or could the agency do more of that work up front prior to those final landings being made? I'm just looking for ways that you might be able to simplify and alleviate some of the problem here.
Thanks, Anne, Ms. Vanderhoven, and through the chair. That's an excellent question, one that we've asked in the past. And so that actually prompts me to talk a little bit about all the different rows on this figure. And so there's the landings that we use to calculate the total fishery value. The information and the data that we're using to calculate those standard prices, as you can see on this figure, it goes from October 1st of the previous year through September 30th. So we're actually using the same standard price for October, November, and December. So we could calculate those standard prices ahead of time, but we would then have to apply those standard prices to those landings that are happening in November, December to calculate the total fishery value for that fishing year, because we issue invoices on all the landings that happen in the fishing year, and that starts in March and extends through December 7th. So in theory, if our programming were different, we could calculate those standard prices and check those prices. However, our legacy computer systems were programmed to do all of those steps all at once. And so it's not possible for us to kind of hit the button and start those calculation processes until after all the landings have started. I mean, it may be possible to change the programming, and part of that is what we're looking at in the integrated fisheries application process. However, we're just not there yet in the development of that project. And so we're stuck using our old systems until we're able to roll out those new systems. And I see Josh has a hand. He knows the technical details more than I do. So I'll see if he has something to add.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhooven, Alicia hit all the high points on the technical side of the house. I heard in your question how many landings are actually occurring and is it a big deal? And we are very familiar with this. There is a timing with the IFQ program in which, you know, people are leasing out their quotas and then they reduce their lease rates as they get later. There's a fair amount of landings that are occurring in that later time period, particularly with, and there's a lot of catch that's coming in. So it's not an insignificant small amount that we're missing.
Thank you
for that.
And I'll add that because of the regulations say that we'll assess a fee on all landings, we still have to include those landings in the fee. So, but there could be, and I'll talk about some options to address this timing crunch. And one of them could be, when do we assess that fee? And we could change that timing a little bit. So the potential solutions that we've brainstormed include changing or removing the dates that are set in regulation for when we conduct this process. We could also shift the timing of when we publish the notice and issue those fee liability statements and the due date for those. Or we could offset the landings used to calculate the fee liabilities. And this is that idea of when do we bill for those last couple of months. So the next two slides will get into that more. This first idea of shifting the due dates, this is a potential what this could look like if we just kind of bumped the due dates by 1 month. As you see in this red box here, I've just moved the notice, and the invoices would go out in January instead of in December. And then the payments would be due 30 days after January 31st, which would, February is not 30 days long. So that would be March 2nd. But to maintain this administrative hook, that is receiving these payments would have to come in by March 2nd in order for us to issue IFQ permits in early March for the typical season opener. A different idea would be to look at changing when we're billing for those landings that occur in November and December. And this image shows you kind of there's this tail end of the season that we're assessing the fees on in November and December. We could assess those fees in the next calendar year. So basically we're issuing fees based off of landings that happen from say November 1st through October 31st or so. So these are just different ways that we could address the acute timing concern that we have in the IFQ program. Each one does come with different trade-offs because one of the topics that the advisory panel talked about was the proximity to the landings of receiving the bill. And getting a bill in the mail for landings that happened over a year ago. Say if you make landings in November of 2024 and then you're not receiving that bill until December of 2025, then that's kind of a long time to wait for that landing, especially if there's like quota share transfers or somebody decides to sell their quota in the following fishing year. So those are things that we could explore in the next iteration of this paper and look at kind of the pros and cons of these different approaches. Before I move off of timing, I'm going to switch gears to volume and value. information. So this is another issue directly related to the IFQ program. One of the things that we often deal with in assessing or calculating the fishery value is making sure that we have all of those IFQ volume and value reports. And so we always have some non-reporters, and there's also usually some level of confusion about the data that needs to be reported, because the volume and value reporting period for the IFQ data, that reporting period ends before the fishing season ends. So the report is due October 15th, and it's kind of offset by a few months. So that reporting period ends the October 1st or the end of September. Some IFQ registered buyers want to wait until the end of the season. They're like, I'm still taking landings, so I'm going to wait and then report the entire fishing year's worth of data, which actually isn't quite correct, because we apply the same standard prices for the last quarter of the calendar year. So we're always having to track down these missing or incorrect reports. This takes additional staff time, and it can, and in recent years has affected the calculation of those standard prices. As we've heard in testimony and in various different reports, there's been consolidation in the processing sector, and with fewer processors taking landings of IFQ, it's gotten harder to meet those confidentiality standards of having enough reports in each port to calculate non-confidential monthly standard prices for this fishery. And so if we have a registered buyer or a large registered buyer that fails to report a large number of landings, that can affect both the price that's calculated and the confidentiality of that price, and whether or not we have a port-specific price. So one of the potential solutions to this could be to modify the timing or the reporting period for the volume and value data, especially for the IFQ volume and value. This could allow us to request those reports in closer proximity or in larger frequency to when the processors are actually operating. One of the issues is that some processors may cease operations earlier in the year. And so by the time we get to October 15th and this due date, maybe that processor has already closed up shop and gone home. So there are potential changes that could affect volume and value data and improve that information. We could also implement an administrative hook that would provide a consequence for failing to submit volume and value information. This exists in some cases, but not all cases of volume and value reporting requirements. This slide also talks a bit about that port-specific standard prices. So for IFQ, this is one of the programs where we calculate port-specific prices. And I think I've already covered most of this. We could change this and address this issue by either calculating quarterly or annual standard prices rather than monthly. Or we could roll it up and calculate standard prices by region instead of trying to put forward port-specific standard prices. Another issue outlined in the paper is the submission and requests for actual prices to be used in by specific IFQ holders. So this happens when an IFQ holder receives their liability statement and says, whoa, 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 wait a minute, I didn't actually get paid that much. And so you're assessing the fee based on an incorrect value. And so we receive a number of these requests each year, and we're seeing an increase in the requests. This is usually submitted when the adjustment would be to adjust their fee liability down and usually it's for specific landings. And so these can be administratively complex to review, especially when the quota shareholder is requesting only review of specific landings. So potential solutions to this could be to remove this feature of the program. If there are improvements in our standard price calculations, such as that of the improving our volume and value data, it could reduce the necessity for this type of a provision and make it not necessary. Or there could be changes to this provision to make it a requirement for a full audit of all landings when assessment of actual prices is requested. That just makes it easier to review the whole data set rather than tracking down specific landings when requested. All right, shifting away from the IFQ program. There are additional challenges. So for both the Amendment 80 and the CDQ program, these fee percentages are calculated during the fishing season. And so the last 2 months of the fishery, we estimate landings and use that estimate to produce both the fishery value as well as the fee liability. There could be similar changes to adjust the timing to remove this kind of estimate from the process, similar to how we are adjusting IFQ timing. But honestly, this idea needs to be fleshed out some more to provide additional specifics. Additionally, we've identified challenges with the BSAI CRAB rationalization program, as well as the AFA American Fisheries Act program. So in the CRAB program, the season dates can vary from year to year. This is something that can create timing challenges with the cost recovery administrative process that is set specifically in regulation. The CRAB fishing year is offset from the calendar year. And so it starts in July. And ADF&G sets the crab fishery timing each year. And so we have some similar challenges to IFQ. However, it's more acute with the halibut and sablefish IFQ program than it is in the crab program. And the issue with the American Fisheries Act program is that since 2018, we have not collected cost recovery fees from the AFA catcher processors and mothership sector, and this is due to the outcome of 2 lawsuits that were challenging the implementation of that cost recovery program. So these are 2 issues that would need more work to address these challenges. We haven't had the time and capacity to think through exactly what changes would be necessary, other than to identify the changes would be necessary to address these. We've also included in the paper some ideas for process streamlining. We have a total of 10 fee collection programs that each have their own specifics. So we're thinking about ways that we could kind of streamline across all these programs. One idea is to potentially set the cost recovery fee percentage in regulation. This could have some impact on reducing the time constraints for those annual administrative processes. And it could provide advance notice to the fleets and the agency about anticipated fee liabilities. And this could also include maintenance of that public process that we're doing right now at this council meeting, which is receiving the annual report, whereby we're providing transparency and information about what those costs are and feedback from the public and the council. We also recommend that we consider consolidating all of our cost recovery regulations within Part 679. Right now, each fee program is specified in its own section or subpart of the regulations, and there could be some streamlining by putting those all in one place and maintaining those all together. So in summary, we're going to continue reviewing these issues and potential next steps and ways that we can streamline and improve efficiency of these programs. We're requesting your feedback on these challenges. Have we left anything out? Are there additional solutions that could be helpful to analyze? And at a minimum, we're recommending changes to the specific timing for the halibut and sablefish IFQ program to address the extended seasons. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Miller. See if there are any remaining questions. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. Miller. Back on your first slide, you noted that this is a draft discussion paper because there's limited staff availability. I really appreciate that you've come forward with all these ideas and solutions. Can you speak a bit to what else needs to be fleshed out if the council were to move forward with some of this?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Goen. So notably, our technical experts haven't really had the opportunity to weigh in on this. That is input from our restricted access management, our information services, and operations management division. So that's our budget folks, our IT folks, and our RAM permitting folks. We would really need to consult with those folks to make sure that we're addressing all of or that all of our ideas are technically feasible and on point, and that we haven't missed any big technical problems. So those are really the things that we would need to consult with those folks before calling this a full assessment of all the things that we think could be fixed.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I don't know if this is a question for you or for Mr. Keaton, but given that the AFA catch-up processors aren't paying cost recovery, but the inshore fishery for AFA is, and then our discussion previously on the different cost categories, how is the agency ensuring that they're differentiating such that the AFA inshore sector isn't paying for some costs of the AFA offshore sector? And I mean that in terms of the things like rent and utilities and personnel and travel, the things that were already mentioned as what doesn't look like easily incremental costs.
Sure. Through the chair, I'll take this question. We actually track all those costs by the various programs already. It's part of our timesheet. We just don't bill for it because we don't have the authority to. So when I fill out when I fill out my timesheet, when I say go to Dutch Harbor to do scale inspections and walk catch monitoring and control plan inspections at the shoreside facilities that support AFA, I report an AFA inshore. I report some of my costs to AFA offshore, which is your CPs and motherships. And then there's an AFA general tab, and we ask our agency partners to do the same. We still collect that data, we just do not bill.
Thank you. And then a follow-up, Madam Chair. Is it the same then for things like, you know, floor space and utilities where we determine there's a portion of the rent that would be attributed to inshore fisheries and a portion that would be attributed to offshore fisheries?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm going to have to be careful on this answer because I believe, you know, if you think about enforcement, I know how they submit their cost recovery information, and it is not tracked out into those various categories. So there's an assumption made where we bill like 33% because there's 3 programs if they don't divvy out those programs. And it's something we definitely are working on, but that's how that has currently occurred in this year.
Thank you. So one more follow-up. So then it's not really attributable to the incremental cost. It's just looking at 3 sectors of a program unrelated to the cost that might be incurred. If you're just divvying it up by thirds.
Yeah, so through the chair, Ms. Kimball, in the Alaska region, all of our things are done at the individual with that consideration that you're saying. But sometimes when it gets to AFA, it gets a little bit messy. The agency partner might just submit one amount to us, and then we make that assumption, like I had stated.
Thanks for that explanation. Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Miller, for the presentation. So that concludes our presentations for D1. I think we're ready to move on to our EP report. Following our AP report, we will likely begin public testimony. And so any members of the public wishing to testify in D1, please sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you. And Ms. Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm a co-vice chair on the advisory panel, and I'll be reading our motion on D1. The advisory panel appreciates NOAA's efforts to provide additional information about cost recovery. The AP provides the following recommendations and actions for NOAA to improve transparency, emphasize accountability, and achieve greater efficiencies and cost reductions within Alaska's cost recovery programs. In responding to these requests, NOAA should do so without imposing additional costs on the directly regulated public. The AP recommends, 1, consistent with NMFS recommendations, the council should initiate a regulatory package to streamline the reporting and submission of cost recovery fees. As a starting point, focus on the challenges and potential solutions outlined in the NMFS presentation, cost recovery process and timing that you just received. In addition to analyzing the solutions contained within the presentation, the AP recommends the consideration of collecting cost recovery fees at the time of each delivery versus after the fact for applicable programs. Finally, remove any consideration of eliminating the quote actual price end quote component in the IFQ program, and that was in slide 18. Number 2, the council recommend to NMFS that they cease charging rent, lease, and utility costs consistent with non-Alaskan labs. Further, task NOAA OLE with charging cost recovery programs only for investigations that are specifically required for enforcement of a LAP or the CDQ program, and not preemptively for investigations, as OLE has confirmed is currently the case. These actions should occur as soon as possible and are consistent with existing NOAA policy directives. Number 3, the council should initiate a regulatory amendment to eliminate economic data collection reports. And 4, consistent with increasing transparency, accountability, and efficiency, the council tasks NMFS and management partners with providing additional clarity on the following items. Provide consistent and detailed descriptions of personnel costs by specific offices, categories, tasks, and hours consistent with NMFS West Coast reports. Provide clear guidance to all NOAA staff, including its management partners, on how cost recovery costs should be applied. For example, business rules, using NMFS well-established incremental costs and the but-for policies and procedures. Provide a listing of regulatory projects from 2021 to 2024 that met the rationale to have cost recovery fees imposed. Describe the nature of enforcement actions requiring the imposition of cost recovery fees from 2021 to 2024. NOAA OLE should provide cost recovery data, i.e. personnel, hours, and total costs for each investigation and violation report they process and send to vessel owners. NOAA OLE should also detail why compliance assistance is a recoverable cost when compliance assistance has always been a long-standing feature of OLE. Provide greater clarity on how NOAA can administer cost recovery programs outside of Alaska with overall costs. Request NOAA engage in efforts to minimize costs in all cost recovery programs and provide documentation of those efforts to the affected industry and the council as part of the annual cost reports. And finally, request that NOAA establish a clear policy that ensures that if there is uncertainty in the appropriateness in attributing costs, minimizing the burden on the directly regulated public should be the default. As with number 2 above, the AP requests the information requested in number 4 be provided as soon as possible. Pending the review of this information, the AP may consider recommending additional action to initiate an analysis for regulatory action to define how direct program costs and incremental costs should be calculated. And that motion passed the AP unanimously, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for delivering that report. On the rationale supporting the motion under bullet number 6, the AP there's noted that that OLE is predetermining charges for enforcement activities, and that under that bullet it further goes on to make a note that there's also a potential bias in where enforcement focuses its efforts to meet that predetermined expenditure. Can you elaborate a little bit on the AP discussion around that bullet, please?
Through the chair, Mr. Mueller, thank you for the question. Certainly. So during the presentation to the AP, enforcement joined Josh in answering some of the questions that the AP members had, specifically because in every year, OLE seems to be, maybe doesn't seem to be, is higher than the rest of the costs that are being collected. And so we wanted to dig into that a little bit more. Through that exchange, it became apparent from the OLE consultants that they were sort of predetermining where they thought they were going to be focusing their attention in the following year. And we found that to be surprising, but also not in line with the spirit of the program, which is to reimburse costs. And then further, the thought about the bias was, well, if you think you're going to spend $1 million enforcing the ITQ program, you better spend $1 million enforcing the ITQ program. So we aren't saying that necessarily anything nefarious is happening, but it certainly doesn't seem to meet the intent of what the cost recovery program is for. And we did feel that there were potential biases that could fall out of that sort of predetermination, if you will. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mann.
Any other questions on the AP report? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the report, Ms. Mann. My question is on the second element of the AP recommendation about recommending NMFS cease charging rent, lease, and utility fees consistent with other non-Alaskan LAPs. And I'm wondering if the AP had a discussion around the information that's in Appendix B of the cost recovery report, which suggests that some costs may be higher without charging rent and utility because of the increased travel costs for OLE. And that may actually make some program costs higher if we remove rent and utilities. Did the AP discuss that at all?
Through the chair, we had a sort of a cursory discussion, but it was more that OLE had responded, well, we could be charging more, but we're not. And that kind of led to a discussion of, well, why are you telling us that? You know, are we supposed to feel thankful that you're not charging us more? So we focus more on that than on the actual trade-offs of having travel be charged. We did not specifically dive into Appendix B at all.
For that.
You, any other questions on the AP report? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for the report. I guess the language at the top, it asks for any of this work not to be charged under cost recovery, like any of this further analytical work, which we know is possible and that the agency does charge for that work. So this long list under number 4, was there any discussion of any priorities there, or is just the assumption that NMFS would not charge industry for working on this cost recovery report and including these additional items?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I've got a 2-part answer. So I would direct your attention to the joint public comment that was submitted and is available online, signed by a variety of different groups across different sectors that had quite a long list of desired steps and information that could be provided. This list is a prioritization of that longer list. So we didn't take this list and prioritize it further, but I did take, or the AP did take what was presented in that joint public comment and provide our thoughts on which parts of those asks were the priorities. And then in terms of NMFS charging money to work on these things, there's different interpretations, I think, around the country and between different regions. Well, both on just implementing cost recovery but also what you will charge for. When you are providing additional outreach and transparency to the impacted stakeholders, as is noted in the rationale, almost $50 million has been charged from stakeholders in the last 5 years. Having that additional clarity and detail on how our money is being spent, having the agency be accountable, seems contrary if they're providing that information and also charging us to provide it. And so we think that information should be provided. And that as we are expected to be accountable, so too is the agency and cooperating partners. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. I'm not seeing any other questions at this point.
Thank you.
Appreciate the report.
Yep.
So that brings us to public testimony on D1. We have 7 people signed up to testify. Reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes to testify, organizations and associations 6 minutes. Please be attentive to the timer on the screen. And we will begin with Don Sitton, followed by Heather Mann.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Madam Chair, Council. Yeah, I just wanted to speak on behalf of the Tanner Crab Conservation. I think there's a lot of...
Mr. Sitton, we're not on that agenda item yet. We're on cost recovery.
Oh, okay.
So you're aware, you can re-sign up under D2, and we'll be taking that up after lunch.
Okay, I thought that's what I did. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will go to Heather Mann, followed by Rebecca Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I just want to lend our support to the AP motion and basically repeat some comments I just made that as we're expected to be accountable, we believe the agency and partners should also be accountable with the money they're collecting from us, especially during this time of significant challenges for the fishing industry. And that's not to downplay the challenges, of course, that NMFS is also facing. And finally, though, I would like to thank Josh and his team for providing a lot more information than we've had previously. That level of additional transparency leads to a lot of questions. And so I'm really thankful that Josh has approached this with a smile on his face and been willing to have those conversations. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and so we do support the AP motion and hope the council will support us as we strive to increase that transparency and communication, and also make sure that we're actually charging for things in the way that we're supposed to. And for costs that actually are recoverable. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. We'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We will go to Rebecca Skinner next, followed by Eric Belsko.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Thanks. That double mute got me. My name is Rebecca Skinner. I'm testifying today on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA is a trade group comprised of trawl catcher vessels that all operate primarily out of Kodiak. And the LAP program that we are mostly involved in for purposes of this would be the rockfish program. At a high level, I wanted to speak in support of the AP motion, as well as the industry letter that was submitted through public comment. And also echo the thanks to Josh and his team and everybody who worked on this agenda item and presented. It's obvious that this is a not a complicated issue. I think it's a straightforward issue, but getting all of the pieces of information together and understanding how different, what I'll call partners in this, calculate and forward on their charges and their cost elements. I think it's a lot to get a handle on. I listened to Bob Foy when he presented to the SSC, I guess that was last week, and I think he took the better part of the day really talking about the challenges that the agency side is facing right now with budgets and resource uncertainty. The same is also true on the industry side. I think the industry letter that was submitted for public comment does a good job of outlining the challenges and the crisis that the seafood industry is facing right now. So we have less revenue coming in, whether that's because of really low prices, ex-vessel prices for AWTA, or if it's higher costs. So for example, fuel has been a consistent cost that has been a lot higher than historical since the early 20s. So that's something industry is constantly having to account for and deal with. So anything that will make the process more efficient, I think, is going to help both industry and the agency side. And I also really wanted to speak in support of continuing to offer more transparency for industry so that we can see what it is we're paying for, and that once we understand what it is we're paying for, it's clear how each of those items supports the programs that the item is being charged for. I think that's all I have. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. Our next testifier is Eric Belsko, followed by Andrea Pekla.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Morning, members of the council. My name is Eric Belsko. I'm testifying on behalf of NPFA. We are a group based out of Homer with 60 independent commercial fishing operations. I haven't got a recent count on IFQ participants or crab and IFQ participants, but it's a good, I want to say almost half participate in some form of IFQ or crab fisheries. So anyway, I just wanted to, I'll keep it brief, just align ourselves with the industry letter that was put out on March 28th, that industry sign-on letter. You guys have it in written comment. Looked like 14 different groups. Most of the major groups in Alaska signed on to that letter. And then thank NMFS for working with us on this and working with the transparency part of this issue. As we've heard from the previous testifiers, increased costs of operation and then our kind of stagnant prices, and in some instances like crab and IFQ fisheries, we've got declining stocks. So we've got kind of a perfect storm here where increased costs of doing business and potentially losing revenue down the line. So we just want to get everyone on the same page. Looks like they've done some good work here. I'm not super well versed in all the cost recovery items, but that letter spells it out pretty well. The AP motion does a good job kind of building on that, and I think you've got some good info to move forward. So thanks a lot.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Belsko? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thanks.
We'll go to Andrea Kaikala, followed by Chris Woodley.
Do you have me?
Yes, we do.
Wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Andrea Kaikala, and I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on agenda item D1. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the comment letter submitted on this issue, signed by UCB and numerous other industry groups. I recognize and appreciate the collaborative efforts across the industry and the thoughtful cross-sector dialogue that contributed to a unified voice. I also want to thank the Council and NOAA for continuing to engage with stakeholders on this topic of cost recovery. UCB supports the advisory panel's motion and rationale, which offers thoughtful and practical suggestions aimed at improving transparency, accountability, and efficiency in Alaska's cost recovery programs. The seafood industry is currently navigating significant economic headwinds as reflected in NOAA's 2024 snapshot of the Alaska seafood sector. In this environment, it is especially important that cost recovery charges are carefully considered and clearly tied to direct administration and enforcement of catch share programs. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and your attention to this action. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. See if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Go to Chris Woodley, followed by Corey Lesher.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Madam Chair. Do you got me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment on agenda item D1. My name is Chris Woodley, and I am the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. All of the Groundfish Forum member vessels operate within the Amendment 80 program, and a smaller number operate within the Trawl Limited Access Fishery, the Community Development Program, as well as the offshore component of the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program. Regardless of each vessel's particular fishery portfolio, all of them pay into one or more cost recovery programs, and as such, this is a very, very important issue to us. I'd like to start by recognizing NOAA and council staff's work on the report and their presentations. We really appreciate their efforts to meet with industry participants and to address cost recovery more holistically through a combined report. I think the new format is a good one. And the new report has been a good first step in providing additional information. As Mr. Keaton said, this is an iterative process, and I think we are still iterating, but and we're going in the right direction, but there's still much more work that needs to be done here. In response to the cost recovery report, 14 entities signed on to an industry public comment letter, with Groundfish Forum being one of those signatories. I think the industry letter is thorough in laying out industry concerns, and the unanimous motion from the AP captures the essence of those recommendations from industry, which are to improve transparency, emphasize accountability, and achieve greater efficiencies, all while following NMF's well-established policy of determining incremental costs based upon the but-for principle. Of special interest to Groundfish Forum members is that future reports need to detail personnel effort as measured in FTEs and hours for each cost center within each cost recovery program. Precedent exists for this approach, as it is already being accomplished at the West Coast region, and as we've learned in with the new report, some agency personnel are keeping track of their activities in 15-minute increments, so this should not be a big lift. In line with personnel costs, we'd also request the agency provide a listing of regulatory projects from 2021 through 2024 that met the rationale to have cost recovery fees imposed. Second, we believe that the NOAA Alaska region should cease charging rent, lease, and utility costs, which amount to the third highest cost center over the past several years. We would note that the West Coast region does not charge for rent, nor do many other cost recovery programs throughout the U.S. In February 2024, the industry had requested a more detailed analysis of rent expenses in future reports, but the requested information was not provided in this new report. And we think that will be helpful in understanding how these costs are being applied and where. Moving on to OLE and compliance costs, the industry letter carefully documents that the Alaska region OLE costs are significantly more expensive than other regions. And in at least 2 regions, OLE did not submit any submit any reimbursement for cost recovery. Transparency and accountability are generally lacking in this section, and there's still significant confusion throughout the industry as to how NOAA OLE applies cost recovery charges. During testimony at the AP, NOAA stated that costs aren't determined on an ongoing basis, but are estimated at the end of the year by individual staff applying percentage of their time to various cost recovery programs. That kind of approach isn't transparent. There was a lot of discussion about how NOAA OLE using 15-minute increments is very problematic for them. I appreciate it's probably harder, but I think it's still something that should be pursued. One very simple way to overcome the lack of transparency and accountability would be for NOAA OLE to provide cost recovery data, meaning the number of personnel, number of hours, and total cost charges for each investigation and violation sent to vessel owners. This data could be further reported during the OLE reports, which are provided at every council meeting. Finally, I'd like to briefly touch on the recommendation to eliminate economic data reports subject to cost recovery. I would note that there was one of the 14 signatories that did not support this recommendation, but the remaining 13 did, and so I want to be transparent about that. For the remaining signatories, I would note there are only 2 LAP programs that are required to complete EDRs, and the other LAP programs have been successfully managed by NOAA without this burdensome and expensive requirement. Given the significant cost of these EDR programs, lack of consistent requirements across LAPs, we would recommend dropping this requirement. And Madam Chair, that is all I have, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Woodley, for your testimony. And on your last request about initiating something to remove EDRs, I know you're well aware the council's looked at that, evaluated that at least twice, I think, in the past. So I'm just asking what what has changed now? Is it really the declining revenues of the fleet that's making this, an urgent matter again? Or do you feel like there's more will to get it across the finish line? Just don't want to initiate anything that we've already looked at if we don't think we can actually get it through.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, as you know, this has been something that's been ongoing for quite some time. The council has looked at it previously, and I'm trying to recall the specific evolution of it, where we went from looking at EDR programs to maybe something more simple like a universal data collection program. And during those discussions, there were discussions by the council as to just specifically drop the EDR requirements. I feel that, given all of the things that are going on right now in our world and the challenges that the industry is facing and the challenges that the agency is facing, that these kinds of programs seem to be less critical, given the fact that they only apply to two of the, numerous laps within Alaska. We have heard that a number of the people who were involved in capturing this EDR information and turning it around for annual reports are no longer working with the agency. And so it really does beg the question of how high of a priority this should be right now. And so yes, there is certainly renewed interest in dropping this requirement. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. I am not seeing any other questions. Our last testifier is Corey Lesher.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. I should be able to keep my testimony rather brief today. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher. I'm giving testimony on behalf of the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We are a trade association representing the majority of independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for king, snow, and tanner crab with pot gear in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Crab Rationalization Program. First off, we do really appreciate the work behind this agenda item and the presentation, the documents presented to us. ABSC is one of the signatories on and supports the combined industry comment letter submitted on behalf, again, of this agenda item. And I think that we really do want to request that the council encourages NOAA to improve transparency and emphasize accountability and achieve greater efficiencies within these cost recovery programs. Madam Chair, I think that's all that I have to say, just that we support the combined letter and align with previous testifiers. With that concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lesher. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. You said you supported previous testimony in the letter. Does that mean you support the AP motion? Do I make that assumption?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I think we're this was also spoken to in previous testimony. There was a lot of intersector cooperation and collaboration ahead of this, and we appreciate being able to find common ground and come to alignment on this. And so, yes, I believe ABSC is in support of the AP motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. Thanks again for your testimony. So that brings us to a good point to break for lunch. We will come back at 1 p.m. See if the council wishes to take action on D1. I'll note there are now 60 people signed up for D2. I did announce that we will have to limit public testimony to 2 minutes for individuals and companies and 4 minutes for organizations and associations. Unfortunately, we did not budget time in our schedule for much public testimony, but we need to take these measures to make sure that we're able to hear from everyone and to have some dialogue back and forth with council members. That will also be reflected on the time sheet that you've signed up on at this point. We're going to try to make it through a good portion, if not all, of public testimony before the end of the day, and may have to go beyond our 4 p.m. timeframe. So I'll see you all at 1 p.m. Thank you. Notice. Welcome back, council members, members of the public. We have finished staff presentation, our AP report, and public testimony on D1. What are the wishes of the council as far as action?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion to offer.
Yes, Ms. Bowen.
And I've sent it to staff. Hopefully they can post it here. Thank you. The council requests that the National Marine Fisheries Service further evaluate options for the cost recovery changes proposed in the discussion paper and look forward to NMFS initiating such a package for council consideration in the future. The council directs NMFS and NOAA Office of Law Enforcement to cease charging travel, rent, lease, and utility costs that are not incremental costs associated with the Limited Access Privilege Program, LAP. Further, the council recommends NOAA Office of Law Enforcement charge cost recovery programs only for investigations that are specifically required for enforcement of a limited access privilege program or community development quota program compared to general investigations. These actions should occur as soon as possible and are consistent with existing NOAA policy directives. Further, the council directs NOAA Fisheries and NOAA Office of Law Enforcement to provide the following and future annual cost recovery reports. Provide additional guidance to entities tracking incremental costs under cost recovery programs on how costs should be tracked using the but-for policies and procedures, and share a copy in the report. Develop and share a clear policy that emphasizes minimizing costs for the regulated public. Document efforts to minimize costs and describe cost savings in all cost recovery programs. Provide greater clarity on how NMFS is able to administer cost recovery programs outside of Alaska with lower overall costs. Describe personnel costs by specific offices, categories, tasks, and hours, similar to NMFS West Coast region. List recent regulatory projects from 2021 to present that met the criteria to use cost recovery fees. Describe the types of violations and enforcement actions requiring the imposition of cost recovery fees from 2021 to present. Detail why compliance assistance is a recoverable cost when compliance assistance has been a longstanding feature of NOAA OLE activities. And finally, provide additional data on NOAA Office of Law Enforcement incremental costs under all cost recovery programs, including number of investigations, with a breakout of what portion of that investigation is LAP related and number of staff. And with a second, I can speak to my motion.
Second, Ms. Mueller.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Mueller, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And I'll flag that I plan to have a separate motion under this agenda item on economic data reports. I appreciate NOAA Fisheries' work under this agenda item to be both responsive to previous industry requests for more transparency across all cost recovery programs and to improve the timing and process for halibut sablefish cost recovery coming out of the IFQ review last December. However, as we heard in public testimony, many would like to see even more transparency, efficiencies, and cost reductions. I want to acknowledge that the timing of this action is unfortunate given the strain that NOAA Fisheries staff are under right now. I'm sensitive to that. And I also think it's important to move forward with improvements in a timely manner, given the increasing economic strain that the fishing industry is also under, with rising costs and poor markets. Collectively, the fishing industry has tied up many vessels and lost multi-generation family businesses in recent years. So we all must work hard to reduce unnecessary costs. This motion builds from the AP motion and is responsive to both the agency's requests and to several of the elements highlighted in the joint industry letter and in public comment under this agenda item. The motion requests NOAA Fisheries to continue their work on the items in the discussion paper under this agenda item to streamline and improve the agency's process, like the timing of cost recovery fee publications, calculations, and fee collection, all of which warrant further development. The discussion paper is a good start, but to save council time and resources, the council doesn't need to see another round of discussion paper. Rather, this motion asks the agency to bring those items back when they are ready, with options to initiate a regulatory amendment. The second paragraph of the motion directs NOAA Fisheries and Office of Law Enforcement to take a harder look and cease charging travel, rent, and utilities if those are not truly incremental costs, especially given additional information coming to light at this meeting, paired with knowledge that other regions do not charge rent and utilities. This section also asks for a harder look at the Office of Law Enforcement's incremental costs. The last paragraph in the motion asks for additional information and transparency to be reported in future annual cost recovery reports. The intent of this motion is to streamline the cost recovery program and improve transparency and accountability, and the expectation is that the work to compile this information will not create extra costs for the directly regulated fishing sectors. I'll end by noting appreciation for the significant collaboration within industry with 14 organizations representing thousands of fishermen and all fishing sectors with cost recovery coming together to provide a comment letter. This level of agreement and alignment across sectors doesn't always happen in our work, and it stands out. I also appreciate the agency's willingness to work together to address both their requests and needs as well as those of the industry. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Are there any questions on the motion? Are there any amendments to the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a simple amendment I'd like to offer. Probably need the motion back up on the screen.
Okay, I think, there we go.
Great, okay. In the second paragraph, the last sentence, the sentence that reads, these actions should occur as soon as possible and are consistent with existing NOAA policy directives. My amendment would be to strike as soon as possible and replace that with immediately. And if there's a second, I can speak to it.
I'd second our discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I just, some of these things we've been concerned about for a while. These are consistent with existing policies. There's no policy development that needs to happen. And I would just like to send a really strong signal that that this should happen right away. There shouldn't be any reason to delay.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll see if there are any questions on the amendment. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Vanderhoven, I'm actually struggling a little bit with the difference between as soon as possible and immediately. Because sometimes immediately is impossible. And I, in this situation, I don't really know, but if there's any, for instance, if there's any programming that needs to happen, then we've already heard what the status is of NIM's ability to have programming changes happen in a timely fashion. So I guess I'm wondering why it feels a little less, potentially it feels a bit less realistic than as soon as possible. So maybe you could walk me through the differences that you see between those, because I didn't hear it when you spoke to it.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I think as soon as possible seems highly variable, especially in light of current staffing situations, and I think immediately sends a stronger signal that this is a high priority.
Thank you. Any other questions on the amendment? Okay, we'll move to comments on the amendment. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the amendment. I share some of Mr. Twite's concerns. I have personally been involved in some things very similar to this in my past life. And right from the very start, implementation of some of the things that are listed here, they take there's got to be a fair amount of planning and work just to go in to get ready to do these things. Immediately, while I agree, it is certainly sends the message of what we want. I share Mr. Twice's concerns, and from personal experience, immediately in some of these instances is probably not practical given what's going to happen. As soon as possible, starts a clock that we've got our finger on, and I think it's more practical for them to be able to accomplish some of the things that are supposed to occur here. So I have some concerns with the use of the word immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick response to that. I agree with you wholeheartely. If we were looking to put new things in place, that would require a longer spin-up time and language as soon as possible. I would be much more comfortable within that situation as well. But since we're just looking at removing things that are currently being billed for, that I'm comfortable with the immediate language here.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? Okay. I'm not seeing any further comments. I'd like to take a roll call on the amendment, please.
Okay, calling the roll on the amendment. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Curlin.
No.
Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
No.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
No.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
No.
Is that a no?
No.
Thank you. And Ms. Drobnika.
No.
Motion passes 6-5.
Okay, any further amendments? Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of small wording changes as well, if staff can work with me on this. So in the second paragraph, at the beginning, I would strike the word directs, so it would read, "The council recommends that." And then after OLE in parentheses, strike the word "to." At the end of the paragraph, strike the words "and are consistent with existing NOAA policy directives." And in the next paragraph, strike the word "directs" and insert "recommends that." Oh, sorry, one more. And then after OLE, strike the word "to." And that's my proposed amendment.
Second. Thank you for the second, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I absolutely understand the strong feelings on these issues. With all due respect, the council doesn't direct the agency on how to do these things. So that's why I'm suggesting the language "recommends" in those two places. And then at the end of the second paragraph, the language about consistency with NOAA policy directives. I think there's room for people to disagree about what is within the scope of those policy directives and have different perspectives on that. And I think the council's intent in recommending this is clear without that language. So that's the rationale behind my proposed amendment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Are there any questions on the amendment? Yes, Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Curlin, I understand, and I'm tracking the change from directs to recommends that I'm struggling with striking consistent with existing because I didn't hear anything in either the staff presentation or our questions or during the AP motion or anything else that gave me any reason to think that it's not consistent with existing policy directives. So this feels like a bit of sort of new information. Your perspective that it's not so clear, and could you walk me through a little bit of the reason why you think it's not so clear? Because I'm sitting here wondering about a vote on something I sort of agree with parts and sort of don't agree with parts.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Tway, thanks for the question. You know, to be perfectly frank, it's kind of the implication that the agency has not been following existing policy directives. And, you know, again, there can be different views on what is within the bounds and what is not. But you know, I at least couldn't support language that implies that we have been inconsistent with our policy directives.
Thank you, Mr. Curland. Any other questions? Any comments on the amendment? Yes, Mr. Twain.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to change directs to recommend that, because I think that is technically more correct. I'm not ready to agree to the others, so I'm going to end up because it's several subjects. I have to choose in the amendment. I have to sort of choose the one that concerns me the most, and I think it's striking the language about existing policy directives bothers me more. So as it stands right now, I think I will oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Tway. Any other comments on the amendment? Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. I think I actually have a question process-wise. Since we're voting on a motion to amend, to add in recommends that, you know, that the council recommends that NMFS and NOAA, but it also includes striking out language. Would we be able to have a following motion if this motion went through and we added recommends that? Because I do agree with that. Process-wise, could we take another motion on adding back in the language consistent with existing NOAA policy directives? I'm just a little confused process-wise.
Mr. Ritchie, I was just actually contemplating or questioning the same thing. I will need to go to Mr. Oliver to verify how we would amend an amendment and through potentially a striking of specific language while retaining the remaining language. So, Mr. Oliver.
I'll give this a try, Madam Chair. You know, I think that you can't remake a motion that's substantially the same motion that failed if it were to fail. I think if that was where you want to go, I believe it would be more appropriate and direct for someone to make an amendment to Mr. Curlin's amendment to reinstate that particular language, and then vote on Mr. Curlin's amendment with, depending on your vote, either with or without the language about policy directives.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Oliver.
So I see Mr. Ritchie's hand back up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Oliver. Would it be appropriate now to offer an amendment to include that language and strike through at the end of the paragraph? Okay, I would move to amend this motion to amend to include the strike through language that's at the end of the paragraph.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tway. Do you want to speak to it any further, Mr. Ritchie?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any questions on the amendment to the amendment? Any further comments on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we will do a roll call on the amendment to reinstate the stricken language at the end of the last sentence of this paragraph.
Calling the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Kurland.
No.
Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Okay, we have the amended amendment back on the floor for discussion. Any further comments? Yes, Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear? I realize this is the first time I've spoken this meeting.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm not sure where exactly in the process is the appropriate time for me to offer this comment. So I figured since there's still a chance for amendments, I would at least mention that under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the Secretary of Commerce is directed to collect a fee to recover the actual costs related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of any limited access privilege program. So whether what costs are or are not appropriately incremental costs related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of any of the North Pacific LAPs, or whether such current costs are consistent with NOAA's policy directives, is a determination that will be made by the Secretary of Commerce, and in particular, a determination made by NMFS acting under delegated authority from the Secretary of Commerce. So I just wanted to note that authority under the Magnuson-Stevens Act in terms of who makes the determinations as to what is appropriately charged as incremental costs associated with the management of limited access privilege programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Any further comments on the amended amendment? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Watson. I might need a little more elaboration. I'm looking at Magnuson under cost recovery. In establishing a limited access program, a council shall develop a methodology and the means to identify and assess. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Wait, let me get, where is it? Yeah, develop a methodology and means to identify and assess the management, data collection, analysis, and enforcement programs that are directly related to and in support of. And so I guess where I'm looking for the differentiation from what I thought I heard you say and how I read it is in where a council shall. And so maybe we need a little more clarification on what the council shall versus what the secretary shall.
Ms. Watson.
I'm happy to take a crack at that unless there's anyone from NIMS who wants to chime in. Ms. Vanderhoven, I am point the council to section 304 D2 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act regarding the establishment of fees. And that section says that the Secretary of Commerce is authorized and shall collect a fee to recover the actual costs directly related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of any limited access privilege program. So that was the language that I was looking to. And again, I would invite NIMS if they have anything further to add.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any volunteers for further elaboration. It's not that this discussion isn't related to the particular amendment in front of us, but it may necessitate more additional conversation, and I'm not sure if it's going to substantively change the outcome at this point. But I see Ms. Vanderhoven's hand is, or actually we'll go to Ms. Kimball first. I think she had a question, and then Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. I was moving on. I was going to speak.
Okay.
So
Ms. Vanderhoven, did you have a direct response to this, or is this a different subject?
Yeah, just a final comment on that. I guess I brought it up here because the original motion was the council directs, which I think falls in line with this section that I'm looking at in Magnuson. And Mr. Curlin had said, as he spoke to the motion, that the council doesn't direct, they recommend. And so that's why I felt it was appropriate to bring it up here.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
I was just going to speak in support of the amendment. Is that appropriate? I think as much as we'd like to direct NIMS to do things and then they would just do them, that's really not our role. I think even with the Magnus Mac language that was written, we provide recommendations. So I like the previous language because it made such a strong statement. I appreciate that from Ms. Vanderhoven. But to be technically correct, I agree with Mr. Curland. So I support the amendment.
Thank you. Any further comments on the amended amendment? Seeing none, let's do a roll call on the amended amendments.
Calling the roll on the amended amendment. Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
No.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Any further amendments on the motion on the floor? Any comments on the amended motion? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to just acknowledge and really appreciate all the questions and concerns that all the affected industry sectors have raised about cost recovery fees, and note the really widely held desire that NIMS evaluate our internal processes to improve efficiency, consistency, and transparency. And that's all completely understandable, especially now given the current market conditions, the strains the industry is facing, but really would be equally valid under any circumstances. People want to understand what expenses are being charged to cost recovery and why. They want assurance that charged costs are proper, meaning they are costs that are directly attributable to the particular limited access privilege program. So I welcome the scrutiny. I think that NIMS should be explaining clearly how we're using cost recovery funds and why. And where there are questions, we should find ways to present the information more clearly. And if we don't have good answers to show that a given activity wouldn't be needed but for a limited access privilege program, we should be making changes and not charging those expenses to cost recovery. I'll be supporting the motion for purposes of evaluation of the items listed, but my support shouldn't be construed to mean that NMFS ultimately will support all of the requested changes. We'll need to take a close look. The range of potential regulatory changes address many of the issues that we identified in the first iteration of the discussion paper, and perhaps most importantly address the extremely challenging timing of the annual IFQ cost recovery process. So I do expect we'll come back to the council to recommend a package of tangible improvements to the cost recovery process. And overall, NMFS remains committed to identifying and implementing cost-cutting measures, and we'll work with our agency partners. It's not just our agency that uses cost recovery funding. Fish and Game, IPHC, Pacific States, and others do. Working to improve transparency and consistency in tracking incremental costs associated with our limited access programs. I do need to caveat this, though, that with rising inflation and personnel costs, we aim to reduce costs, but we can't guarantee that these cost-cutting measures ultimately will result in a lower dollar value in future reports. To the degree that we can report cost savings, we will do so, but costs are going up all over the place. So those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ferland. Any additional comments? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Goen, for the motion. I think it's timely, as Mr. Kurland alluded to. The costs are going up. They're also going up for the fishing fleet, and I think Ms. Goen's motion captured some of the concerns that we heard from the public, and to identify more transparency, accountability, and the actual direct costs associated with managing these LAP programs. So for those reasons, Madam Chair, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Any final comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Goen, and I'll be in support. I really do hope that that middle paragraph there, where we're recommending that both NMFS and OLE stop charging for certain cost categories that do not seem to be incremental costs associated with a LAP, or at least do a deep dive on what that looks like and come back to us and provide more transparency about how those things are done. I think those are the ones that really stand out to me. So I appreciate that language being both in the AP motion and then also in our motion. I think there's a lot to follow up on in future cost recovery reports. I appreciate those being listed as well. But that middle part, I think, is really the immediate need in order to relieve some of the burden for all industries that are facing a lot of increased costs similar to the agency. So thanks for the motion. I'm in support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'm not seeing any other hands. Is there any opposition to the amended motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Any further actions?
Madam Chair, I have a second motion.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you. If staff could pull the second motion up. Thank you. The council requests initiation of a regulatory amendment to remove economic data reports from limited access privilege programs. Purpose and need. The council has successfully analyzed the economic performance of numerous fisheries without the use of economic data reports, or EDRs. The council has reviewed and modified EDRs in the past to improve their usability, efficiency, and consistency, and sought to minimize costs to industry and the federal government. In response, the council has removed EDR requirements for one program and streamlined others. EDRs are currently required for only 2 limited access privilege programs, the CRAB rationalization and Amendment 80 programs. These limited access privilege programs pay fees for administering their EDRs through cost recovery programs. Given the substantial cost recovery fees for submitting and maintaining EDRs, their inconsistent application across limited access privilege programs, and the lack of a clear overriding management need, the cost of EDRs to fishery participants and the agency outweighs the values of EDR to management. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, remove economic data report requirements for limited access privilege programs. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Goen.
Thank you. I'll be brief on this rationale. The second motion initiates a regulatory action to remove economic data reports for limited access privilege programs. As we heard in testimony, circumstances have changed for both industry and for the agency since the council last considered economic data reports. Industry is facing increasing challenges with poor markets and growing costs, and the agency is facing its own unique challenges with pressures to reduce costs. In addition, limited access privilege program reviews are possible with other economic data available outside of EDRs, as proven because not all Alaska limited access privilege programs have EDRs. My understanding is that this should not be a big analytical lift, given the council has a substantial body of work to pull from in recent years on this topic, from both economic data report actions and crew data collection actions. To be clear, I support economic data collection where necessary and where it will inform management programs, but we haven't seen that with EDRs. I think there could be utility in a national effort to coordinate on what economic data is truly needed to be helpful for fisheries management decisions. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Are there any questions on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Are there any amendments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I have a question. And it might be for staff. I was still under the impression we had an EDR program for Amendment 91. Okay, could you answer that on the record?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the council, this is Sarah Meriden, council staff. There's currently 3 EDR programs. So the 2 mentioned in the motion, the crab rationalization program, Amendment 80, and there's also still an EDR for Amendment 91 with the AFA fisheries, and there's some different components of that. It looks different than the crab rationalization program and Amendment 80 EDRs, but it's still one of the EDRs that exists.
So this might necessitate a small amendment. Yep. So not seeing any other questions on main motion. Would you like any amendments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would be in the purpose and need only. Just wait till that's back on the screen.
Okay.
So my amendment would be to strike in the sentence EDRs are currently required for only 2 limited access programs. I would strike 2 and insert 3. Thank you. And then further in that sentence, after the semicolon, say the Amendment 91, the BSAI Amendment 91, the crab rationalization and Amendment 80 programs.
Second.
Thank you for the second. Mr. Twite, do you need to speak to your amendment?
I don't think so, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that amendment? Okay. Any opposition to the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, that amendment passes without opposition.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further amendments? Any comments on the amended motion? Yes, Mr. Twight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I support this. I'm still thinking a little bit about Ms. Kimball's observation earlier about council has looked at this before. And I was thinking about sort of my own journey relative to EDRs, where originally I thought it was an important tool that had a lot of problems. I have to admit, I've looked for where EDR data are used in our process and not found it. And then when it, to the best of my understanding, when NMFS was recently able to produce that really well done economic snapshot of the status of the Alaska seafood industry in very short order, very timely manner. And as far as I've been able to ascertain, there was zero reliance or even use of EDR data. In doing that, I've come to the conclusion that it's not a very important tool, but it does have a lot of problems. And so for me, that's been the journey through the three council reviews of this. And so while I think it's a great question to ask, what's different now? I wanted to at least put it on record. For me, as one council member, that's what's different. I know a very different picture of the utility of EDRs than I had the previous years when we've ended up supporting.
Thank you, Mr. Twight. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I will support this amendment. We have looked at this so many times and so I feel like personally I've been trying to be very judicious about new tasking at this meeting. But we have analyzed this before and we have a lot to work from that's already been done. And I guess I take to heart Mr. Twight's comments about maybe this being more timely than it has in the past when we tried to look at either revising the EDR or removing it. So I will support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments? Yeah. Any opposition to the amended motion? Seeing none, that passes without opposition. Thank you, Ms. Bowen, for the motions. Any further action on D1? Seeing none, we are ready to move on to D2. I'm seeing some more individuals signed up. We have 64 at this point. I have made an announcement that we will have to put additional time limits so individuals and companies will have 2 minutes, associations and organizations 4 minutes. So please plan accordingly once we get to public testimony. I may have been a little ambitious in my thinking that we could get through public testimony this evening. We will be going a little late, probably breaking between 4:45 and 5 p.m. because there are some members who have obligations this evening. And it will be an hour later in Washington and Oregon. I will announce at the end of the day whether or not we need to remove D3 from our agenda this meeting. If that happens, we will reschedule for June. We do have some additional time, and I know the AP has already taken this up, so we will probably just have that on the council's agenda in June if we need to. But I will make that call at the end of the day before we break. Thank you. I think we have Dr. Stram here to introduce D2. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. We are on D2, Gulf of Alaska Tanner Crab Protections. I would note that we also have for questions and answers, Mike Five from ACN and Mark Stickert from the ADFG. We are going through the discussion paper. I just want to note for you the things that are posted to your agenda for this discussion paper. In addition to the paper itself, the first 2 appendices are included in the paper. The appendices 3 through 5 are attached separately, posted separately to your agenda. Just to remind you that this is picking up on the last review that you had in February of 2024 that was following staff tasking from June of 2023. You have had iterative reviews of the same issue between 2016 and 2018, and actually dating back to an analysis reviewed in 2010 and 2011. So just in terms of the action by the council here, we're reviewing the discussion paper with action as necessary. I have here your motion from last February requesting the information in this expanded discussion paper. And I would note that the focus of this discussion paper is explicitly on the asks from the council, specifically from your motion. So both the year breakouts as well as the years that we analyze. The only change that we made at all is where 2024 data was available. We did include that. The appendix 5 that is linked on your e-agenda is the discussion paper from February of last year and contains additional data that is not represented in here, but is appended as reference material for you. Just a quick outline then, grouping the information request by the council. We'll go through the existing closures for the crabs, tanner crab and red king crab around Kodiak, as well as the proportion of the surveyed red king crab and tanner crab by sex and maturity that's present in each area. And then we'll look at the surveyed abundance and concentrations on the east side of Kodiak from 2012 to 2024. Then we'll move into groundfish tanner crab PSC, groundfish harvest, timing and value, and then similar information for directed tanner crab harvest, timing and value. Some information on processing considerations, understanding that that's limited, and then a discussion of closure considerations. This figure is figure 1 on page 2 of your discussion paper, and this includes most of the closure areas, type 1 and through type 3 closures to the east side and south of Kodiak Island. I'm going to go through these individually in terms of what the actual type of closures mean. There are type 1, type 2, and type 3. And in subsequent slides, this is table 1 on page 3 of your discussion paper. In subsequent slides, I'll go through those individually. I just want to note here, this table is table 2 on page 4 of your discussion paper. I'll be using some of the information from that. So this was put together by ADF&G staff. But to orient you as to the individual closures, this is the information I'm pulling from it. This includes by each of these stat areas under that we are discussing in this paper, 525,702 and 525,630, the proportion of tanner crab from the surveyed abundance that's in those stat areas, and then in each of these individual closures that we're going to walk through. And just for summary, I'm using the numbers for all tanner crab and that I'm just pulling forward in the summary, but you have information on all tanner crab, legal males, mature males, juvenile males, mature female, and juvenile females. Table 3 that I'm not showing has similar information than for surveyed red king crab. So starting with the year-round closures, so these are the type 1 closures, Alatac Flats and Towers, and Marmot Flats, and then the Marmot Bay closure. These closures then are year-round closures to non-pelagic trawl gear. And so just going into the first two then, looking at Marmot Bay, currently that Marmot Bay has 1% of the overall surveyed abundance of tanner crab. And again, this is summary from 2012 through 2024. And then has no red king crab. Many of these closures were put into place in the mid to late 80s. And in general, put into place for red king crab with some consideration of indirect conservation benefits for tanner crab. Marmot Flats then, just below that is a type 1 closure that contains 2% of the overall tanner crab abundance, and again, 0 red king crab. Moving on then to the last type 1 closure, Alatac Flats and Towers. This contains 4% of the overall tanner abundance and 18% of the red king crab abundance in federal waters. And I would just note that over the 30 years that these red king crab closures have been in place, the stock has not recovered. But of all the closures that have been surveyed, over 95% of the red king crab are in the Alatac Flats and the adjacent state waters, Alatac Bay areas. Moving on then to type 2 closures.
Dr. Schramm, looks like we have a question. Ms. Goen?
Yeah, thank you. It was on the previous slide. And sorry, I was actually trying to eat some lunch while you were talking. I think you mentioned that the closures you were describing haven't shown any recovery of king crab. And I'm wondering if you could speak a bit to were they put in place when king crab was still around, or were they put in place to try and rebuild king crab when it was already at a really low point in its abundance?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Goen. The table 1 in your document provides information on the definition and the conservation value associated with those closures. They were all put in place between 1987 and 1989. If Mark Stickert is on, he might be able to speak more towards what the status of the king crab population was in the mid to late 80s when these closures were put into place to try to rebuild that stock. I believe it had long since crashed when these closures were put into place.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dana. And for the record, my name is Mark Stickert. I work for Alaska Department of Fish and Game here in Kodiak, and I'm the Regional Crab Management Coordinator. Just going through the chair, as Dana noted in the table 1, we've got some dates on when those were put in place. I would say generally speaking, the Kodiak king crab stock was in a period of pretty significant decline by 1987, 1989. And I think that's what prompted some of these closures to be established in this area, was really to recognize that that stock was perhaps in crisis at that point. And so were largely put in place during a period of steep decline, and current abundance levels largely have remained flat since the late 1980s, early 1990s.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Since we're on this piece, Dr. Stram, or maybe Mr. Stickert, can't see it on the screen. Is it the Chirikov Island area? Is there no data provided for that area in terms of how you've related data for the other areas?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. We didn't have the similar information on Chirikov. I'm sure that Mr. Stickert could speak to whether or not that data could be pulled, but we did not pull data from that area. We're focused on the council's direction to look at the closures on the east side of Kodiak.
Okay, maybe you just need to ask if those data are available if we needed it.
Through the chair, the most of the crab abundance data that we're referencing here comes from a department trawl survey. That survey has been in place and standardized since 1988. We do not survey that area within the Chirikov closure area, so at least in terms of providing department crab survey data, those data are unavailable for that spot.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on then to the type 2 closures. So these are also closed to non-pelagic trawl gear, but from February 15th to June 15th. That is intended and was put into place to provide protection to adult female crab during molting and mating. Tanner crab grow and molt until they reach a terminal molt maturity, that for females is around ages 4 to 5, for males around 5 to 6. So Tanner crab are more vulnerable to mortality during molting and mating, and that occurs from February through mid-May. So these are the type 2 closures. So here we're showing type 2 for Barnabas. This contains 6% of the overall Tanner crab abundance and about 0.5% of the red king crab abundance. And then finally, type 3 closures. Type 3 closures are by design adjacent to type 1 and type 2 closures. They've been identified as important red king crab rearing or migratory areas. So these closures only become operational following the termination of a recruitment event. And a recruitment event is defined as a high number of female red king crab where it is over a threshold to open the directed fishery to commercial fishing. There have been no recruitment events observed, and so type 3 closures have never been, they have never closed. So as Mark Stickert mentioned, the trawl survey showing you figure 2 and 3 in your document to the left is the outline of the fixed grid trawl survey that's been operational since 1988, providing area swept estimates of Tanner crab, and the sampling grid was established to be concentrated on historical Tanner crab abundance. To the right then is the 2024 panel. For figure 3, you have 4 panels there from 2021 through 2024. This provides you the overall estimate of the crab that are surveyed in that area. Again, and it also shows you those 2 stat areas of interest. And again, we're focused on the areas to the east of Kodiak, but this provides you all of the survey grid and the size of the circles. The circles are the same, but the survey size is the same for the circles. They all represent 1,000. So if you're comparing from one year to the next, the larger circles are a higher abundance of crab. And you'll see that in 2024, it's a lower abundance across years. Figure 4 then provides you the same information and a figure. The table is also on page 8 that provides you those data, and this shows you by maturity. And what you can see are the cyclical nature of the pulses of juvenile crab that you see in 2018 and 2023, and then you see the decline from the 2024 survey.
Dr. Stram, we have a question. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I have a question back on figure 3. I don't know if you have to go back on your slide, but that might be helpful. And you only have 1 year, 2024 on the slide, but looking at figure 3 in the discussion paper, I'm just wondering, and maybe this is probably better addressed at Mr. Sticker. Thank you for joining us today. I'm looking at figure 3 and the 4 years of survey data that are there, and particularly one of the stat areas that we're considering here in this potential action 525702. And it's pretty clear that at least through these 4 years of the survey, there's consistently a pretty large abundance of crab, but it looks like what crab are there in the survey can sort of vary in terms of proportion by life stage, whether we're talking about mature crab or juveniles. And can you give me a little sense of just the variability in that proportion in the different life stages that you see in those areas that generally consistently have crab year to year?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Baker, Madam Chair. So yeah, I think you characterized that well, Ms. Baker, that we do see some variability. As Ms. Stram, Dr. Stram had identified, we see a fairly persistent and cyclical recruitment where we see large pulses of crab come through this population. They tend to be fairly homogeneous, being when we see a lot of juvenile crab, they dominate the population, and then those crab grow and mature into larger sizes. Those are what the crab we tend to see in the population. We do see some patterns of differential use within these two stat areas. And I'll note, obviously the department survey doesn't capture all of the area in these two stat areas, but we can make some decent conclusions there. But when we first detect one of these large pulses, we tend to see the highest abundance of these really small juvenile crab in the nearshore bays, typically inside state waters. As those crab grow, they tend to need more space, and then we'll see crab, the larger size classes, and then certainly the majority of mature size crab will really expand out and oftentimes into the federal portions of these two stat areas. We don't have a lot of direct evidence about a lot of seasonal use. We tend to see crab in these areas at their relative life sizes pretty consistently. We survey this area in June. It's a summer survey. The directed fishery happens in January and February, and areas of high density in the survey oftentimes very closely match areas of high density, at least of larger size animals in the winter fishery. And I think we'll get into it later, but oftentimes we'll see some high density or relatively high PSC in the spring and the fall, which concludes to me that those crab are predominantly in those same gullies in the same relative area. We do have some tagging work. I think our general understanding is crab sort of within these gullies and these bays off the east side of Kodiak tend to stay in those gullies. We've tagged crab, and we have not had any crab sort of walk from Barnabas Gully to the south or to the north to Marmot. And so we think that crab, once inside these areas, tend to persist in those areas throughout their life. I think I'll leave it at that, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sticker and Ms. Baker. We're ready to move on.
Moving on then, this is figure 5 in your document. I'm just going to orient you to the information that's in here. As with the panels that I just showed you, I've broken this out into 2 different slides for the panels, but I would note this is the concentration of crab from the survey. These are also appended as individual panels in Appendix 2 of your document so that you can zoom in more on these. But just to note for you, So this is the top two panels on your figure 5 of juvenile males to the left and females to the right. And I just want to show you this. I have put the survey grid on there so you're aware of the fact that the reason why you see these lines in the concentrations, that is the extent of the survey in that area. So that's what you're seeing. I just want to note that you have the stat areas delineated in blue. In the red, you have the seasonal closure. In black, you have your state water closure. We also have the 50 fathom contour on there. And then you can see where Barnabas Gully is listed on there. And as Mr. Stickert just noted, the younger crab tend to be in the bays, as you can see here, and then tend to move into deeper offshore gullies as they grow and mature. Moving on then, this is also your panels on figure 5. This is showing you mature males to the left, legal males in the middle, and mature females to the right. Again, similar stat areas and the closures that are noted on there. And again, here you can see that the crab are in the deep offshore gullies, particularly in Barnabas Gully, and they tend to remain in the gullies over time. Okay, now we're going to move on to the groundfish PSC harvest and value.
Excuse me, Dr. Stram. We have another question. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on figure 5. And actually my question was about the previous slide too. Just in terms of, am I correct, Dr. Stram? It looks like the key or the scale is different between the figures for juvenile crab and mature crab. So I'm just wondering if you can provide some, because it almost looks like if you go to the previous slide, there's perhaps one might just look at this quickly and say no juvenile crab in area 525702, where on the next slide we see a lot of adult crab. And so am I correct that the scale or key is different between these two figures, and that we should look carefully at the colors and denoted here and interpreting what might be found in these areas?
Yes, thank you through the chair, Ms. Baker. That's correct. The scale does differ. It's meant to show the concentration. I don't know if Mr. Stickert wants to provide more. We had a little bit of a discussion with the AP about how to interpret that lowest level from 0 to, this is cumulative. I think it's averaged over all of those cumulative years, 2012 through 2024, but I'll pause and let Mr. Stickert provide more information because we did have this discussion with the AP as well.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Baker, Madam Chair. We had, as you know, this paper had transferred hands a couple times, and we had a fair bit of a conversation on how to best provide some standardized information on how to, relatively look at abundance over time across these different life phases. I guess maybe I'll apologize. We probably should have put more thought in maybe standardizing the scales here, but I think what we're really seeing here is just as we develop these sort of heat maps and in our GIS, they apply some standardized scaling, and we just went with that standardized scaling. And certainly, should you want to move forward, we can better standardize them in a way that's most meaningful to you, Madam Chair, Ms. Baker.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions on that, we'll move on to the groundfish tanner crab PSC. Again, this is from the stat areas 525, 630, and 702 from 2012 to 2024. The council specifically asked for those years and by year type. And one thing to note in here, so the non-pelagic trawl was highest in the CPs over the earlier period, now higher in the CBs, noting that there is one CP that accounted for 99% of the PSC between 2012 and 2022. We had a little discussion with the AP regarding, in particular, the high CB PSC estimate in 2020 in terms of the relative observer coverage. So I just added this table. This is in Appendix 5 of your document. So this is from the document from last year, where you had more requests for additional observer coverage and data. And so just pulling that to just show you here and on your, to just show you what the relative observer coverage, there was a decline in observer coverage in 2020, and then it just shows you from 2019 through 2023 the relative observer coverage. in the non-pelagic trawl and pelagic trawl fishery. Moving on then, this is table 6 in your document on page 11, providing you the ex-vessel value in millions nominal dollars from 2012 through 2023. I would note there's some confusion on this in the AP. This is CPs and CVs combined. There was some discussion of wanting to see this just for CVs to show relative importance of these stat areas to the CVs. That's something that could be done in a future iteration, but we would run into some confidentiality issues with that. So just in terms of summary for 525-630, 2.8% of the total ex-vessel groundfish value is from that stat area and 1.2% from the non-pelagic trawl, where 525-730, 4.4% of the total, with the pelagic trawl at the highest contribution of 1.9. And so then the sum of the other areas comprises 92.8% of the ex-vessel value from those areas. And again, if this discussion paper or analysis moves forward, we can explore other means to display relative dependence of the groundfish fishery on those stat areas. This was just one way of getting at it based on the council's motion. Table 7 then, moving into directed tanner crab landings, showing you the number of vessels, pounds, and the value, noting that there's no commercial fishery between 2014 and 2017, and again in 2021. And then for comparison, that's across all of the areas. And then for comparison, we sum for that time frame, we sum what the amount was from the 2 stat areas in question, noting that that represents about 21% of the total landings over this time frame.
Dr. Strand, before you move on, a question from Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Strand, for the presentation. My question's back on the table about ex-vessel value from groundfish. And I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. So if I'm reading, combining the 2 stat areas for non-pelagic and pelagic trawl, roughly 6% of the ex-vessel value of their landings come from these 2 stat areas. Is that correct? What I'm getting at is the majority of their ex-vessel value is coming from outside of these 2 stat areas.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, that's correct. That's what you were reflecting in the 92.8% of the total from the other areas outside of those 2 stat areas.
And then second question follow-up is, so presumably they could then make up that amount outside of those stat areas, the 6+%.
Ms. Goen, I'm sorry, through the chair, Ms. Goen, we did not try to infer how that, what would happen if you redistributed the effort. We were just asked to summarize what the ex-vessel value was coming from those areas as compared to other areas. So we weren't making any inference on whether or not they could catch that elsewhere.
That makes sense. Thanks.
Again, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And based on that, your caveat on this table, Dr. Strand, that this is catcher vessels and catcher processors combined, this isn't able then to show the relative dependence of catcher vessels. Those numbers could be higher if we took the CPs out, because I'm aware that the CPs don't even fish in all of these areas.
Madam Chair, through the chair, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. And so that was one of the things that was relayed to us. And so we could explore, it is my understanding that it would show much higher if we were able to provide for you similar information for just the catcher vessels, but we would need to address the confidentiality issues involved in trying to show you that information.
I have a quick follow-up. Thank you. And I was thinking about that as well, as you said, you might run into that kind of confidentiality problem. Does that mean you expect some years to be confidential data now that we have this table, so that we can use the 2 tables together? There would be whole years in which we wouldn't be able to see data.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's my understanding. Mike Fye and I discussed this after we posted the paper to see what we could do. And the initial thought was that we will run into years with confidentiality issues because we're breaking it out by the stat area and by the gear type. If Michael Fye is on and wants to provide more information, we didn't have much of a chance to explore that. Only that we knew that we could do something with it, but you won't most likely not be able to see quite the breakout that way.
By value. Thank you.
Okay, then again, moving on, so then this is giving you the sum over those stat areas. We tried to look at the stat areas by year, so keeping in mind the table 7 here is, we're showing you all of the pounds and value, and then the individuals sum for over that time frame for those stat areas. We tried to break it out by year. We cannot do that for stat area 630. We can do it for 702. So that's what we're showing you here for the years that the directed fishery was in place over those years. And then we pulled the 3-year average from 2022 through 2024, just to look at what the 3-year average was in terms of the dependency, the harvest that's coming from 525,702, and that comprises about 38% of the landings overall for directed tanner in the 3-year average. So we then tried to compare this with how that matches up with, again, this is similar to the table that you have in your document, giving you the relative proportion of the annual surveyed amount by area and by those closures. And so we then looked at 525,702. So this is only for 2022 through 2024, the average, in order to directly compare it with the information we had from 525,702. So it gives you basically that 37% of the overall surveyed abundance of tanner crab was in 702, as compared with 38% of the overall landings. Pause.
Thank you. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. And so I'm back on a couple of slides ago, table 7 in the document, but just we didn't. I recognize the council motion did not ask for this, but again, I thought maybe context is sometimes helpful with numbers, and we do have Mr. Sticker here. One can see by looking at the ex-vessel, the number of vessels and the pounds landed in the directed tanner crab fishery and the number of vessels, pretty significant increase over the time period that we're looking at. And is that largely due to just stock conditions in terms of availability of tanner crab for the directed fishery, or have there been sort of other changes in the fleet that we can maybe attribute? I'm just wondering kind of what's going on there for that significant change in terms of value and even just number of participants.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. A couple different ways to interpret it. I think your instinct is primarily correct. We've seen a pattern where every 7 to 8 years, we see a large pulse of crab come in. We see them in the survey, we track them. And so, people have a lot of time to think about and prepare for tanner crab. There is a limited entry program within the state system. And so there's a cap on total number of permits. It's right around 174, I think. But I think looking at figure 4, you can see that this last pulse of crab that really originated in 2018, 2019, survival of that cohort was quite good. It expressed itself through, a much higher proportion of legal or mature size crab. And so you saw this large increase in the GHLs. And so I think, fishermen will fish in fisheries that provide for good fishing. I would say more generally, this sort of corresponds with a lot of the dysfunction that we're seeing in the fishing sector across the board. Salmon fishing, these are predominantly vessels that also predominantly fish in other state waters fisheries, cod, salmon, herring, along those lines. And so this is a good winter fishing option for vessels that primarily fish in spring and summer. Some of the salmon fisheries and other state waters fisheries have suffered some of the issues that have been pervasive throughout the industry. And so I think part of this added effort was good timing of high abundance, also at a time when I think there's a higher proportion of boats that are predominant looking for winter fishing opportunity that may not have been needed in the past. And we might be able to show that in an analysis if you choose to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then to looking at processing, this is table 10 on page 14 of your document. This gives you table 10 and table 11. This gives you the average groundfish tons processed by month from 2012 to 2024, and then the ex-vessel value from 2012 to 2023. I would note this is groundfish only, so it's not inclusive of salmon. And you just basically can see that the February, March, and the September, October are the busiest in terms of landings as well as value. Figure 6 then, and table 12 in your document, again, trying to get at some information as the council requested on processing. I would note, so table 12, we compiled to just get a general idea of the processing by fishery in months between January and March, with tanner crab, pollock, Pacific cod, and flatfish. April and May, rockfish, flatfish, halibut, sablefish. June to August, salmon, halibut, sablefish, rockfish, and flatfish. And then September and November with pollock, Pacific cod, flatfish, and rockfish. We did hear at the AP that we should have also included Dungeness, so we should have included that in our relative timing and at the relative timing of processing. I would note that the figure 6 then is from 2018 to 2023. We didn't go back further than that in terms of the total revenue by month and by target in order to try to capture some of the changes that have been seen since the Pacific cod crash. So not going back before the Pacific cod crash. And I would also note, yeah, so that's what we're trying to get at there in terms of relative species processed by month. Next in figure 7, processor employment. So this is by 2-month stanzas with the exception of January. We pulled in January through March for groundfish fisheries and Kodiak. And just to orient you, I would note, ironically, given your discussion, this was from the EDR data. And so we did use it. This is from 2015 to 2021. I would also note that there's really limited information to pull forward on processing. And so what you see in these figures, the dot represents the average number of employees. The bars represent the minimum and the maximum. And again, what was reported in the EDR. We did hear from members of the public that the 2021 number looks low. This was just an attempt to get at that. We didn't have, what we were really striving for was better information by processor, similar to what you saw when you were examining your chum analysis, where based on the work by Ms. Henry and Dr. Downs, they had better information by individual processors on their number of employees and what is being processed by month. I think that moving forward for action, that's something that we would want to try to get a better handle on.
And Ms. Kimball has a question.
This was a quick question, Dr. Stram. If we did move further with this in any way, would that be appropriate to be able to include crab? I mean, these processors also process crab and process tanner crab, and we can kind of see how that fits in the picture.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Campbell, thank you for the question. This is not including salmon or crab in this processor employment. And so this was what data we did have, but I think that we would need to do we would need to be interviewing with the processors themselves in Kodiak to get a better idea of that.
And Mr. Toy.
Can I just add to that? I think that those interviews are really important for helping us understand what it takes to provide kind of year-round supply of fish to allow the processors to operate year-round to support resident workforces. It helps us get at the community aspects of this a lot better to actually have those one-on-one interviews with the processors themselves to get at those community dynamics. Because in my mind, that's an important part of this action is working towards shoring up that community, which has been pretty battered. So
through the chair, Mr. Troy, yes, and this we understand that we didn't have that kind of data, but it does highlight the need for that. And if I can just go to table 13, that's also why we tried to compile this, because the information that you see from the EDRs does not include the tanner crab processing. We understand that this just gives you for the years in which there was fishery, the vessels and the harvest by January, February, and March, again, with the notes for confidentiality. And some of this was, and it's included in the document as well, noting that processing of tanner crab in January can boost the processing earlier in the year, but understanding that it's sporadic. It was obviously closed from 2014 to 2017. It was closed again in 2021. It also requires a different processing line than groundfish and fewer crew. So we tried to capture to the best we could some of the available information, but there's much more that needs to be interviewed and discussed in order to better capture the flavor of the processing issues. There's a short bit in the document that also discusses, to the best of our ability, some of the volatility in recent years in processing capacity in Kodiak. Okay, moving on to the last part, looking at the council had requested the staff give some thought to closure considerations, for input on closure considerations for tanner crab protection. We just note that the data that we have indicates that 525702 is likely more important to tanner crab if you're comparing between the two stat areas than 525630. We looked at discussing whether a habitat type approach could be used to identify areas if the council were interested in areas that are smaller than a stat area. So looking at areas where the depth and slope, that was why we included the 50 fathom contours on all of those figure 5 crab concentration areas by sex and maturity, or looking at less than 25% of the slope that might be consistent with high tanner crab abundance. I would also note that we reference the enforcement precepts, which tell you that you should not be doing anything on a depth contour for enforcement purposes, and that straight, lat, long, and stat area boundaries are preferred for that. We were specifically calling attention to Barnabas Gully, which is labeled in all of those graphs on figure 5 again that are included in appendix 2 as well.
Sorry, I meant to ask this later on when we really dove further into the enforcement part, but Pacific Council made use of, as part of their rockfish recovery regulations, made use of depth contours that, God, those things wiggled all around the map when you looked at them on the map. But they made, it seemed like fairly effective use. I'm just wondering if we have done any outreach to the Pacific Council about use of depth contours as enforceable lines. They did it mostly for biological reasons. They decided that the biological importance of managing by depth sort of outweighed some of the enforcement problems. But it'd be really interesting to get their view of what worked well, what didn't, whether they would do it again. Because that was essentially coast-wide. I think, I'm kind of looking at Mr. Williams too, but I think they had those depth contours from the US-Canada border all the way south into California. Pretty extensive use.
Through the chair, yeah, thank you. That was why we focused on that 50 fathom and matching it up. And we did hear in discussions and comments at the AP that they in fishing, they're very well aware of that depth contour. I just felt that it would be important to point out that notwithstanding our enforcement precepts that indicate that the enforcement aspect of that is challenging, the fishing aspect of that clearly is doable. But I have not reached out to the Pacific Council, but I'm happy to look into that more.
I think the interesting questions will be around what their experience was with enforceability.
Yeah, thank you for that. We really do that.
Thank you.
The other thing that we brought forward is characterizing areas that would be most productive to groundfish fishing compared to tanner crab survey abundance. That we just indicate that the council would need to develop some sort of criteria to compare where you're picking between surveyed abundance and groundfish fishing. So in order to identify candidate areas, that way you'd have to have some criteria for why you were looking at a certain threshold of abundance versus groundfish fishing in that region.
Dr. Stern, another question, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Hopefully a quick one following up on the discussion about a potential habitat type area. And just to clarify, Dr. Stram, appreciate you pointing out the enforcement precepts, noting the enforcement difficulties of, say, a closure based on depth or slope. But is that are those difficulties conceptual in the sense I don't think that the North Pacific has any closure areas in regulation based on something like depth or slope that enforcement has actually had to find challenges in enforcing. Do I have that correct? They're just saying that it would be difficult.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that's correct. When we did not have this discussion directly with the enforcement committee, we were just referencing that they do caution that depth and the closures based on depth or contours such as that might be difficult to enforce. So I think it's something that we would have to have a follow-up conversation with examples of how that might work.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
You, through the chair, my question is also in this concept, although a little bit different angle. It's the first time I've seen mention of habitat tied with this action. So I'm curious if you can speak a little bit to this approach and why this is goes hand in hand with crab, this habitat type approach.
Sure, through the chair, I actually might look to Mark Stickert if he wants to chime in on that, because we were having these conversations of trying to be responsive to the council to put forward some ideas. We obviously didn't have a lot of ability to flesh out exactly these, so these were examples, but I'll look to Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Goen, Madam Chair. I think, as Diana noted, we really started at the end and worked backwards here, and our intent was just to provide as best of a footprint of what information that we had available to us, maybe for decision making. In this case, it's really primarily survey data, as consistent with what Mr. White was saying. This is a really high relief area. This is indeed really a gully. It's an information. I think it's an area that I think is pretty information rich. We've got a lot of information on the bathymetry in this area. And I think it'd be fair to say the department's crab surveys, really, it's a hotspot survey. We survey in areas that we think we're going to find tanner crab as a means of, coming up with a relative abundance over years. And so, I guess when we more generally say a habitat type approach, I think we can say we have a good time series of survey data. I think we have a good sense for what that ground looks like underneath our survey net. And we can relate that to relative abundance over time and then make some inference of what maybe is what good habitat or bad habitat in contrast. And so, to your question specifically, I think we were just trying to say these are data that are available to you should you want to try and explore that. And then to the extent that Dr. Stram and myself and others can sort of relate that to habitat quality, we're available for that effort.
Thanks, that's helpful. It actually brought up another question. So you were looking at it from the survey data point of view. Is there other data outside the survey that helps you understand where the crab abundance is for tanners?
Thank you, Ms. Goen, Madam Chair. So I think as I mentioned earlier, right, so we've got sort of two primary inputs towards, maybe references of relative abundance and distribution of crab. One is the summer survey, and the second one is the winter fishery. Obviously, as Dr. Stram had mentioned a couple of times here, we don't always have the luxury of having an open fishery, but we do during most years. And again, this is information that we've got precise location information for the survey, less precise information for the fishery. But generally speaking, it's been the department's experience that areas of high density or high CPUE fishing during January and February tend to pretty closely match the equivalent high areas of density that we see in a summer survey. And so I think these crab tend to have, once they reach legal size in this case, seem to have fairly high site fidelity in this gully once they get to that point. And I guess that's an advantage, for this action, that I think we can, through just looking at the relief and the bathymetry and overlaying that with some direct observation of where these crab tend to be during different times of the year, I think we can fairly accurately describe sort of what are at least high areas of crab density, or infer that these areas provide productive habitat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stickert.
So I just have a couple more slides in terms of how you could consider closures, looking at time and area closures, either full or partial stat areas, coinciding with the Tanner crab meat molt cycle. So again, like from February to June, or looking at times when the directed fishery, directed Tanner crab season is closed. So after March 31st, so April through June. Here we just show figure 8 from your document, which is the size composition data for males and females from the east side Kodiak. And this is just getting into what you already had a discussion with Mr. Stickert earlier about the cyclical nature of the pulses and the recruitment in this fishery, and that in general, what you see in the line for the males is the line giving you the legal size. And again, this is from 2012 through 2024. And that in general, when mature abundance is low, the juvenile abundance tends to be at its maximum. And that's what that arrow is just pointing you to 1 year of an example that shows it really starkly, where you have a big pulse of juveniles and not very many of the older males. So it's how those are the kind of considerations. Generally, decisions are considered in the crab industry with the bigger crab, because those are what show up in bycatch as well as what's in the directed fishery. And then looking at existing closures, we're looking at Barnabas type 2. That could be something that you could consider modifying to make that most of that closures in state waters, which are already closed to non-pelagic year, but the federal portion is open after June 15th. And the survey data shows that high crab abundance in areas of that. Noting again, the survey doesn't cover the entire closure area, so it's difficult to determine impacts on Tanner crab not in the survey area. And again, going back to those heat maps where you see the line, where you see a concentration of crab right up against that line, that is just the delineation of the survey. It's possible that changing that Barnabas to a type 1 closure could provide additional conservation benefits, but survey data does show that there's areas of high abundance in other portions of statistical area 525, 702, such as Barnabas Gully, which we delineated on all of those heat maps for you. And then finally, your next steps, again, you could request an expanded discussion paper. You could move to an analysis by establishing purpose and need and alternatives, or you could take no further action. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes our staff presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Are there any remaining questions on the staff report? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Stram. A couple of slides ago, when you were going through potential time closures, temporal closures, time-based closures, I wondered, and I appreciate you including this, because of course the council already has established time-based closures in around Kodiak Island, and I'm thinking that's particularly the type 2 closures, which match the February 15th to June 15th. And I'm seeing in table 1, the nice summary of the conservation value of the current type 2 closures, that essentially the objective was establish seasonal protection for adult female crab during a vulnerable molting period and associated habits. So that is specific to molting. Do you know if the council considered any mating or reproductive information that was available at that time for those closures, or if it's really just the molting period that the council was getting at?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I might look to Mark Stickert if he wants to speak to that. We have some information on mating in the paper near the tail end of that time frame, but I guess I'll look to Mark to see if he has comments on that.
Yeah, thanks, Diana. Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, there's a couple moving parts here that I think are important. So maybe a little quick reference on biology. And so Tanner crab and snow crab, in addition, are a bit unique within the crab world as they undergo what's called a terminal molt. So at the point where a juvenile crab grows, at the point they transition from becoming a sexually immature juvenile to a sexually mature adult. Functionally happens over the course of 1 molt increment. And once a juvenile molts to maturity, that crab will not molt again. It's called a terminal molt. I think this is widely accepted as truth. This wasn't always sort of held to be the case, and I could go back and look, but I think it was unsettled science on whether tanner crab terminally molt in the late 1980s, 1990s, early 90s. And so my guess is that the depth of that conversation during that time when these were originally put in place probably didn't quite reflect our best understanding of biology. So to sort of put that part to bed. And so really, I think, but the dates that were chosen, I would agree, are pretty well informed. So if you consider that, tanner crab, once they mate to maturity, they don't molt again, but they do have a fairly complex mating ritual and pattern. So, unlike a salmon or a herring or a, codfish, tanner crab have individual mating. So there's an individual male will mate with individual female. There's internal fertilization of her eggs, and she will hold on to those fertilized eggs for almost a year after mating. And so I would suggest there's pretty high vulnerability. If you think of a pollock that spawns today and gets captured in the fishery tomorrow, that pollock will have contributed to that year's reproductive contribution. Crab that fertilizes her eggs today, if she were to be caught in a fishery or die of natural mortality, 11 months from now, her eggs die with her, and so does the entire annual contribution to reproductive status. And so we think that time when the female is extruding and fertilizing eggs are most sensitive within her mating period, and we think that generally happens from April to mid-June. And so I think the dates are well informed. Whether the logic fully incorporates that or if there's logic we can draw from the late 80s, I don't know that's the case necessarily.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's actually back on slide 16, if we could go back there. The one with says figure 5, bottom panels, page 9. Yes. So I guess I have a few questions about this. I think when we're looking at discussion papers and things, and we're considering making a future analysis, a big part of that is refining what we have down into good options, alternatives, options, and elements. And when I look at these maps, it looks like we've got really good resolution on this data here, but I'm wondering if this is first question, is this modeled? Because it looks like it's really good resolution data, and I'm just wondering if that's modeled, and if based on those models, like one of the things that we're going to have to consider here, probably we're going to hear testimony that we should close 525702. We're probably going to hear testimony that we should close some smaller discrete area of it. We're going to hear testimony that we should close 525702 and 630, or that we shouldn't close any. And this, based on these maps, if I didn't know very much about how maps and mapping and modeling worked, I would infer that this this area of crab extends all the way out into 525702 and 630. And I'm wondering if there's a likelihood that that's the case, or if that is more unlikely, I guess.
This is Mark. I can take a leap into this. So to your first question, Mr. Ritchie, Madam Chair, no, this is not modeled. We, again, put a lot of thought into how to best display this information. This is just simply the number of crab that were physically caught during the survey as a function of the length of the survey. And so there's no expansion, there's no estimates. This is the rawest and purest form of data that we had, and we felt it's important to sort of start at the bottom and build up and not confound conversations with trying to make too many inferences or apply a lot of estimation to this. So, so again, this is just crab that were physically handled during a survey. We certainly understand that there are crab outside of the survey box here. For Gulf of Alaska tanner crab fisheries, we do not engage in a formal stock assessment process like we're more familiar with in the Bering Sea. We use a straight area swept estimate, so we'll expand these density estimates up to an area swept, and then that's the data that we feed into our harvest control rule to yield the annual harvest limits. We do this in part because, as I mentioned earlier, we really have, I think, a pretty good sense of where the bulk of crab are at around the island, and we put direct survey effort on top of them. There's, as you know, and we've talked about in this meeting, there's a trade-off between, the surveys are expensive, and there's a trade-off by adding more areas. You lose resolution somewhere else. And this isn't a Kodiak specific survey. We go all the way from Kodiak to Dutch Harbor. And so I think you're well aware of the challenges of running surveys over time and keeping those costs contained. And so, but again, I think really the point is we feel pretty comfortable, and you'll notice on figure 2 that the size of the survey boxes are not standardized, they change. And it's because we're sensitive about expanding a single toe to a large survey box. They reflect really a process that we've used to sort of standardize the size of the survey boxes to ensure that the area that we're expanding those estimates out to truly do represent our best sense for what makes quality crab habitat. And so you see a lot of variability there because we're sensitive to not, because we do rely on a not modeled process, we rely on area swept estimates. We want to make sure that our area expansions in each survey area best represent areas where we'd expect to find crab, and we're not creating crab on paper through an expansion. So I hope that helps, Mr. Ritchie.
Yeah, I think that helps me mostly. Thank you.
Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Stickert. My question relates back to this molting and mating information and thinking about seasonal versus year-round closures. Your explanation of the females holding their eggs for almost a year after mating was eye-opening, and thinking of the seasonal versus year-round, because often I think of, focus more on the molting when they're soft shell and more vulnerable, but to me this says there could be a vulnerability year-round. Another element of this action as we're trying to figure out where to go with all this information is thinking about the different gear types. Can you speak a little bit to the consideration of seasonal versus year-round and the different fishing gear impacts as we try and narrow down what we're thinking about for this action?
Ms. Goen, I'm not sure that's within the scope of our discussion paper questioning right now. I think that's something that we probably draw out, and if the council decides to take this a little bit further. So I don't know if you have another question, or I think that does go beyond what the information that we've been provided with under the discussion paper at this point. But certainly something, we can take up in a future conversation. Thank you. Any further questions? So with that, I think we are we are at a good spot to take a quick mid-afternoon break. We're going to take 10 minutes, come back and actually, excuse me, let's take our AP report, then we'll take a quick break. I'd like members of the public wishing to sign up for testimony, please do so before the end of the AP report. We have 74 people signed up so far, so our testimony list will close, concluding the AP report. So if we have Mr. Carroll online, we can take the AP report.
Good morning, afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, Shannon Carroll, AP Chair, giving the AP minutes on D2 Gulf of Alaska tanner crab. The following substitute motion was passed, and the original motion was located at the bottom of our minutes for the record as well. So, the AP recommends that the council requests an expanded discussion paper that includes the best available scientific information to define the problem, methods for evaluating existing and potential new fishery closures to protect Gulf of Alaska tanner crab, and more data to capture the importance of two stat areas to the shore-based catcher vessel fleet.
Mr. Carroll, could
Yeah.
you just hold on one moment? Sorry, we're not seeing the slide that you're reading off. Does he have control or, okay, great. Thank you.
Yep, sorry, this is my first time giving minutes, so I was just reading off the motion. Do you want me to start at the beginning, Madam Chair? Or-
Yes, please.
Okay. The AP recommends that the council request an expanded discussion paper that includes the best available scientific information to define the problem, methods for evaluating existing and potential new fishery closures to protect Gulf of Alaska tanner crab, and more data to capture the importance of two stat areas to the shore-based catcher vessel fleets. Rather than a third standalone discussion paper, this expanded discussion paper should combine the February 2024 and April 2025 discussion papers with updates and should also include the following. What is the problem? Provide tanner crab fishing mortality both from the ground fish fleets and within the directed fishery itself, both harvest and bycatch. Information that could explain the cyclical nature and success of the tanner crab recruitment events. Information that could explain why the most heavily fished areas have the highest abundance of tanner crab compared to other areas that are lightly fished. Best available science to develop and remove closure areas, including literature review of science regarding the effectiveness of static closures on reduction of bycatch and habitat disturbance, including trade-offs with open areas. Best available science for determining closure elements, boundaries, and timing. How to best design seasonal closures, closures based on recruitment events, other biological criteria, for example, molting, and the trade-offs for these types of closures compared to annual closures. Set of goals and measurable objectives that can be used to evaluate the effectiveness of crab closures, criteria for maintaining and removing closures, appropriate timing for periods for reevaluation of closures, and potential actions that could be taken during the evaluation process. Staff should also work with the SSC to provide recommendations for these topics. Importance of the statistical areas 525702 and 525630. Overlay of all closure areas that affect fishing sector, affect each fishing sector to understand what is truly open for fishing. Provide additional ADF&G survey crab per kilometer towed heat maps in Figure 5 to show any shifts in annual distribution of tanner crab in stat areas 525702 and 525630. There should be separate figure for each year from 2012 to 24 rather than combined years. Provide ADF&G survey area swept heat maps to show any shifts in annual distribution of tanner crab in stat areas 525702 and 525630. This should be separate figure for each year from 2012 to 24 rather than combined years. For the catcher vessel sector only, provide the volume of non-pelagic trawl, and pot groundfish harvest and the directed tanner crab fisheries harvest in stat areas 525702 and 525630 for the years 2012 to 24. Table 6 should be revised in such a way that separates CV and CP operations without disclosing confidential information, and developed a better method for demonstrating how important these stat areas are to different groundfish sectors. For example, a heat map fishing effort by stat area for the catcher vessel sector for non-pelagic trawl, and pot harvest for the years 2012 in the central Gulf of Alaska. And that is the end of the slides. Happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. And that motion passed 12-9.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair.
See if there are any questions on the AP motion. Yes, Mr. Toy.
I have a couple. Thanks, Mr. Carroll. The directive that staff should work with the SSC to provide recommendations for these topics. Well, I'm not entirely sure what it means. I get the sense that we might be asking the SSC to weigh in on state management. in terms of both population assessment, but also some of the management measures, because a lot of this happens in state waters. And the state is sort of got primary responsibility. Am I reading too much into that? It's really hard to interpret what staff should work with the SSC to provide recommendations to these topics. It's really hard to interpret that. And so I just wanted to make sure we weren't asking the SSC to begin to look into state management efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question through the chair. I don't recall a significant amount of AP discussion regarding that specific directive about the SSC. I recall it more being focused on the types of information that would be helpful to move this forward. I believe the discussion was really focused around how do the AP and the council develop these closure areas using the best available science. And I think my guess is that the maker of the motion was implying that the SSC would be useful in that review. But we didn't really spend a lot of time on that specific directive to work with the SSC. It was more focused on the types of information requested. And my assumption is that there was some rationale about having the SSC be part of the review process for this, should it move forward at some point.
Okay. And then under the what is the problem? Why is it necessary to understand the cyclic nature and to understand the reasons for the cyclic nature? And why is it important to understand why the most heavily fished area has the highest abundance compared to other areas that are lightly fished? Why are either of those important to what I think is a reasonably limited sort of overall potential action?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Troy, through the chair. There was a significant amount of discussion and public testimony based on, how to best determine what areas to close, whether the existing stat areas were the right areas. And I believe that there was also quite a bit of discussion in both in the staff report and public testimony around the table about sort of the status of the tanner crab fishery and the importance of those areas. And so I think that the maker of the motion was trying to get at better understanding what the tanner crab resource looked like. And again, I believe it was trying to frame that problem in some AP members' minds around how do you use a science-based approach to sort of create these closure areas. And so I believe it's really about understanding what the tanner crab resource looks like within those proposed closure areas.
Thank you. And are there any further questions for Mr. Carroll? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, Madam Chair, thanks, Mr. Carroll. The level of detail and request in this for a discussion paper looks pretty significant. Did the AP have a discussion about these types of asks being more appropriate in the context of a full analysis, or was that not a discussion for the AP?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yes, I believe that you can see that reflected in the motion minutes for both the support and opposition to the substitute main motion. There was quite significant amount of questions and dialogue about whether or not both the action was ready for an expanded discussion paper or initial review, and whether or not the types of data requests, as you are questioning about, were more appropriate for initial review or an expanded discussion paper. And I think the detail of those deliberations and discussions is in the minutes more fully.
Thank you for that. And so I'm trying to just narrow down, and I know the AP did a lot of work and had a lot of discussion, but it really seemed to me that there's a portion of the AP that didn't think a problem had been established, and a portion of the AP that thought a problem had been established. And those were the kind of the crux of the two motions, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that that's a somewhat accurate view, although I think that there was certainly more to sort of the 12-9 split that is reflected in some of the other points in the motion or the AP minutes. So I don't think it was as simple as just whether or not this is ready to move forward to initial review or not. I think there was, or whether or not there's a problem. I think that there was a little bit more complexity to some of the decision making, but I do think that that was one of the primary things that people were focusing on as deliberations were going on at the AP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Seeing none, really appreciate your leadership this meeting, Mr. Carroll. We understand the challenges with virtual forum for the AP discussion, but appreciate the quality of work and deliberation coming out of the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we'll now take our mid-afternoon break. Let's come back at 3:15 and we will begin public testimony on D2. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we have just finished our staff presentation and AP report on D2. We're about ready to begin public testimony. As I noted earlier, I apologize. We did not plan for this many testifiers during a discussion phase part of our agenda. And so we are needing to limit testimony time limits to 2 minutes for individuals and companies and 4 minutes for organizations and associations. We'll have to be quite strict with those time limits, so please do pay attention to the timer on the screen. I'm also asking council members to limit their questions to 1 each per testifier to ensure that we're able to hear from everyone. I've already talked to some council members who are planning on limiting their line of questioning. So please don't be offended if you don't receive a question during your testimony. We're still very early in the phase of this action. So really appreciate everyone's assistance with the scheduling. And we will be going we'll be ending between 4:45 and 5 p.m. today, and at the end of the day, I'll announce whether or not we will need to be dropping our D3 agenda item tomorrow, because we will have to end our meeting tomorrow as we've noticed to the public. Okay, so we have 76 people signed up. We'll begin our testimony with Ivan Stoneroff, followed by Alexis Wachka. Ivan, are you online? Okay. We see you. If you can unmute yourself, please. Okay, we see that you're unmuted.
Yeah, do you have me now?
Yes,
Okay.
we can. Welcome.
Okay, yeah, hi, I'm Ivan Stoneroff. I strongly support adding more Tanner crab protections to areas 525630 and 52570. I've been a crab fisherman for 25 years and have seen firsthand what bottom trawling can do to Tanner crab in the Bering Sea. And there's large areas of where like every crab is wounded or missing a leg or has a hole in its shell. And if you look at the AIS tracking of large factory trawlers, you can see that they target these same areas. I assume the same thing is happening in the Gulf of Alaska, only on a smaller scale. So it's harder to put the blame on bottom trawling because there's just not as much trawling and not as many crab. I've crab fished in the Barnabas Gully, and there are areas that have an extremely high abundance of juvenile crab, and most of these crab are super small. Their shell is the size of a silver dollar. They're, obviously very fragile and super highly concentrated in like a few small areas. And I assume that a flatfish chow through one of these areas of extreme high abundance of juvenile crab could potentially wipe out a large percentage of a future harvest of tanners. And looking at the economic report on the 2 areas, 525630 and 52570 in the discussion paper, it kind of looks like Tanner crab is more valuable. It also employs more local Alaskans. And looking at the Tanner crab discussion paper, it looks like many of the protection areas are out of date, and that the areas of crab abundance have changed over the years and need an update. And if we want to have a robust Tanner crab fishery, we need more year-round protection in federal waters, especially in areas of high abundance of juvenile Tanner crab. And a little bit about myself, I'm a Homer fisherman. I support between 3 and 4 people that participate in the Tanner crab fishery. We come down to Kodiak and we spend a bunch of money in town, and we're all local Alaskans. Thank you.
Great testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
So our next testifier is Alexis Kwachka, followed by Jake Everidge. Can you see Alexis online? I think you're still on mute, Alexis.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Great.
Give me just a second to switch screens here. Okay. Madam Chair, my name is Alexis Quachka. Today I'm representing the KCAC. Our membership represents between 90 and 100% of the crab fishermen on any given year. We submitted refined areas for considerations for closures in our comment letter. We stand firmly behind these compromises. These two recommendations represent the heart of the GOA Eastside Tanner crab population over decades of survey data. The two compromised options capture all the life cycles of Tanner crab and warrant protections from whatever gear may negatively impact them. KCAC views this as an incredible opportunity. We're talking about crab residing in two well-defined statistical areas. This is hundreds of miles, not thousands, meaning how often do we have crab cooperate with arbitrary lines? What we do understand is Tanner crab highly value this real estate, which they consistently reside in. We see them in the directed fishery, we see them in the surveys, and we see them as bycatch. We know they prefer this well-defined area. We fully understand their life cycle, and these areas represent GOA Tanner crab and the epicenter of their cycle. There are many speculative views. Closures don't work, predatory relationships. We are not impacting crab. We are doing you a favor, on and on. These are speculative. We can counter all these with speculative counters, but we feel this is not sound fishery management, nor does it serve the best interest of the nation. Crab habitat is located and defined. Until we have the science to quell all our speculative views, we feel it's in the crab's best interest to close all or some of the refined boxes we submitted. When impacts are fully understood through science-driven methods, we feel a real conversation of impacts can move forward. Until then, we respectfully ask for closures. Understanding the cyclical nature of crab has been something KCAC has embraced. New management plans that reduce number of legal males taken, 100% in-season reporting, in-season escape, or increasing escape brings the fishery as all the conservative measures you can put into a fishery. KCA stands firmly behind them all. We have done everything in our wheelhouse we can do to keep this conservation-minded fishery open. All perspectives can be skewed to represent one's best interest. KCAC is trying not to fall victim to this. Our membership wants to smooth out the highs and lows of our fishery. Since Tanner crab are not and the GOA FMP, we feel they are lacking the protections they deserve. Moving the failed motion from the AP forward to initial review is our preferred option, considering the long time series this action has gone through. In previous amendment packages, there has been a Christmas tree approach to Tanner crab protection. We feel this has failed our fishery. Moving this action for initial review will get to the heart of the economics. All fisheries on Kodiak are vital to our community's well-being. KC understands this fully. Our membership represents all fisheries, and we fully understand access to the fisheries are key. Our Tanner crab fishery has no impacts on other fisheries that we know of. While a closure closes groundfish down, it does not close the fishery down. Groundfish fisheries in this area, while convenient, are not the only grounds available. Crab are opposite. They live in this distinct habitat. We are in an unprecedented time in the industry. We all would agree. But because of these times, that does not relinquish us from making management decisions. Markets fail, trade wars happen, fuel's always an issue. But through all of this, KCAC maintains resource comes first, because without it, all other issues are moot. We think the value of crabs should not be traded. We think the high value of crabs should not be traded for high volume, low value fisheries without quantifiable impacts. In conclusion, KCAC doesn't support the past motion at the AP. We fully support area closures in 525702 and 525630, refined areas or all. We support keeping this action what we feel it is about, and that's crab protection. We support moving this to initial review. Thank you very much for your consideration. Myself and the KCAC board.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Quachka. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Quachka. I have hopefully an easy question. In your testimony, you mentioned some new management measures, I think new in the directed fishery, like pot limits and escape ring mechanisms. Can you give me a sense of when those things were implemented in the fishery?
Yeah, Ms. Baker, Madam Chair, I believe the last board cycle, ADFG moved forward for a more conservative management plan on taking legal males from the fishery. You know, it's been KCAC's approach that we still fully don't understand the school dynamics of crab, and we've always been advocating for having less of an exploitation rate versus a higher exploitation rate to make sure that we smooth out. You know, we've been missing the legal males coming into the fishery to mate with the recruiting females, and Alaska Department of Fish and Game are really moving ahead on this, and they proposed that. We supported it. We support all actions that get more crab in the water for all of us.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. You referenced your comment letter or your group's comment letter and the modified area that you have in the comment letter. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to how you came up with that area. You heard in the presentation that there's this habitat type approach looking at 50 fathom contours. I'm wondering if there's any correlation, or if you can speak to how you came up with that area.
Ms. Goen, Madam Chair, you know, we realize that on the east side of Kodiak that, you know, it's incredibly important to all of us. And, you know, when you look at the statistical areas, they're gigantic. And, you know, I think that there's, speaking about 525630 in particular, I think there's a lot of ground in that statistical area that's it's not good habitat for tanner crab. And so what we tried to do is worked with Fish and Game using their heat maps and brought them some lines. They put those lines over the top of the heat maps. We were trying to say that this is a compromised position. The heat maps kind of identify where the crab are, and we wanted to give you, the council, some options to look at for reducing the footprint. And if I were to think about, I think it was about 15 years ago when I was on the advisory panel, Kurt Cochran and I got very excited about geofencing, and but enforcement never embraced that, because I think how the management or how the enforcement works on that has to have geographic land base for BM. I'm not sure what the details were. I would happily embrace having a conversation about a benthic fathom curve protection within a fathom curve defined, you know, but that's not where we are. And if we want to go down that road, I think we should go down that road, because I think as the world and the oceans are increasingly being stressed, the further we can refine management to protect what we're doing, the better off we will be.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Our next testifier is Jake Everidge, followed by
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me here? Pretty confident I'm unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Jake Everidge. I'm a Kodiak resident and owner-operator of the fishing vessel Alaskan. Participate in the tanner crab fishery, as well as the salmon tendering fishery, and also trawl fisheries. Pretty dependent on the tanner crab fishery, actually. We've participated in it starting in 2022. We missed 23 due to a shipyard. And then 2024, we participated in it as well. Missed 25 due to a shipyard, but definitely a pretty important part of our business operation. Definitely appreciated some of Alexis's comments. I raised a lot of good points. Going to kind of throw, I guess, a counterbalance to it. I'm watching my crew put raised foot rope elevators on our mud gear right now, and we're going to be participating in the shallow water flat fishery. And then I'll preface that with, I'm also looking at where my crab launcher goes on my back deck. I can still see the scars from pots coming up a couple of years ago. So I appreciated Alexis's comments about trying to pinpoint exactly where these tanners live. You know, I think that the conception is that perception is that we're out there just killing crab on every single trip, which quite frankly is extremely false. I was just making a tow in the same spot I set pots 2 years ago and didn't have a single crab. So I'd like to really think that we could work together. I think this is a good opportunity to better understand crab, better understand the importance of those grounds to the trawl fleet. I know that there's definitely a lot of emotion on either side. I understand it, but let's take this as an opportunity to work together instead of just create more boxes. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Next up is Alex Allman, followed by Eric Felsko. Alex isn't online. Okay, we'll circle back to Alex. Eric Felsko, followed by Gabriel Prout. Eric, can you unmute yourself, please?
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. My name is Eric Velsko. I am representing North Pacific Fisheries Association, NPFA for short. We have a longtime history in crab. The association was started in 1955 before statehood as a crab marketing association, arguing prices for king crab. Oscar Dyson was one of the original members of the association who became a longtime Kodiak fisheries participant in trawl and crab and various things. I don't want to belabor this. I know you guys have looks like the comment list really filled up here. But a couple things here. We've got the KCAC letter was pretty good. The streamlined boxes look like that's a pretty good compromise. I think there's some shared overlap there with some trawl fishermen that are a part of that association as well. The second one is council's going to have to come up with a purpose and need. We think we're at the point where we can move forward with this. Any more information isn't going to provide a whole lot of utility to the discussion at this point. Time and closures. We didn't get into the weeds, our group, as far as figuring out when to close, what to close. But listening to today in the AP discussion, April to mid-June sounds pretty important. I don't want to hang my hat on that because I don't know if that's the will of everyone, but it seems like there is going to be periods of time here where we need to keep impacts at their lowest. You've got table 6 in the analysis that shows 90% of the ex-vessel trawl value comes outside of those two stat areas, the 702 and 630. And we know that 41% of the legal male tanners kind of reside in those areas. So protecting those is pretty important. Another thing I've heard that just, this is kind of a little bit outside of the scope of what NPFA talked about, but this idea that just leaving, having processors stay open just to stay open to buy fish and sell it at a loss. I think those days are unfortunately going to be over. Just looking at how expensive it is to maintain a plant and maintain crew, it seems like processors are picking and choosing economically. And if we look at the economics between these two fisheries, I know there's multiple trawl fisheries that reside in this area, but we're asking for a small amount of protection for two fairly small areas, and we need to kind of be prioritizing what is economically the most important species, in my opinion. So I can leave it at that, but wrap up with just, I think we're ready to move on to, there's still a lot to discuss here moving forward to go to an initial review with options and alternatives, and we need to get on the road here. 2010, there was a motion that went in 2010. We thought things were going to happen. That's 15 years ago now. We don't need to do any more analysis on or any more discussion papers. We need to kind of either do something or not. And the time's now. You got all the people here. Let's get her done.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Velsko, let's see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
So Dave Mann is not available. We'll go to Gabriel Prout, followed by Teresa Peters.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Your Chair, Dubranka, and council members. My name is Gabriel Prout, and I'm a third-generation fisherman. I'm asking the council to take the next step in reviewing and considering actions to protect tanner crab in areas where they are most abundant, along with implementing common sense habitat protections in these regions. This goal can continue by moving the Gulf of Alaska tanner crab protections discussion paper to an initial review analysis. Tanner crab are particularly vulnerable, as we've heard today, during key periods like mating and molting, when their shells are soft. At the same time, bottom contact fishing gear, including bottom and pelagic trawls, is actively used in the areas that have a high abundance of tanner crab. This gear can be encountered throughout the entire calendar year in these areas. In addition to safeguarding areas with high crab concentrations, protecting their habitat is just as important. These habitats have long supported crab populations and contribute to the overall biodiversity of the region. Since tanner crab live on the ocean floor, their environment plays a critical role, not only as a food source and shelter for predators, but also in maintaining a healthy ecosystem. I encourage the council to consider further habitat protections that would support the sustainability of these populations. Tanner crab are a vital resource for crab fishermen, their families, and the communities of Kodiak and the surrounding areas. We urge the council to take action during this meeting and move the discussion forward to an initial review. This would allow for a thorough consideration of potential protections, such as area closures, to help sustain both the crab population and the fishing industry that relies on it. And the recent collapse of the Bering Sea crab stocks with multi-year closures across king crab and snow crab, the tanner crab fishery in Kodiak provided my family and myself a lifeline to sustain our business. It is important that this resource is available to those that utilize it and participate in harvesting it. I believe a balanced approach can be achieved, one that supports groundfish harvest while ensuring healthy tanner crab populations for the future. Thank you. Take any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Prout? Yes, Ms. Bowen.
You through the chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Prout. You mentioned in your testimony that habitat is also important. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on the areas that were in the discussion paper or that you've heard in previous testifiers, if you can speak to the habitat, if you feel like those areas provide habitat protections.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Yes, I do. I think a large abundance of the tanner crab that is harvested comes out of those areas. So I think it's I don't want to say obvious, but the data shows that those are important areas for crab to be sustained for their populations. So that would be just my more short answer to that. I think those habitats do play a crucial role for a healthy environment for the crab to live in.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Prout.
Thank you.
So Teresa Peterson is next, followed by Ken and Chris Holland.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. Can you pick me up?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. For 21 years, the tanner crab fleet has sought protections for core concentrations of crab in some of the areas we're discussing today. The 2004 Kodiak Mapping Project, attached to our comments, demonstrates the value of local knowledge and the commitment of the crab fleet to safeguard the crab. The problem we're trying to address is a federal management system that allows groundfish fishing year-round on top of core concentrations of a state-managed tanner fishery. These highly complex, vulnerable species are outside the protections afforded in an FMP as a state fishery. To be clear, we want to maintain as a state fishery with the conservative harvest management plan, but we want the Gulf groundfish FMP to support crab too. Protections for tanner crab are consistent with the Council's precautionary principles, groundfish management policy, and the national standards. Precautionary principles strive to protect marine ecosystems before serious damage occurs. To protect habitat and minimize bycatch, and to keep fisheries sustainable in the broader ecological context. In essence, the precautionary approach is about erring on the side of caution, especially to maintain long-term sustainability of fisheries and ocean ecosystems. Goal 4 of the Groundfish FMP includes managing incidental catch and reducing bycatch and waste. The objectives include managing bycatch through geographical gear restrictions. National Standard 9 seeks minimization and avoidance of bycatch to the extent practicable. Minimizing interactions with groundfish fisheries in core concentrations of a stock's boundary is practicable. The expanded discussion paper strengthens our understanding of the importance of these areas, backed by scientific data showing that Gulf tanner crabs spend their entire life cycle in relatively discrete zones. Data from the CPUE of the directed fishery, Fish and Game summer trawl surveys, and bycatch spikes in the fall all highlight the importance of these areas for crab. It's time to move forward with an initial review, which includes a comprehensive impact analysis to support informed decision-making. We fully support analyzing the refined areas proposed by the Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative, which were brought forward in good faith. They offer science-based, stakeholder-driven approach, which is responsive to the Council's request for smaller targeted areas covering core concentrations. The refined areas should be included in the impact analysis, which will assess the biological, the economic, social, and environmental effects of the proposed protections. The data will inform decisions and ensure long-term sustainability and balance the interest of user groups. We recommend merging key components of the 2 discussion papers in review and updating the time series, perhaps 10 to 12 years for consistency. And we believe that this action should remain exclusively focused on protecting important areas for the Kodiak District tanner crab population. The cumulative impacts will recognize the existing closures, but discussions to consider whether existing closures are effective is far outside the scope of this action. The disclosures were designed under separate circumstances to achieve different objectives in different regions with distinct species. This action is different. It's a proactive measure to protect crab and the federal management system. We urge the Council to advance the discussion to initial review and to develop a motion that prioritizes tanner crab protections. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Ms. Peterson, at the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned a mapping project using local knowledge, and I'm curious, given this council's work towards incorporating local knowledge, if you could just speak briefly to how you did that project and what you learned.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Yeah, I know you have a lot of people, so I'll keep this brief. But the 2004 mapping project was energized by AMCC board members at the time who were also Kodiak tanner crab fishermen. Some of them you'll hear from today. Dave Kubiak, Oliver Holm, Walter Sargent, Harvey Goodell were all on the board at the time. And I was hired to do the mapping project and thus began my career with AMCC. And the project really included some of the fishermen who were fishing back in the 70s and 80s when crab was king, kind of along with younger fishermen who started fishing after the fishery was restructured in the late 90s. And the maps are really an example of local knowledge to trying to share their experience with decision makers. And we did it quite informally, met over I think four or five meetings in Kodiak and in Old Harbor, and really just asked the fishermen to share their knowledge of the grounds and draw areas where, from a fisherman's perspective, were areas that would be really important to consider mitigation measures in the groundfish fishery. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next testifiers are Ken and Chris Holland, and then I'm going to circle back to Alex Allman. He's online now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Chris Holland. My husband Ken and I own and operate the FB Point Omega. Ken has been fishing out of Kodiak since the boat was new in 1970. In those days, the price was low, but there was an abundance of things to fish for, and we could keep the boat and her crew busy from January until December. We've attached a photo from 1976 when Ken went to Washington, D.C. along with the delegation from Kodiak to lobby for the 200-mile limit. At that time, we were trying to get foreign vessels far enough away to keep them from taking everything with no regulation at all. Ken qualified for a tanner permit when it was limited entry. The tanner crab are large and delicious in January when we have a small window to try and harvest part of a very small quota. Everything has become more expensive. The fisheries are very uncertain. The price fluctuations alone, not only to mention bait, fuel, groceries, maintenance, harbor fees, and insurance, make it hard to make a profit. After this last season, we're not hopeful there will be enough tanners to warrant a season here for a number of years. We've come to the council over the years to speak for reductions in bycatch as we've seen our halibut quotas decline, and as crab fishermen, we have lobbied for areas that are known to be habitat for tanner and king crab to be protected. Today, we're asking for the agenda item D2 tanner crab protections to be moved forward to initial review. The stat areas of 702 and 630 are known, defined, and consistently important grounds. Your discussion paper clearly shows that the crab are here, in contrast to survey data in the remainder of the GOA. And it appears they're relying on the surrounding structure and habitat to flourish in this environment. The GOA tanner crab fishery is a very conservatively managed, and we need protected areas to keep bottom trawling safely away from this precious resource. The time is now to focus on protecting this kernel of hope for a resource that is so important to the community we live in and the stakeholders that depend on it. We appreciate your time and urge the council to focus on protecting tanner crab and limit the discussion to that objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and there'll be no questions. Our next testifier is Alex Allman, followed by Garrett Kavanaugh.
Huh?
Is this Alex? We're hearing a lot of background noise, Alex. Oh, we may have resolved that.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Alex Allman, and I am captain of the fishing vessel Dangerous Cape based out of Homer, Alaska. I'm a Kodiak tanner crab permit holder, member of KCAC, and co-owner of the Dangerous Cape. 10 to 25% of the annual gross income for the vessel that I co-own and run comes from Kodiak tanners. It comes at a time when we're not very busy during the winter. We've had good seasons and bad, and there have been years we haven't participated. Ultimately, this fishery is important for coastal Alaska as it's the first money many small fishing businesses bring in. We regularly employ and support 3 local members of the community as crew. This fishery was the first fishery I captained and is a great entry-level fishery. It's not as price prohibitive as some of the IFQ fishing is. The daytime nature of the fishery and small pot limit makes this an easy fishery for ADF&G to monitor and manage. It seems like responsible management to protect the 2 stat areas outlined in the discussion paper, 525-702 and 525-630, is paramount since those are the areas of highest male tanner crab abundance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, go next to Garrett Kavanaugh, followed by Nate Rose.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Garrett Kavanaugh. I'm a lifelong resident of Kodiak, Alaska. I'm a board member of KCAC and the Under 60 Cod Harvesters. I operate a 58-foot vessel and participate in Kodiak tanner crab fishery, state water pot cod fishery, the state water Kodiak salmon fishery, as well as multiple federal pot cod fisheries. I have been fishing since 2002 when I was 4 years old and am employed year-round since 2012. Since 2022, Tanner Crab has provided approximately 20% of my income and my crew's. Kodiak Tanner Crab fishermen have consistently supported regulations to enhance conservation of the Tanner crab stocks. These include delaying the start, reducing gear, limiting fishing time, and increasing escapement mechanisms. I am asking the council to move to initial review, and I support refined closure areas in KCAC's written comment. Additionally, it would be like comparing sharks to jellyfish when you take a closure for crab that was implemented during low stock abundance and this action that looks to promote and improve sustainability of a biomass vulnerable to fishing efforts. A scientific evaluation is dependent on the parameters and inputs available for analysis. Those outcomes are by design not comparable. MSA guidelines provide support for this action. National Standard 1, optimum yield. Councils must take an approach that takes into consideration the stock vulnerability to fishing, which depends on its life history, characteristics, and its susceptibility to the fishery. This includes direct and indirect captures as well as indirect impacts such as loss of habitat. National Standard 2 states the fact that scientific data is incomplete does not prevent preparation or implementation, and associated risks related to scientific uncertainty are typically recognized during the iterative process embedded in these guidelines. Groundfish closures will reduce bycatch, unabsorbed mortality, and habitat degradation. And the benefits to the nation include protection afforded marine ecosystems resulting from maintaining viable populations. National Standard 5 prohibits the distribution based on economic factors alone, where conservation and management measures are recommended that change the structure will be justified in the light of biological, ecological, and social objects, as well as economic ones. National Standard 7, there will be analysis of burdens resulting from a management measure, which will be part of a supporting analysis assessed alongside the games. National Standard 8, an initial
Mr.
review
Kavanaugh?
includes a standard.
I
Yeah.
apologize for interrupting. Your time is up. Could you please
Yeah,
offer?
I was
concluding
planning on
statement?
the 3 minutes, so.
I understand. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you have a concluding statement, that would be great. Thank you.
So, move to the Tanner crab protections forward to initial review, protect the crab resources that small boat fishermen are dependent on. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for Mr. Kavanaugh. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Yep, thank you.
Our next testifier is Nate Rose, followed by Sharice Floyd.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Madam Chair and council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Nate Rose. I'm been living in Kodiak, Alaska since 1989. Trawling ultimately brought my family to Alaska. My dad brought boats up from the Gulf of Mexico right during a booming cod fishery that was happening here shortly after the crab stocks originally declined. My wife and I operate a 57-foot fiberglass salmon seiner out of Kodiak, Alaska. We currently participate in a multitude of fisheries that, as of last year, had us participating in every single month of the year. We start our year in January with our Tanner crab fishery, and then we move into pot cod and jig cod fishing, rockfish fishing, halibut fishing, salmon fishery, and then right back to halibut till the end of the season. Last year, I was able to fish all the way till December 7th, which unfortunately, it's not actually a great time to be fishing in Kodiak because all the processors are shutting down to do maintenance. I'd like to focus my comments today on the refined boxes within the KCAC comments and draw attention to those refined areas for the council's attention. I think it's really prudent to recognize that crab don't follow depths. Crab follow certain bottom types. And when you look at the refined lines within there, the attempt is to capture the environment most important to crab, which is going to be soft, muddy bottom. They're filter feeders. They pull worms and they pull organisms out of the mud as much as what happens to be going by. And just defining a closure by a 50 fathom curve is you're going to miss a massive portion of crab that live and that migrate up and down those fathom curves. So please draw attention to those refined areas. I think they do a very good job of knowing defining the areas of most importance, especially to the Tanner crab. Please move this discussion for initial review. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Rose? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Our next testifier is Sharice Floyd, and there will be no questions during this testimony, followed by Bert Ashley. Oh, I am sorry, Ms. Goen, I missed your hand. Nate is probably no longer online. I apologize. I'm sorry, Ms. Goen. I'll try to catch that sooner next time. So Sharice Floyd, followed by Bert Ashley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
To my Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Sharice Olson Floyd, and I am an Alaska Native and member of the Chinook tribe of Kodiak. My family originates from the Afognak Island, and I have spent many of my summers as a child in Port Lions and Pleasant Harbor. Our family would put up fish in winter using gill nets and other means to fill our pantries and freezers. I remember trips to Old Afognak, where we visited the place my grandparents lived and had a lifestyle of harvesting and gathering. I heard stories of how plentiful the resources were. Amazing stories, literally, of them driving out into shallow waters and returning with crab for dinner. Our dependence on fish and crab goes back generations. I would like to highlight the letters submitted by Kodiak Tribal Coalition, the Uzinki Native Corporation, and the Village of Old Harbor. All three of these letters ask for the council to move forward to initiate review of D2 Tanner crab protections and to do so before it's too late. These crabs are already reacting to negative impacts, and while we may not be able to completely understand what the significant scientific inputs are leading to the reduction of Tanner crabs in our waters throughout the Gulf, we can take precautionary steps to protect what is left, because the east side of Kodiak is the last area that is productive enough to allow for local crab harvest. The council should close this area to trawl gear year-round. This is not the time to wait for a crisis that is beyond recovery. Kuyana for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So we'll go to Bert Ashley next, followed by Amanda Kavanaugh.
You got me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Bert Ashley. My boat is the Gold Rush, a Gulf of Alaska trawler. And even though I qualified for a Tanner crab permit, I mainly trawl. Back in the 80s or 87, when I first started running the boat, I'd usually start and finish almost every trip in the sandbox. And I slowly learned all that area around those. Used it for years and years. And things change every year. Currents change, temperatures change, the feed moves. And as boats, we all move too, whether it's crab or ground fish. And then a year, 5 years, you end up find yourself back in these areas that you have fished before and know so well. Thus, I'm against permanent closures. We continue to modify gear and equipment, but our best preventative bycatch measures really come down to communication. And with the equipment we now have, data is dispersed to the fleet in real time. As the world markets for the ground fish come back to us, which they're slowly trying, and they will be here, we will be needing as much area as we can get, thus keeping the fleet spread out, keeping a better flow of fish to our processors, and keeping Kodiak going. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Ashley? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question. You mentioned right there at the end, you said keeping Kodiak going. I'm not totally experienced with all of the fisheries there, but it's my impression that a robust fishery, both ground fish and crab, is really what is necessary to keep Kodiak going. Am I wrong, or is that your opinion as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, everything you can get to the canneries is going to keep those cannery workers moving and everybody going. But once my biggest fear for me being mostly ground fish, you know, how do you once something's closed, my experience, it never comes back to you, you know, no matter what the circumstances is. And it's that's I guess my biggest fear, that I just don't want to see things close down so hard that the ground fish can't get delivered into there. And yeah, we have places all around the island to fish, and but same with crab. I mean, I've crabbed in the early 80s. I crabbed the mainland. I crabbed all over the island. And yeah, you're on the move. Just like I was saying, things change. You got to chase them. They're not going to stay there forever, and even the bottoms change. So, but yes, you're right. We need everything. We need crab. We need our ground fish to come back so we can keep filling these gaps. I mean, we can do pollock and we can do a cod, but we kind of need all of it. The arrow tooth to clean out, some of that arrow tooth is so thick in there. I don't see how the crab can survive with as much as they love to eat crab larvae. That.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Amanda Kavanaugh. There will be no questions during this testimony, followed by Charlie Peterson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Amanda Kavanaugh. I'm a shareholder of a Fognak, a descendant of Kodiak, and a tribal member and employee from the Chinook tribe of Kodiak. In my job, I support our native culture, and I'm also the elusive dance coordinator. My family has depended on the resources found in the waters surrounding Kodiak for generations. I'm asking the council to move agenda item D2, tanner crab protections, to initial review. It is important to consider the resource first and ensure that it remains productive, sustainable, and available for our tribes and local communities. Gulf of Alaska tanner crab have receded to a small footprint of their historical area. My elders talk of seeing crab throughout the bays and adjacent ocean waters when they were young. They could collect all they needed without traveling far. By closing 525-702 and 525-630 to trawl gear, the council can protect tanner crab in all stages of life and reduce the uncertainties and concerns that we have. We believe that there are multiple reasons our wire crab are in low abundance, but I only know of one that the council can control. You can avoid and reduce bycatch with a closure. If these statistical areas are closed to trawl, it can make a difference. Gulf of Alaska tanner crab have retreated to discrete areas where they can thrive. Say that they are doing well by pointing out those areas as disingenuous. Compared to the stories I've heard, these crab historically surrounded our island in abundance. Now they hide in bays and gullies, susceptible to nets hitting the bottom, catching and crushing mature crab, and harming the vulnerable juveniles and soft-shell crab. Please move this item to initial review. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Charlie Peterson, and there will be no questions following this testimony, followed by Casey Dugan. Charlie, we're not seeing Charlie. We'll circle back to Charlie. We're not seeing him online. What about Casey Dugan, followed by Anthony Eval?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Casey Dugan. I'm a fisherman on the FV Easy Grace. My wife and our 3 children are firmly planted and rooted in Kodiak. We rely on these 2 stat areas for our livelihood and way of life. I moved to Kodiak in 2016 when I got a job on the FV Laura. That year pollock was 6 cents and the grade was horrible. So I exclusively ground fish these two stat areas, and I'd say about 80% of my income that year was out of these two stat areas. I think everything is cyclical, and I just don't see how if we close these areas to bottom trawling, that I just think the arrow tooth and cod and everything will just eat up more crab than anybody realizes. And we've done a lot of things to switch our gear, crab risers. I'm out there all the time. I don't see a significant impact to justify what you are, what they're trying to shut down. So I think it would be catastrophic for the flat fishery to lose these two areas. It's the it's the closest to town, most cost effective, and some of the best fishing there is. So I don't support these closures. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you, Mr. Dugan. Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. You mentioned your reliance on the two stat areas, and you mentioned flatfish, but I was just wondering what fisheries you participated in the Kodiak area.
Deep water flats, shallow water flats, pollock, rockfish, cod fisheries. That's about it. We used tender salmon during the summertime, but the first year I was up here, we didn't even tender salmon. We just fished all the way through summer in those two stat areas.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, and Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, and thank you for this testimony. I'm wondering if you had a chance to look at the modified closed area that was proposed by KCAC, and whether that would allow you to fish in some of these stat areas that are important to you.
The two proposed stat area closures, or the fathom curve.
There's a smaller triangle that's proposed that opens up some of both of those stat areas, but then it closes off just a portion of them.
Yeah, I have not seen that information.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Dugan. That letter's posted under this agenda item on the council website if you'd like to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any additional questions. Our next testifier is Anthony Eval, and there'll be no questions following this testimony, followed by Grant Elvin. Is Anthony online? Can you unmute yourself, Anthony? We're still not hearing you, Anthony. Can you try *6? Do you see anything else, Serena?
Yeah, that's been unmuted a few times, but he has permission to talk, so.
Okay, Anthony, I'll circle back to you after the next testifier, and please, we'll try to contact you over text to try to figure out what's happening with your audio. So Grant Elfheim is next, followed by Lyle Ashwak. Actually, I'll go back to Anthony after Grant. Apologies. Is Grant online?
No, Grant.
No Grant. Okay, we'll circle back to Grant. Have you contacted Anthony yet?
No Lyle either.
What about Bjorn Alfheim? Sorry, it's taking just a couple moments for us to locate folks online.
Ask him to unmute.
Bjorn, can you please unmute yourself? I think we can see Bjorn online, but not getting his audio. Can you try *6, please? Is there something wrong on our end, do you know?
I don't think so. He's a permission talk. Asking it to unmute.
Okay,
I was working on Anthony right now.
okay, we'll circle back to Anthony, Grant, Lyle, and Bjorn in a few moments. We'll go to Chris Arndt, followed by Sophia Nielsen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Is this Chris?
Yes, this is Chris. Chair and council members, my name is Chris Arndt. I own and operate a boat out of the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. I've been fishing since I was 13 years old. I'm 100% dependent on access to fishing for my income. I have a son who fishes alongside me and 2 grandchildren who I hope to be established in the family operation. I'm asking the council to move B2 Tanner crab protections to initial review. For almost half my life, Tanner crab fishermen have been asking for protections of stocks in the Gulf of Alaska. This action is not emotional. It is the consistent recognition of the importance of statistical areas 525702 and 525630. The state of Alaska survey data identifies and supports that Tanner crab biomass is concentrated within these areas. The refined areas submitted by KCAC in their written testimony capture the high density of biomass where we know crab exists. There's both catch data and survey data that support this. I believe it would be a good idea to merge the 2 discussion papers from 2024 and 2025, capturing the years 2012 through 2024 or 2025 to be consistent. The action should remain focused on protecting Tanner crab and not becoming something of a horse trading exercise that requires additional analysis of other closure areas. I believe that exercise will consume more staff time and analysis than the original action's intent. My operation depends on access to fisheries, and the Kodiak Tanner crab fishery is one of the few fisheries affordable for vessels to enter. Permits are available for boats 60 to 100 feet and then under 60 feet, and there's permits available. It's time to move forward with an initial review, which will include a comprehensive impact analysis to support informed decision-making and compliance with MSA and NEPA. I support the refined maps proposed by KCAC. I fully support analyzing the refined areas, which offers a science-based, stakeholder-driven approach and is responsive to the council's request for smaller areas covering core crab concentrations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and there'll be no question. We'll go to Sophia Nielsen next. There'll be no questions after this testimony, and then I'll circle back up to Anthony Eval. Is Sophia online? Sophia? No, Sophia. Okay. Is Anthony back online?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hi, Anthony.
What are you doing? Hello. Huh?
Making
Madam Chair and council members,
Yeah, big
my
meeting,
name
a lot
is
of people.
Anthony Eval. I have been fishing out of Kodiak, Alaska for 15 years. I fish year-round in federal and state waters fisheries and depend 100% on fishing for my income. GOA state tanner crab fishery has given me stability for the last several years as we face low pea cod abundance and no pea cod fishery in the GOA. This fishery has allowed me to continue being a year-round fisherman by providing a crew share from a high-value fishery with low overhead. We know that tanner crabs are cycled. The most recent cycles happened in 2001, 2006, 2013, and 2018. ADF&G Tanner survey shows another large recruitment year coming up. These surveys going back to 1988 illustrate that the majority of GOA Tanner crabs in all stages of life stay in the southeast and east side sections of Kodiak Island. They move very little, migrating outside of state waters as they mature and mate, but stay in these unique zones between their winter directed tanner fishery and the summer. ADF&G survey, we know that tanner crabs live and thrive in statistical areas 525-630 and 525-702. The council should consider closing these areas to trawl gear. These areas are shown on page 18, figure 5 of the 2024 discussion paper. Since the observer program can't fund additional coverage, trawl closures in these areas are the only thing that would protect crab and reduce bycatch. Please move the tanner crab discussion paper to initial review. It is important to minimize the impact of trawl gears and that have an 80% mortality rate and a significant footprint in these areas. I would like to see the consideration of trawl closure zones and
Mr. Abel, I apologize for interrupting. Your time is up. Can you please offer a concluding statement? Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Abel. So our next testifier is Bjorn Elfheim. I think he's back online and there'll be no questions. Bjorn, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Madam Chair and council members, my name is Bjorn Elwidjim and I am from Igigik, Alaska. I am now a resident in the village of Old Harbor. I fish tanner crab, Dungeness crab, and Pacific cod fisheries for a number of years now. I'm also a bison hunter for the community of Old Harbor. I ensure the distribution of the meat to the elders and our community is accomplished, a part of tradition of sharing. The last few years of tanner crab fishing have really helped us out a lot. Let's do what we can to help the crab. Support moving this discussion ahead for initial review and working together to protect these crab stocks out front of Old Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your testimony. And it looks like Grant Elfheim is available now. So I'll circle back up to Grant and then I'll go to Sophia Nielsen after Grant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi, my name is Grant Elwidjim. I'm from the native village of Old Harbor. I fish tanner crab off Kodiak Island as well as cod, salmon, and Dungeness. I make the entirety of my living to support my family off of these fisheries. In the tanner crab fishery, we have a reduced pot limit of 20. The Board of Fish passed a new regulation submitted by fishermen to increase escape mechanism size. We fish from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and have a weather delay strategy for the start of the season. These regulations were structured and put into place to support a small boat fleet. improve handling and reduce debt loss. It is the best managed fishery for safety, conservation, and stability in the state, maybe anywhere. I support Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative's refined maps. Closing the areas to trawling would have the largest benefit to the tanner crab stocks. The trawl sector has an 80% mortality rate, and this only occurs to the observed PSC. We know the Gulf of Alaska trawl gears have a bottom contact above the 10% in regulation, which impacts crab in all stages of their life cycle. Trawl closures in stat areas 525630 and 525702 would reduce PSC, prevent habitat destruction, minimize unobserved mortality, and protect tanner crabs in space and time through years of high and low abundance. The tanner crab discussion paper needs to move to initial review, and we need to identify the areas in the east side and southeast section for year-round closure to trawl gear. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, and there'll be no questions. So Sophia's not online yet, so we'll go to Dylan Kavanaugh, followed by. That was Grant. Yeah. We already did Bjorn. Okay. Excuse me. So we will go to Dylan Kavanaugh, followed by Joshua Arndt. Dylan online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair and council members, my name is Dylan Kavanaugh. I'm a commercial fisherman for over 13 years. I've depended on commercial fishing for majority of my income. I've been a skipper and a deckhand for both state and federal fisheries, working in the Gulf and Bering Sea. We know that tanner crab are cyclical. The state surveys show a large recruitment year emerging. These surveys provide a consistent source going back to 1988. The majority of GOA tanner crabs in the southeast and east side sections of Kodiak Island. Between the winter directed tanner fishery and the summer ADF and survey, tanner crab live and flourish in federal statistical areas 52630 and 525702. Tanner crab harvesters know that the crabs spread out further into 55632 and beyond the survey's footprint, but the highest concentrations and catch are found in the refined area submitted by the KCAC in written comments. I believe these maps would capture a significant portion of the biomass and should be year-round. Council has the opportunity to be proactive and remove the overall negative effect of the trawl intensity over time to GOA tanner crab stocks and the habitat they need to be productive. Pelagic trawl gear is known to be on the bottom up to 40%, which is well above the 10% regulation allowed in GOA. This raises level of concern that crab fishermen and public have. Observed coverage for both PTR and NPT is 33%, and while adequate for necessary biological groundfish samples, do not capture bycatch rates related to PSC occurrences at a fine scale, adding to our uncertainty. It is necessary to include pelagic trawl in this action until a definition of a pelagic trawl net has relevance to a common use of those nets. We should know with certainty that this gear type is not contributing cumulative impacts to the benthic habitat at mortality 400% more than anticipated. Pelagic nets, by definition, do not have modifications to read.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Kavanaugh, but your time is up. If you have a concluding statement, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Just please move D2 to initial review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There'll be no questions, and we'll move on to Joshua Arndt, followed by Tyler O'Brien.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Council. My name is Joshua Arndt, and I'm a commercial fisherman out of Kodiak, and I've fished since I was 5 years old. Tanner crab in the Gulf of Alaska, predominantly found on the east side of Kodiak in commercial fisheries. There are 175 limited entry Kodiak tanner crab permits, with 41 big boats, 60 and up permits, and 138 small boats, 60 and under permits. In 2005, 72 vessels fished in the Kodiak tanner crab fishery, 13 big boats and 59 small boats. This would average approximately 216 crew on deck, using 3 crew per vessel. The fishery has provided an income to vessels that otherwise would not have had source of revenue during low cod stock. I would like to see the council move tanner crab protection to initial review. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and there will be no questions. So we'll move on to Tyler O'Brien, followed by Gretar Gudmundsson. Is Tyler online?
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler O'Brien, born and raised in Kodiak. I've been a tanner crab fisherman for 20 years. Fishing is 100% of my income. The revenue generated from this fishery means a lot to our community, fishermen and small businesses alike. Please help us protect it. I support moving this forward for initial review and include looking at refined areas submitted by KCAC as a member of the group. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. No questions. And Gretar Gudmundsson, followed by Andre Nadapat.
Yes, hi, you got me here?
Yes, we do.
Thank you much. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Couple of quick points, I guess. It seems to be the most popular thing that comes up is to use the best available science, and they need more data. But I don't think it says anywhere that it's the best available science and data in 20 years. That's what we have today. So we got to use the information we have today. I think a closure to the trawl fleet at this time would give this tanner crab fisher an opportunity to increase. And whatever the time frame may be, if they see there's no help, the worst case scenario is that you're going to have very abundant and robust flatfish fishery, even though you miss some time in it. Crab currently is the most conservative managed fishery in Alaska. We get the ABC, and then we get buffer on top of buffer on top of buffer, where most of the finfish, they have an ABC, and that's where their tack is. And their buffers are the OFL. So there's already lots of conservation in the crab management to begin with. And as far as minimizing these two areas, they may not show any crab from the survey in certain parts of the lower box there, but from what I've heard in testimony and the staff stuff, it's kind of a migration to the deep for when they do move deeper. That's their migration, and perhaps we're not serving at the correct time to catch those crab in that area. So thank you much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
Go to Andre Nadapat.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Madam Chair and Board. Good afternoon. My name is Andre Manapat, and I'm from Kodiak, Alaska. I've been a fisherman for 8 years now and just became a captain. The fishery resources should be managed for all user groups. Conservation is separate and should have the highest priority in City Council decisions. When there's a doubt or concern, the Council should be precautionary. We've watched for years now while many species across the Bering Sea and the Gulf slowly disappear beyond fishing. Gulf of Alaska tanner crab is no different. It's not stories we are told about abundance of tanners. There are actual accounts, fishing records, and data that shows how prolific the crab were. I'm asking the Council to move this item to initial review. This is the next step that will give the public and Council answers to all of or most of questions. The best overall economic returns often depends on balancing long-term sustainability and short-term profitability. The refined areas for KCAC attempts to do that, and I support their goal to protect the areas of dense tanner crab. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and there will be no questions. We'll go next to Bernie Burkholder, followed by Keith Cochran.
Yes, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Bernie Burkholder, and I'm here today to represent 4 vessels that I have ownership in and my personal opinions regarding GOA tanner crab protections. I'm here today to advocate for both Kodiak tanner crab and trawl fisheries. I think this area is historically important to both fisheries, and I believe both can and should have access and reasonable protections. Closing areas have largely not worked, and once they're closed, it's almost impossible to get them reopened. I believe Kodiak tanner crab protection should be put in place in a way of time and area closures. Trawl innovations, particularly in pelagic door and sweep gear technology, have made large improvements in protecting crab. Trawlers largely remain frustrated and feel crabbers and the anti-trawl sentiment do not fully appreciate what they have accomplished. Tanner crab fishermen remain skeptical. I also believe we should periodically look at areas close to trawling and see if they have reached measurable rebuilding goals and objectives. I feel we should better understand the relationship between trawl history and effort in this area and the higher abundance of tanner crab populations. You know, I know that we all grow weary of the emotion and the infighting. It I guess is productive to the process, but I think it's most hurtful for the communities. The community of Kodiak and the processors need all the boats and all the product they can get. And I would just urge everybody involved to keep the emotions in check and the best science in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. The next testifier is Keith Cochran, followed by Brian McLetty.
You got me?
Yes, we do.
All right. Madam Chairwoman, members of the council, my name is Keith Cochran. I'm an owner and operator of a fishing vessel Bay Islander, a trawl vessel in Kodiak. Been participating in Kodiak trawl fisheries for 27 years. I'm against more trawl closures for crab when previous closures show they have not achieved their intended goals and objectives. They've already been forced out of many historical fishing areas around the island for the purpose of rebuilding and protecting crab stocks. The science shows little to no rebuilt stocks in these areas. The current high abundance of tanner crabs found in stat areas 525702 and 525630 are areas where we have been consistently trawling for years. If the trawl gear affects crab stocks so adversely, why are the crab stocks most abundant in these areas we trawl often? Elevated sweeps have been required in Gulf flatfish targets since 2014, and we use them for all of our non-pelagic trawl fisheries. According to research done by Craig Rose, this gear has very little impact on crab mortality. And with the use of pelagic trawl doors in conjunction with these elevated sweeps, we've essentially taken 90% of the trawl equation off the seafloor. The science shows that we have very little impact on crabs with our trawl gear. Now it's not the time to put further hardships on a struggling fishing industry in Kodiak. Look at the processor consolidation that's happening. It's a little scary. In 2014, there were 7 different processors in Kodiak buying groundfish. As of the end of the month here, we will be down to 3. The current health of the fishing community in Kodiak is alarming. This is not the time to put more restrictions on fishing areas. And with the increased scrutiny of bycatch reduction, putting restrictions on areas of historically clean halibut and salmon bycatch is absurd. We've been asking for a rationalized fishing management plan in the Gulf for years, and the council has not followed through on their promise to give us the tools to help mitigate the hardships of further fishing restrictions. Implementing more trawl closures hinders our ability to do the best job we can to find areas with lowest bycatch and highest CPUE. Please do not hurt the trawl fleet by closing some of our most productive fishing grounds. I do not support the KCAC closure proposal and ask that this motion for Tanner Crab's area closure would be dropped altogether. But if not, I would support the AP motion. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. Within your testimony, you asked perhaps a rhetorical question about if trawl gear negatively impacted crabs, then why are there a lot of crabs in the area you trawl? What do you believe the answer to be?
I think a lot of it's predation. We fish these areas highly for arrow-tooth flounder, and you hear, we pull these things up on deck, and you're seeing crab larvae puke out of these arrow-tooth, and you look at the other areas that we haven't been able to fish, whether it's Marmot or Chiricahua or up higher in Barnabas, and we know there's fish there. We don't get to touch them, and for whatever reason, the crab don't come back, and so that's just what we're seeing on the grounds. And with the changes that we've done to gear modification, with elevated sweeps, with pleated trawl doors, with doing things differently, I don't think we have the effect that everybody thinks we do have on these crabs. Looking at the science from Craig Rose and different things like that. So between that and taking away the predators, I think makes a habitat where the crab can thrive. And so that's just my thoughts from being on the grounds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? And then our next testifier is Brian Wethy, followed by Christopher Johnson. Is Brian online?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Brian McQuethy. I was born in Kodiak. I've lived here my entire life with my wife and my three children, ages 2, 4, and 6. I'm a second-generation fisherman and have been a commercial fisherman my whole life, starting at age 8. Seining for salmon and the Tanner crab fishery provides all the income that my family lives off of. Salmon usually provides the vast majority of our income, but the Tanner fishery in the winter has provided a much-needed boost during the lean years we have experienced recently in the salmon fishery. I just want to emphasize how important this fishery is for my business, my family, and the family of many local fishermen, including the crewmen. The majority of the participants are small boat owners and their crews. I've always employed local crewmen during the Tanner crab fisheries. It is typically a very short season. I'm very hopeful that you will decide to help protect these crab populations off the east side of Kodiak in the 2 amended boxes proposed by KCAC for protection. These areas have the largest biomass of crab in the Gulf of Alaska, and I think that it is vitally important to protect these crab where we know they are living. This whole area is a breeding ground and rearing area. These added protections could be the start to rebuilding the Tanner crab populations to historic levels. In the 1980s, there were seasons with over 30 million pounds of harvestable Tanner quota, so there is obviously a lot of opportunity for them to repropagate. This year, we fished 12 to 18 miles offshore in the Barnabas Gully, whereas previous seasons I had fished in one of the 2 bays west of the Barnabas Gully, which are Kaluta Bay and Ugat Bay. I had experienced pockets of female crab in the bays and usually would find areas with some undersized crab as well. It was always my assumption that the smaller crab, the females and juveniles, were in the shallower water and in the protected bays. That is not what I experienced this season. There was an extreme abundance of undersized crab offshore, especially the number of females, many times more than I had ever seen in the bay. The sort was what we call a terrible sort offshore. These smaller crab are more vulnerable to being killed and maimed by contacting bottom trawl gear. Again, I ask that you please help protect these crab where we know they live. Please move forward to initial review. Tanner crab are delicious, and have always provided a huge value on the market. I've seen the price range from $3.70 a pound up.
I
Yeah.
apologize. I'm gonna have to ask you to provide a concluding statement. Your time is up.
Okay, I just ask that you guys move to initial review. Thank you for your time and listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the testimony. You're the first person I've heard mention this unusual event of smalls and females there by Barnabas. And I'm wondering, you probably heard previous testifiers speaking to trawl gear innovations that lift the foot ropes up off the ground, the sweeps and the doors. So I'm wondering if you can speak to, with those innovations, do you still have concerns about trawl impacts on those crab?
Well, my main concern would be unobserved mortality, obviously. You know, the bottom out there isn't just flat. There's contour, there's edges, it goes up a hill, downhill, there's valleys. I imagine the bottom trawl gear is going to be contacting the bottom somewhere along those lines. And wherever you're touching a small crab that's a couple inches around with a leg that's smaller than your pinky, if it gets hit by a big net with that much inertia and momentum being drugged by a 1,500 horsepower dragger, imagine it just destroys it and pulverizes it. And you wouldn't see it in the net if it's underneath the opening. So that would be my main concern, is just unobserved mortality of crab that they're dragging over the top of. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
So Christopher Johnson is not online, and Makoto Odlin is not online. Yeah, so we will go to Lauren Hines, followed by Frankie Brown.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. My name is Lauren Hines, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Oceana. As most of us know, this tanner crab fishery is a vital economic driver for Kodiak and coastal communities. At a time when many other stocks are trending downward, tanner crab has remained a bright spot by providing stability for small boat fishermen and the coastal communities that they support. Both the ADF&G survey data and knowledge of local fishermen point to the areas east of Kodiak Island, specifically the two stat areas considered in the discussion paper, as some of the most important habitat for tanner crab. From 2013 to 2023, nearly half of all mature male, female, and legal male tanner crab in the Kodiak district were found in these two areas. Additionally, 20.4% of total directed tanner crab catch has come from just one of these statistical areas. When past protection areas for crab were supported by the council and implemented by NMFS, such as the Marmot Bay Protection Area, it was explicitly stated in comments by NMFS that the purpose of those actions were not to directly improve tanner crab stock abundance, but to further protect tanner crab stocks from adverse effects of the Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries. NMFS determined that the council's recommended closure of the Marmot Bay area was necessary and appropriate based on the rate of tanner crab mortality and bycatch in the groundfish fleet, the observation of mature male and female tanner crab populations, known tanner crab habitat within the area, and the limited historical fishing in the area overlapping with the occurrence of tanner crab. We're very aware that this uniquely productive habitat is critical to the Kodiak District's tanner crab's entire life cycle. There should be proactive protections from bycatch, unobserved injury, and mortality from undirected fisheries. So therefore, we are urging the council to move this discussion forward to an initial review so that we can begin developing area-based closures for tanner crab within these two stat areas. And with that, I am open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Hines? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
So go to Frankie Brown, followed by Cole Hapiman.
Madam Chair, through the council members, my name is Frankie Brown, owner operator of the fishing vessel Vanguard. 39 years in the fishery. My purpose here is to be a contribution. I don't support permanent or long-term closures. Fish have tails, critters have legs, and Mother Nature makes the final decision in the ocean. The trawl fishery is using so many tools to avoid incidental catch and also to monitor incidental catch. The trawl fisheries is taking purposeful action. When closures and fisheries are segregated by gear type, it can communicate to the fishermen that their methods or practices are viewed as fundamentally different. potentially leading to unequal access to resource and opportunities. This can create a division within the fishing community. Much like historical segregation based on race created divisions and perpetuated inequality, segregation was abolished in 1964, 60 years ago. A shift towards fact-driven policies is essential for ensuring that decisions are based on objective criteria rather than historical prejudice or stereotypes. This requires ongoing dialogue among stakeholders, inclusive decision-making processes, and a commitment to equity in resource management. It is crucial to learn from the past and apply those lessons to create more inclusive and fair systems for everyone involved in the fisheries and beyond. To the Fishery Council, will the Council's decision focus on creating unity within the fisheries community based on empirical data and scientific evidence, or will it be influenced by subjective narratives and feelings? It is crucial that we prioritize fact-driven approaches to foster collaboration and sustainability in our fisheries. In conclusion, I urge the Fisheries Council to reflect on the purpose of dedicating time and resources and testimonies driven by feelings rather than grounded by factual evidence. As we face possibility crucial collapses in our fishery, it is imperative that we focus on creating value and sustainable solutions and witnessing our canneries existing, disappearing.
Mr. Brown, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you could provide a concluding statement, and then I'll see if there are any questions for you.
Okay, I don't support the crab fisheries proposal. I don't support it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you.
So Paul Hakima, followed by Todd Hobby, and Todd will be our last testifier of the evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm out on the ocean today, so hopefully my connection works and everyone can hear me okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cole Hakima, and I'm a fisherman who relies on areas 525-630 and 525-702 to support my livelihood. My dad owns a fishing vessel, Pacific Storm, which I have been the captain of for the past 8 years. Our boat stays in Kodiak year-round and participates in the pollock and cod trawl fisheries, as well as tendering salmon in the summer. My wife is a teacher at the public elementary school, and we have 2 daughters that were born in Kodiak and we are raising here. These 2 statistical areas are incredibly important to my business plan. Each year they make up a big percentage of the catch for my operation, and without them, my ability to make a living would be severely compromised. These areas are one of the closest to town that trawlers can fish. I rely on being close to processors, especially with the current high fuel prices. I can't process at sea like some other operations, so these areas are vital to my ability to make landings and get fish to market in a timely manner. When the weather around the rest of the island is too bad to deploy our gear, these areas are one of the most protected. The local processing plants rely on a steady flow of fish so they don't have to constantly start and stop their operations. Having these specific areas to fish when the weather is bad in other areas is very important to keeping operations profitable for my processor as well as myself. I'd like to emphasize that the trawl sector has already made significant strides in protecting tanner crab. We've adopted gear modifications like raised sweeps and midwater doors, implemented electronic monitoring, and restructured our observer programs. These actions are already helping to ensure the health of the crab and significantly reduce unobserved mortality. These areas have been consistently trawled for decades, and even with trawling taking place, we've seen large recruitment events for tanner crab. There are areas around Kodiak that have been closed to trawling for nearly 40 years and still aren't showing a significant percentage of the tanner crab biomass. This suggests that closures aren't the answer to crab conservation. In fact, areas that remain open for fishing have seen more crab biomass and recruitment compared to some areas that have been closed for many years. What is the objective of these potential closures? Are they really going to help the crab stocks, or are they just going to disrupt livelihoods without a proven benefit? We need a clear plan with concrete goals and measurable outcomes. If closures are being considered, we should also be looking at reopening areas that no longer serve their intended purpose, like the Marmot Bay Protection Area. These closures only cover small portions of the crab biomass, and they've never been shown to increase crab numbers. Before we move forward with any new closures, I urge the council to take a close look at how the existing closed areas are performing and assess whether they are actually working as intended. I do not agree with KCAC closure proposal.
Mr. Hakima, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up if you have a concluding statement. We'd
If the
appreciate it.
council is serious about protecting crab stock, we need to develop a management strategy based on science and flexible tools, not just more static closures.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
And thank you for taking the time to testify while you're out at sea. You mentioned that these two stat areas are really important for your business and that they're close to town. We saw in the discussion paper that roughly 6% of trawl ex-vessel value of groundfish comes from that area, but it sounds like for you it's a much higher amount. What I'm wondering is, are you able to catch your groundfish right outside of those two stat areas?
Negative. I mean, the stat areas in the proposal that they propose to close, even the reduced areas, are kind of the main area and doesn't leave us room to move around. No, and I mean, the point that we can just fish other areas doesn't really make sense. I mean, they proved this year that the crab moved way offshore, so crab move around and fish move around, and sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. But if the crab are going to move offshore this year, are we just going to keep closing areas as the farther they get offshore, or where's the line with these closures?
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So Todd Happy will be our last testifier of the evening, and then we will, when we come back in the morning, I'll do a second call for those we missed, beginning with Dave Mann, followed by Charlie Peterson, and then we'll pick this back up with Scott Pokemon. So Todd, are you online?
I am. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Todd Hoppy. I own and operate a 58-foot pot boat out of Homer. Mainly do peacod and black cod with pots. I have participated in the Tanner fishery in Kodiak in the past. I started my career in the Bering Sea crabbing back in the early 90s. Opelios hit 300 million pounds. We're doing over 20 million pounds of king crab, and look where it's at now. I support these KCAC maps. The stat areas 525, 702, and 525, 630 are very important for Tanner crab, for them to molt and thrive. It's the only places the crab fishermen can go on the east side, southeast section, are in these two stat areas. I'm asking you to move D2 to initial review. We've asked for this before, and it's time to go to initial review with it, please. I'm going to keep it short. The last thing I have to do is my own experience. I feel a fisherman's experience is more than science sometimes. Caught a lot of cotypods in the sandbox, and be very productive down there, but it's pretty coincidental when the flats market tanked that I had to, and then it was probably 3 years after the market tanked and they quit pounding away down at the sandbox. I had to quit cod fishing down there. The crab bycatch was too hot. I experienced those crab coming back when they left that alone. That's first-hand experience, and I'll leave it at that. You all have a good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Hoppy? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hoppy. Can you speak to the time period when you said the crab started coming back? Roughly what time period was that?
To the chair, Ms. Goen, it would have been, my memory's starting to go, it would have been after when it reopened. Let me think for a minute. I believe that was 2021 when cod reopened. We were able to fish again. I took a half a load of gear down there, and it was a mistake. We had to rail dump and get the pots out of there. So it was around 21 or 22. And then I tried again. I took just a handful of pots down on that edge of the sandbox. I think I took 6 pots down there in 23. They were 3/4 full of crab. And we never witnessed that. down along that edge, even when they were having tanner seasons. Does that answer your question, Ms. Collin?
Does. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
You too. Take care now. Bye.
Thanks. So we will break for today, come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will be rescheduling D3 and for a June meeting. And we'll be just taking that up at the council level since the AP already worked through D3. We will start public testimony with Dave Mann. Again, and I'll do a second call for all of those testifiers we've missed on the first call. And then we'll, after I do a second call for those we've missed, I will start back up with Scott Hockeyman. So have a good evening and we'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.